Hi. Well, she's actually I thought we never yeah, go drink my coffee. Get out of my coffee.
Why is there rocks in here?
All right. Y'all hear me? Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning.
Well, at least some of us are like upright. Speak for yourself. I'm horizontal. You just can't tell. That's kind of the point. I'm upright versus awake. I must be getting older because I actually been to bed by midnight both nights so far.
Woo!
I'm actually kind of happy because it means I'm somewhat upright. Okay, so this morning, compared to yesterday morning, this morning is going to be very interactive. So if you're not interactive, then we're all going to sit here and do nothing for the next 3 or 4 hours till lunch comes. So you must be interactive. So a couple of housekeeping things before we really get started. If you have not yet got a t-shirt, Colin says, come get your t-shirt. If you do not get your t-shirt by the end of today, you don't get a t-shirt. They then go off to developers who are not here fast for them. If you have not yet lunch will be in here again today, which I think I mentioned yesterday. And I don't think I have anything else housekeeping besides that. So, for this morning, and generally most of this morning, we're going to kind of brainstorm and talk about mostly pointing towards what we were wanting to do in 12. I wanted to start with thinking about what we've done in 11. And there will be, we'll take notes on the board, but also Ed had suggested having a shared notepad URL on the board on the left on the chalkboard. So hopefully you will copy and paste that into like IRC.
It's already done.
URL.
It's already
Yes?
done.
Already done? Excellent.
Make it the topic.
We can throw things at George. I fully approve throwing things at George.
I don't have permission to make it the topic.
Let's start at rock.
Alright, so what I would like to start with, and so I guess I'll just walk through it. So what I'd like to start with is looking at what we've done in 11. And I have my own little list of things that is completely arbitrary, not complete, and somewhat reverse chronological order. But I will mention that I know of that we've done. Yeah, my arms were like 20 feet long, like a rich things. But I assume y'all can read. These are some of the things that I'm aware of that are new in 11. Some of them are new to 10, but not all of them. But things like the little PCI hot plug, IWM, combined with at least Haswell graphics means that there's a class of newer laptops that we can now actually run on. Like Linux 64, which would get merged, but like there are people who've been wanting that feature for many years, the ability to run 64-bit x86 binaries. And ports is almost ready.
There you go.
It's really
Wait,
glitter. Golly,
There you go. You can just slide for it too.
Is it a riff player?
You can interrupt just,
Oh, yeah, thank you, George.
You broke everything.
You broke me. I can't because you just killed the thing that was up.
The pad is not working.
I want you to press keys on the stick.
There you go. Stop the plan. See, forward, back, there you go, the wrong one. Take this. That's back, that's forward, lasers over at button.
You had one for them, now you have two.
Oh, shit.
What? Oh, we have red and green, so we can have a green color with lasers. Something uses stupid things. So RISC-V is one new architecture we have, and I do have another. The next slide has another new architecture we have, so I didn't forget about it. Updated toolchain bits, like plain, and an LDB that's actually turned on by default in 11 as opposed to there and not turned on by default in 10. There's various iSCSI related things that I know nothing about. We have lots of changes in our boot code to actually enable us to use some of the fancier things like ZFS or Jelly together, both with legacy crufty bias machines and EFI, much of which is from Alan and other related folks. I did some work on AIO that lets you do zero copy TCP in theory with TCP offload. Having debug symbols that we ship out by default or have available for in-system binaries. So I don't know that our users are going to care about the fact that with LS core dumps they can pull it up in GDB or LDB and see the line numbers in LS. However, as a software developer, the fact that if I have a core dump in my application that I'm hacking on, and it dies somewhere in libc, and I go pull it up in the debugger, and I see the source line stuff from libc on my box, and can look at the variables inside the frames inside of libc, that's really freaking awesome. So, in my opinion.
Wait, I thought libc was secret.
Rocks. If you have rocks, like
Rotten
it only has
tomatoes.
two. You can outnumber it if you try hard enough.
Do we really need to get each time?
That's later in the evening.
This is recording, you realize.
Yeah. People will appreciate it. Glebius, or Gleb is your actual name. And Netflix hacked a bunch on SynFile, which is one of the things shipping in 11. There's this thing called reroute that can be used for booting off iSCSI, but is also useful in other aspects for changing your root file system on the fly. Where's Brian?
In the kitchen.
I don't care what some other people on the list may say, but having fast append is really awesome. Yeah, we get to the point that Make Universal builds playing once, which you're working towards, that will also be really awesome. We greatly appreciate that. I don't know how much our users will care, but the people in this room really appreciate that. I hacked on trust. There's this stuff that probably 5 people in the FreeBSD universe use, called IoT and NTB.
They all CPA.
Yeah, they're all in that row. Actually, though, Alexander wants the backboard of the 10, so at least there's like 6 people.
Whoa.
I know.
He already backported a number of things to 10.
Oh my, how terrifying. All right, so this is my second page of things that I know of. We have an ARM64 port as well as RISC-V. I told you it's on the other slide. There's this little tool called DevCodal that lets you kind of manipulate devices. I'm getting doses of humor. VT as default kind of goes along with having updated KMS and having IWM. So we've had VT in 10, but not all by default. So out of the box, 10, even on like something where KMS works to the it's not quite the best experience. You load X, your console goes away, yada yada. And 11 out of the box, that is going to work well. So in terms of at least a somewhat close to modern laptop working well, 11 is a much better release for us than early releases. So while grepping through the SVN logs of people who said rel notes equal yes, and so it belongs to the release notes, I couldn't skip over this entry because I found it really entertaining. I'm perhaps too much of a math geek. But you can go look, this is a quote from Colin, where user bin primes, because it's not in games anymore, had some bug where it didn't handle the fact that if you had a prime number that was the multiple of more than two 16-bit integers, it didn't do the right thing. There's this very detailed commit message that references like 4 or 5 papers about why given certain number. We know that if we use a base of, I think, 23 or 21, or 23, that's prime, and use a C filter with that, we can get to this number plus 1 and guarantees that we found all the primes. And that's what Yes, very fascinating. You're welcome, Colin. For folks that use ZFS and you would like to have hot spares that work transparently, ZFSD finally shipping in 11 instead of being in n number of copies of private trees is really great. If you don't know, ZFS is an auto hot spare, and that makes that happen. Related to this are having more homegrown, or not necessarily homegrown, but more ability to manage HBAs and RAID adapters natively. So sesutil and MPSutil are along those lines. We can now actually correctly write a core dump and read it back, both things. Only on MB64, I think. To drives that are 4KN. Warner did a lot of work on this I/O schedule that we have in CAM, and then committed a bike shed name.
Oh yeah, I gotta fix that.
Most people probably don't care, but there's like 15 commits to fix the fact that we now report with it. When you are attached by a debugger, we hide that from the program itself, so you can't tell when you get PPID. Which will actually break some software that tries to find if it's attached to a debugger by checking this, but oh well. But it's kind of nice because in theory, when you're debugging a group of processes as a child, we don't tear it up quite as badly as we used to, and they kind of actually still function as a group of processes more than they used to. AutoFS was a new thing in 11. We actually backported it to 10 and then backporting fixes, but that was still, I think, a pretty big thing that went in early in 11's lifecycle. Recently, the folks at Netflix have added event reporting from CAM, I believe, for things like disk errors. So at least one way you can get a stream of disk errors in a more machine parsable format than trying to parse the message. There's something called YP-LDAP that came from OpenBSD that I'm not very familiar with, but it's a bulk one. Presumably, it lets you like transparently use LDAP kind of inside of NIS, because NIS is a wonderful thing.
As is LDAP. It's a great taste. They go great together.
So Baptiste did a bunch of work that I can't appreciate, I think, because I already work in an ASCII locale effectively, so computers have worked for me since I was born.
Because you speak American.
Yeah, because I speak American. So,
There's no such thing as American English.
there's about 8 variants. Oh, and I speak Southern, it's even better.
What y'all talking about?
I can, don't worry, me and Randall, we can do this.
Y'all come.
Anyway, Baptiste did a bunch of work on our locales, and he's even put the day of the month back in so that it doesn't break everything for us. But I know that was actually a lot of work that set the project ran for a long time. So there's some other thing that Mark has been working on with Alan. Where is Mark? We have multiple Marks. Say what?
That's not going to be in 11.
This.
Sorry. It's today.
Say what?
There's one more series of hodges that it needs to be.
Well, you have a laptop in front of you.
Glenn, put your hands over your ears for a second. It's okay. We're not going to release for like 6 or 9 months. Give it
Actually, of all of us here.
Everything's fine.
You should get that into 11. Come on. Anyway, it is at least in progress, this thing that will help us get to future VM scalability. So maybe this will bleed over to the next slide. spoil the next topic. Anyway, this list I just went over is very incomplete and arbitrary, right? So what I want to do now for a while as part of our interactive portion of the morning, or the first part, is I want you to say all the things that I forgot, or things that, things I forgot or missed or just don't know about. So let's open to the floor. What are other
Speaking of things that went in at the last minute. No offense, I'm glad I went in.
But you know you funded it, right?
I personally do not fund it.
You're sure.
Yeah, we are an organization.
Yes, you funded it, so.
The transport TCP,
Yes, we should write it down.
the transport TCP is now pluggable, so we can have different TCP
Oh, that's right.
stacks, which is a very major improvement, so we can make forward progress on TCP, which is, as Van Jaken said to me, it needs a lot of love.
If the internet would stop changing, it would be a lot easier.
Well, you know.
Political verity fixes it. Oh, no. So we found some really weird bugs and fixes. It was mostly backward, but changes to the FreeBSD test suite to integrate most of the tools of progression into QA.
That's true. I should, yes. In fact, it has been backported, but we didn't really have, Tenno did not ship with the ATF in full, like actually in full force use. Yes, Brian?
Did you get Casper on there?
No.
Friendly ghost.
Casper no longer uses the daemon, it uses a process port, PD port.
Yeah, that's right.
There's also libmd as well, which it exists in some form in 10.3. It's a little bit different. There's also IOV with IOV.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot the piece that
Which one?
That's our IOV.
Oh,
It's a small little bullet point on, like, all the company's little marketing brochure.
There's IXL as well, which still hasn't been backported.
IXL.
IXL or IX? What's the 40 one?
IXLE.
Intel 40 gig.
Oh, yes, it is IXL, not I40D. We fixed that.
Yep. MLX5, new Mellanox, OFED stack. What else? Well, I know the MLX.
The iFlip driver stack from.
Oh, IFLIP.
Linux API. It's the Beehive UEFI. Is that
Ooh, that's, yeah. And Beehive with graphics so that it's
GOP.
unified and graphics.
We have ZFS boot from Gili.
Yes,
Encrypted.
actually,
That's on the slide. That was on the slide.
Okay.
I had this generic thing about EFI, ZFS, Jelly, all things, all different combinations of those toggles put together.
We have a new library called Qs, or Character Device and User Space.
Oh, the CUSCS. Or it's different.
Which bit?
No, Adrian is hacking much on RSS. Because
I'm not putting down Adrian hacked RSS as one of the
No.
features. How about RSS updates? I just put update every time we change something. RSSNG.
Yeah. Oh.
It's new RSS.
Over there.
It's actually real RSS. I mean, it's
No, I think that actually is true.
because
RSS for reals.
in 10 things don't always line up, right?
Z? No, Z.
Z, sorry.
Z.
Yes.
Jails work with IPC, System 5
Oh,
IPC,
yeah.
Positive IPC.
Jails work with it, but nobody uses System 5 IPC? I'm sorry.
No.
Someone wanted it.
If only things didn't use System 5.
Yeah.
The RCTL disk I/O limit.
Oh,
yes.
You can throttle disks.
You can throttle disk I/O with RCTL.
Per jail.
Per jail?
Uh,
Does that actually work?
It's in versus work.
But without a real disk I/O scheduler,
It works.
Okay. You can always make things slower.
It will,
Well, that is a forward throttling.
it will correctly slow down I/O.
Yeah. Like
That's the only guarantees from the code. It'll slow down I/O, but that's it.
All right. Okay. Fine. What?
That was
That
on
was
slide
on
six.
slide.
Or 64 is in the previous slide.
Yeah. Jeez. It's right there. Here, I'll use the whole red. What do you want? 2 colors?
John, look at the red code line.
No, actually, you got right, red board left. Extra large RMAN support.
Oh yeah. But Arman's using, so PAE can actually, in theory, handle a 64-bit bar.
Yes. And PowerPC supports it.
Yes.
Hot float for ARM.
Oh,
yeah.
hard, yes.
Oh, hard flow for arm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We need this.
Got it.
Can you give me the screen? All right.
Hard float API, or ABI, because we had hard float software for API.
Oh, that's turn the screen off.
There you go.
All right, we don't need wood. Right.
Pthread, robust indexes across the shared block.
Yes.
Pthread what?
Shared, process shared primitives and robust mutexes, and those should be 2 different items. Say what? Just
Oh.
ARM, just our hard flow for ARM, like.
Oh, 32 and 64?
Yeah, I think it's.
Okay. ARM V6.
Yes. Yes. V6, V7. Sound to sound?
Network Linux translation and network
Where's it?
architecture
Keep it.
NPE and then not 64.
Oh, we have that 64?
And deployed it really very for 11.
Okay.
Pthread mutexes, right? What was the
Robust
last one?
mutexes.
Robust, oh, as opposed to, we had non-robust mutexes before, and we're gonna say now they're robust.
This is not a process step. There's this really gross hack of one of your former employers. Where's Peter?
Well, that's your former employee, you probably did the hack.
No, I didn't.
I wasn't on the kernel team at Yahoo.
No, the hack came from someone very special. The same person we got wake up one from.
Bill, okay.
Yes, Ken.
Single disk support.
Oh yes, SMR.
SMR.
Makes me sad.
Why? You didn't want that?
I don't want the discs to come that way. No.
Oh, well, I can't help with that.
No, we can't. Yes, it's still sad. Huh?
Here's a platter, who's spit?
There is restriction in the wave 1 layer, so the devices that actually provide the ones that are all.
Oh, we don't have IFNets for USB devices. Well, no, we still have
For
those.
USB it still is, but for devices that provide wave 1, it's their own.
Yes, there is no IWN 0 IFNet anymore.
Yes.
So what,
It's a user.
summarize.
You only have IFNets for actual wavelength WLAN devices. We don't have a fake IFNet that's not a real IFNet for the wireless net.
So this is user visible and should be in release notes.
It is user visible. It is that. Yes.
Manlog is a default renderer for man pages and semantic search for man page database.
Okay. Mandoc.
Manlog.
Kevin.
Massive number of Wi-Fi changes. There's a lot of cleanup in the 82.11n stuff,
Yes.
including copper rate control.
And red domain stuff. That
Yes.
just went in.
Lots of new support for new drivers, especially Intel and Broadcom stuff is either added or fixed.
That's right. I mentioned IWM, but I did not mention all the hacking on BWN.
And IWN as well has a lot of new chipset support.
There's also ATH9K as well that Adrian did.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of this updates.
I just said new
Yeah.
drivers, I was gonna list all the drivers. We
Oh,
have,
this- yeah.
we now have, ref caching has returned.
I'll let you write that.
Yeah.
We have the kernel modules are tagged with plug and play information.
Kernel modules are tagged with what?
Plug and play information. Well, the framework is there. I don't know if it's actually going to tag it.
KL.
A lot of them are tagged, but a lot more need to be tagged.
Shorter.
It's tagged like PC card, right?
So Warner, is there a framework to output the?
I think the goal is to do something equivalent to what we do with USB. We make a dev PCI conf or something.
We'll parse the files, and Dev will parse the files and deal with them. We don't need to generate Dev comps. Anyway.
Either way.
Trace updates, because it turns out that we don't have to do a forklift upgrade because Mark has been doing that.
Right.
So we are keeping up with what Lumos is doing, even though Lumos is
Binary version.
All right. Who's next?
What?
Say again?
And risk 5.
And risk 5. You have T-trace and architectures and Windows service.
Yeah, I pointed that out to them at T-Trace Conf. That was very fun. Oh, by the way, you know those things you don't run on because you don't really have an operating system anymore?
Sure.
I didn't say that part. Oh, right, this is recorded.
And I think Matt's in the room too, right?
Oh, we did a bunch of more stuff on ZFS. Was that on all your slides? Speaking of
I do
that.
not put ZFS.
Wait, what? Okay.
Oh, yes. Brian.
You mentioned trust refactoring, but I wanted to specifically call out the utrace support in trust. So you
Okay.
can actually trace RTLD and encoding libraries now.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. Yes. No, trust would not parse the utrace bits, but it does now. The same way KDump will parse utrace bits. Number next. We didn't do anything else. What are you people doing for 2 years?
Wait, packaging base.
So that's very much in progress. And
I'm not.
towards,
You don't argue with
we're
me.
not
I'm just
shooting the
honest.
low.
I'm just Vanna.
That's nicer hair.
At all. Yes, well. I
I
love
don't
the
think
dress
we
at
want to see
home.
Georgia though, bro.
Nobody wants.
Let's not go there.
Wow. You can put package base because it is different. There's been a lot of work towards it, and we know it's coming, right?
I'll say packaging since it's in the infinitive case.
So, Glenn.
One thing that's not really well advertised, official R60 or RP6 and R64 package on screen.
Okay.
Okay.
And we have some variant of MIPS packages, right, with the QEMU stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we've had that for a little bit.
We don't have releases for MIPS yet though.
Warner.
There's been a lot of work to scale the I/O and network system to 100 gig.
Yes.
In addition to the SYN file, the I/O schedule, and everything else. Just
Only you can get a memory control.
yeah, if we could get more memory bandwidth, we could go beyond that.
Yes.
Or 3 groups. One just isn't enough.
I think you need both, actually.
Or new support.
Do you want to be more specific?
Adrian's doing the stuff with NUMA code. But next, there is the device NUMA-based stuff too.
Yeah.
But nothing really uses it yet.
Does it work? There.
Next.
I can neither confirm nor deny that Numa works in FreeBSD.
It does something.
It doesn't suck as bad as it used to.
I'm not writing that on the board. Even I will write that on the board.
Numa improvements.
I said more Numa, more better.
More new ones.
Who's next?
Numa NG.
Shut up.
Sorry. All right, so we're done?
No, just raise your hand.
There's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Or PowerPC embedded support, or,
Well, we had that funky like alternate ABI for PowerPC 64.
that's not making it until 11. Kid doesn't like it.
Does he not like it for a reason, or he just looked at it and went,
It's like
on
little
color.
Indian instead of big Indian or something, isn't it? Crazy?
No, it's, it uses a non-standard FPU that overlay, that
Okay.
codes overlap with multi-effects, so it needs a new API that
something. Alright.
Yeah, down in front.
Yeah, I've done some improvements into the compressed disk support. So it runs in separate kernel.
I saw Glenn raise his hand before I turned around to write.
I have a few from Kayla and IRC.
Okay.
X28 PCI.
Oh, X28. X28, yes.
Support
that's
for more
actually-
than 200. X what?
Well, that's actually not there yet.
Say that again.
X2, lowercase x, 2, APIC, all caps.
Oh, this thing.
So we don't yet do more than 256 CPUs for silly reasons. But there are hardware that ships with this alternate mode of APIC on when you need this.
Compressed.
Interrupt mapping on x86.
What?
Interrupts mapping on x86.
Remapping.
So DMAR, the DMAR, VTD, well, you can do DMAR interrupts. No, that's fine. Has to do with VTD, and the table uses to remap things.
Support for greater than 254 CPUs.
That's this, isn't
Yeah,
it?
potential.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we're,
I don't think we ship potentials.
we ship with lots of potential.
George,
Yeah.
George.
Arm shared pages?
Oh, like a shared page, like VDSO shared page?
I'm just reading, I don't know the technical stuff.
Don't you write the change log, Mr. Release Engineer? I just typed this stuff in, man. I got a file.
So the LRL code was improved by Hans. He has a nice sort algorithm for TCP, which is
LRO improvements.
and also the timer was fixed from its brokenness on multi-core, as well as async drain was added.
Oh,
Hey,
oh.
async drain is useful. Timer
And
fixes
TCP
it.
uses it too now.
Async drain.
Yeah, we'll call it async drain. It kind of goes with timer fixes. Yeah. Glenn, and then I'll stop. Yeah.
NX stack. I'm just reading what came.
Non-executable stack.
Non-executable stack.
On ARM. Okay, yeah. So we kind of had that on 8064 for a while.
User space get time of day.
That's the VDSO on ARM. It's the same thing.
It's all one line.
That's all one line. All right.
OM reworking.
The added memory killer got
Oh, OOM, yes. We're working and fixing it when we work it work as well.
yeah. So if you don't have swap, it doesn't start just killing things.
What does it do?
Well, it
The
tries
more
hard
it
to
does,
not
the decide.
Oh, okay. So it works a little. It's this,
It works
at some
better.
point, when you run out of memory, you
You do have to
run out of memory.
But it would kill things prematurely.
We get a little excited. You need to go away, and you need to go away.
Wow. It's like a.
You're gonna say B.
And you get a seg me, and you get a seg me.
Actually,
That's
they actually say kills. But
You did this thing for it. You did this thing for it.
all right, we'll come back in a second. All right, we'll go to Clint. Oh no, you mentioned.
Updated LTP with more shiny vulnerabilities.
More vulnerable NTP. You want me to write that on the
Well, I
board?
think it's less vulnerable NTP. But
Well, I would say it's got new vulnerabilities.
Different vulnerabilities.
different vulnerabilities.
They always have different vulnerabilities. Oh, there was a bunch of fixes to. Ian Laporte did a bunch of fixes to the PPS support.
Okay. That is.
SGPL, we removed a lot of GPL stuff.
Oh yes,
What was that?
less GPL.
Less GPL. Less GPL, no better.
We don't have. I'm not gonna say it.
What do you? What?
Your thing.
Outdoor chain bits.
What was that?
Outdoor chain bits.
That's still chain bits.
That went in or out?
No, that's coming in. That's Angie.
I mean, it's kind of subset, but make info and all that jazz is now not built by default. It was removed too.
Yeah, make info. So it's gone.
That's the less
But
GPL.
that's in-
That's the less GPL. Yeah.
Are we playing on there? Replaying?
Actually, it was on the slides.
Yeah. Warner. And then
External tool chain support is
Better-ish.
Yeah.
almost to the point we can kill GCC.
Ooh.
Almost.
Again.
And again and again.
Yeah.
And again.
There's a lot of new support for all winner CPUs and devices.
Inter-NG for ARM and
And ARM 64.
Oh, nice. What was the one after all order support?
Enter NG, INTR.
Oh, enter NG.
Okay.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
And I don't think we had it intended as an option. I don't remember.
Okay.
Hyper-V support integration.
So I think we've had that intent, but yes, we could have that.
Not all of it.
Okay, Hyper-V,
Hyper-V?
more Hyper-V bits.
Hyper-V bits.
Zen.
Yeah,
Hosting is only 11.
oh, is it dumb 0?
Yes.
Yes. that's right.
Zero.
Oh, it's in down 0. How long have we been talking about this for?
But that's yeah. Actually, sorry, we're making a mess for it.
I'm probably going to take pictures of this afterwards too, but that's fine. I realize I need to stay in frame.
No?
Anyone else?
Hold on, there's still about half a blackboard.
Oh, wait, actually, no, wait, I added a bunch of crap. Hold on a second. Shifter and TCP debug are now in dtrace. And the mbuff provider. So,
And you might fix FTs.
well, yeah. Very interesting story about that we're going to talk about later. It turns out that file names are an illusion, really.
But they are. We just are going to lie better.
Yeah, we're going to lie exactly the same way Lumos did. Because when I asked them, they're like, oh, we just did this. I'm like, oh, well, we could do that. But yeah. So, okay. Oh, IPsec's on by default. Nobody cheered. There you go.
Can you turn some mouse on by default too? NetMap.
Turn what?
NetMap is on by default.
Yeah, NetMap's on by default.
You did that a lot.
Yeah. That's why machines crash all the time. Oh, sorry.
Additional IP filter detrace filters.
Really? Sorry. Am I not supposed to say that way? Wow, that's great. IP filter, the filter that will never, yeah.
I thought we killed that in 9.
That was what I was trying not to say. Because, you know, why would you have one packet filter when you can have 3? Ender actually has its book hand.
What about soup pages were on?
Yes, that's right.
Let's put that in here.
And in fact, on ARM, I think ARM is the only platform where we connect where the super page is small enough to be big, that libc's text is big enough and will actually do super page for libc's texting. Only the 64 libc's texting is too small.
Angie.
Did we put down the image work that BC's doing?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's here. The image fixes.
We have the image fixes, which encapsulates that.
Yes.
Brian?
This is another developer one, but there's make analyze, which runs like playing static analyzer for for use land right now. Not final yet.
I didn't even know we had that.
I didn't either.
That's pretty awesome.
I took it from FBSD actually.
That's cool.
Make analyze.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, profiling actually works within Clang now, sort of with compiler RT. You can actually get runtime coverage numbers, whereas in 10.x you can't do that because of Clang up to achieve.
Okay. So dash PG with Clang.
So we could call it coverage more better.
I'm just going to call it the Clang profiler. Since it's shorter, right? And I'm running.
The Dragonfly mail agent has been.
Oh, DMA.
Yeah.
DMA is not related to this device.
Yeah.
The other DMA. TCP debug traces.
Packet catch.
Or packet catch.
More into the build system, but we've reduced a lot overlinking on the basis of, I don't know
Hmm?
We reduced what?
how,
Overlinking.
overlinking,
Linking in Aboriginal. Yes,
Okay.
the new libad stuff,
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah. All right.
We did some work.
So I think we're good for the moment. And we
Well,
want to spend some time
unless
on-
I start writing on the board, or erase.
Right.
The doc also mentions improved ACPI C state support.
Okay.
More battery life.
Yep.
Actually, I will tell you, on a new machine, I can get 10 hours on a small Lenovo laptop, like the X260 I've got in that bag, which, by the way, I've discovered how suspend and resume works now. I close the lid, it doesn't suspend, I just put it in my bag, I carry it running, and then I open it back up. It's really fast to resume. and there you are. So I don't see why people are complaining. And DH client gets a new IP address, so network suspends and resumes too. Why are people complaining?
Very effective heater on your backdrop.
Because if I'm not doing anything, it's, if I don't do a build world and then put the thing in my bag. Right? Start build world, go to the store. It's not a good way to
Your
go.
laptop will melt if you do that.
How do you know? How do you know, Warner?
Yeah, exactly.
Not one laptop for one pillow.
Yep.
Separate base debug symbols.
Separate
We
base.
had that.
Yeah, that was on the slide.
That was fine.
Okay.
We also have a quote MediaTek devices use
Let's maybe that.
Which are the MediaTek ones? What does that run in?
They're,
Okay. Cool. Yeah, but if we don't get rid of MIPS, we'll never get rid of TCC. Sorry, stop making that face.
MIPS should be pretty happy running external touch.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. You want your screen back?
No,
oh, we ditched IA64 support.
Is it still in 10?
It's still in 10.
Wow.
We should-
So I'm gonna put that up, I might write that up above. And then
Do you have
what was
a
yours?
red blinking font you can write that in? Sorry, Marcel.
No, I just don't know what the ZFS changes are. But yes, I'm sure we've got.
Alan,
things have changed.
what are the ZFS changes in 11?
We got resumable send, which is the biggest thing ever. Thank you very much for that.
Or ask Matt, who's in the back. But anyway, yes, resumable send.
Did we get trim support?
No,
Well, isn't there like
we've had a version
a version of
like
trim support
like
that's
thing.
not quite there's another trim support that will hopefully replace it. I think.
Trim NG.
Working trim?
Yeah.
There's NCQ trim in ATA now.
ZFS scheme.
ZFS.
The new package.
Scan.
Sorry.
Shop
Scan.
512 and
It's like a
Scan.
skein of yarn.
It's-
Oh,
yeah.
Skane.
Yeah, it's Bruschneier's hatchet.
This thing.
Like a tangled web.
Yes.
Shop
Okay.
like
Yeah.
Oh, they're still over there.
But I want to use lower trim.
There's a couple other things.
Did you say we only use so many bits and he said it's faster?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
On 64-bit, we do a bigger shot and it's only half of it because it's faster.
Moving on.
50%.
I don't want to think about that.
Word size.
I get it. I know why. Turns out.
Do we have persistent at work or
No.
compressed arc?
Not yet.
All of those.
They have to upstream it first. Soon, right?
Actually, didn't compressed arc go up there?
Yeah, there's a pull request against their repo. They just haven't committed it yet.
This is against
We-
ULMOS.
We should start stealing directly from Delphix and have it sooner.
You have a commitment. Steal all you want. I don't touch file systems. They're things that store things. Networks store things on the floor. You guys work on things that store stuff.
I did build Riser FS.
What? I did, that's right.
That's an
Can I put killed Riser FS up here?
Yes!
Fine.
You don't need our permission, George.
That's a kiddo.
Well, technically, it's less GPL too.
Yeah, that's already covered in less GPL.
Yeah. I actually, honestly, just didn't know we still had it. I mean, it's like, seriously, this is not being developed and it's GPL. 2 strikes, you're out. It's what we call non-American baseball. Yeah, baseball. Come on, I want to go watch a football game.
There's all the CTL improvements from Alexander.
All the which improvements?
CTL.
CTL.
Can target layer.
Yeah.
High availability, all the support for the new
Actually, HA.
protocol.
Yeah, the HA is huge.
Here, I've got a little space.
Good grief.
This is a good problem to have.
Not running out of space.
And now you can share a CD-ROM on XKZ.
Think of all the bugs we've introduced. Sorry.
More bugs.
But they'll be harder to find, right? All the lines we've added, you'll never be able to find the bugs there.
I've got one that actually affects users for the build. At install time, if it tries to build, it will cause an error now instead of rebuilding. It causes an explicit error instead of an obscure error.
I think install world time.
We won't recompile something.
I'm really confused. Wait, so what happens?
So in previous versions, what it would do is if it found a source that was out of date, it would try to recompile it.
And then usually fail.
Install world. Now it will fail.
Install world does not compile out-of-date
Right.
files.
It'll say
Yes.
that it failed because it tried to recompile something.
Fine, I understand now.
Was meta mode in 10?
The current mode was not.
That one is 11.
No.
But
I didn't list any of the build work on this, really. There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Because it doesn't impact the users, really.
All right, so I actually don't want to spend all morning on what but and actually the goal of really talking about today is 12. But I wanted to spend some time doing this because lots of times, especially at vendor summits, we need the have, need, want list. And I think there's a bit of a feeling because some things are repetitive on the list that it feels like things that are just never get done. And I think it can leave us with an attitude of we're just not making progress. And this is the point of this is to look at, wow, we actually got a lot of crap done in the last. We fill up the whole whiteboard and we can keep going. And so we do get things done. That's kind of my point.
This is the point of the exercise.
The point of the exercise is we do get things done. So it's okay.
You're good. You're not in frame.
So
It's fine.
and we come to talk about 12 for the rest of the morning.
I can do it anyway because I'm not.
So that's what we're going to do first. We're going to talk about 12. We're on our new schedule, in theory, we're about 2.5 years between branch points. So for initially when we talk about 12, what I want to think about are things that we can get done in the next 2.5 years, or that we think are reasonable things to either get done or we would like to get done in the next 2.5 years.
Can I do recent ones?
Yeah. So I hope you got your pictures.
I took pictures and we did pictures and there are pictures.
So while you're racing, I'll bring up, I only have 2 things for 12 that are coming.
Can we first have an applause for all the shit that we've accomplished?
Oh, yes. All the new bugs in the system, yay!
No, sorry, because
We're making work for ourselves forever.
I'm in ports, so I see things come by, but this is way more than I had ever envisioned.
So I should mention a couple things. Speaking of bugs.
Yes.
No, speaking of bugs, things I forgot. GDB imports, because GDB and base is good to me. GDB imports, you can follow forks and has a more robust, well, there's still some
Or
bugs.
if you really want to use a debugger, you can try LLDB.
But then you can't do floating point or fork following
Yeah,
or
whatever.
IFIX 6 or kernel.
But if you want to get this question done.
Anyway, so GDB ports.
i386, what is that?
Yes, it turns out we still run it. So GDB ports can do fork following, and it has a different thread support that's actually upstreamable and upstream and base GDB. libkvm supports reading crash dumps from arbitrary architectures.
Woo!
That means that it's now feasible to have cross debuggers for kernel debugging that can cross debug a core node. And KGDB is now in ports, so KGDB then forward ported to GDB7, which means you get GDB7 features like handling inline frames and all the various fixes in GDB7 in KGDB. And it can, only for x86 at the moment, it can actually do the cross debugging of VM cores. So you can debug an i386 VM core on ND64 and vice versa. So eventually when GDB imports gets upstreamable ARM support and MIPS and things, especially for kernels, then you'll be able to grab your VM core off your Raspberry Pi and run it on your ND64 box. I think that's KGB. Which I think is cool, for all the bugs you've just introduced. So for 12, we're almost erased. I have two things I have on my list
Working on it.
for 12. Well, you can flip off. One is I think we should kind of put a flag in the ground and say that tier 1 architectures will ship a GPL-free system for 12.
Yeah.
That is.
You all applaud, but will you do the work?
No, well, I actually want to talk about this a little bit. So I first started using FreeBSD when I was a sprightly little fresh undergrad in college. I would say it's been the approximate late 90s. And I remember when I first started using FreeBSD, there was this sense of, oh, we like the BSD license and stuff, but there was this big elephant in the room that we were never going to be able to really get GPL free because there was no real alternative to GCC.
Turns out.
And that was the attitude, like in the early 2000s and so forth, right? Yeah. Yes? So I'm very excited about the fact that 15 years later, that is no longer like the case. And having a truly BSD licensed system is, in some cases, at least for x86, for example, that is actually achievable as a goal.
There is one library which is GPL, well, LGPL, but still GPL somehow, that we will keep anyway, which is the dialog. Because we use it for everything and we have no alternative, BSD license alternative for that.
And on embedded
But that's
systems.
LGPL, so it's not
Well, I said tier 1.
On embedded systems, which people are talking that ARM B60 or ARM B6 or ARM 64 is the tier 1 system. We still use the DTC compiler, and the BSD one that we have in the tree hasn't kept up with the changing standards, so it's not a viable alternative.
Maybe the thing is recently, like, we ask for people to debug each time it's not working or recent stuff. By recent, I mean something without it.
Okay, I must have missed that, because every time I've tried it before, it's just had a horrific core
Yeah,
So-
otherwise.
I guess my point is, we have 2.5 years.
So that's the only other big piece that I see.
So, well, I think we should, as a project, I think the BSD license is a core part of our identity. And I think we are far enough along that it's actually something that previously wasn't really achievable, that is achievable at least for a good chunk of the platforms we support, or especially tier 1 platforms. So I think it should, in my opinion, that should be a goal for 12.
I agree.
And we should work on it.
All right.
Somewhat tangentially related, one of the things I've been trying to push with Core and a few other folks is
And you may be on course soon,
GCC 4.2.1 needs to die. Right, it is too old. It holds us back in other ways. New architectures that come out are not supported by ancient GCC, but it also turns out some things also are not well supported by Clang. So I think we need a part of
finish external tool chain, and then we can
Well,
do it.
I would say finish external tool chain, except I also want every system to ship with a user bin CC that works. Because especially this matters
We
for
can get that
things.
from binary packages.
Okay, if you install PowerPC and QEMU, there is no binary package.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's not.
Just saying.
If cross-compiling worked in ports, then that would.
Right, so this is true. However, I think we need to have, there are other cases that I see. It could perhaps be done with external toolchain, but the end goal is we need a viable story to have a fully viable toolchain on all our platforms. And even though, to me, part of the BSD philosophy is that we give our users choice. And I have seen in previous jobs that in some cases, Clang works better, in some cases GCC works better. And I would like our users collectively, even if we ship Clang as a default, I think a GPL-v3 toolchain should be a choice that people can choose to make if it works better for them. And it is something we should support. In general on platforms.
So John,
John,
as a bullet item, what is that?
So what-
I want to have a
what's the bullet item?
GPL, a viable GPL-v3 toolchain as an option.
do you have ports?
So I think we actually should, well, I actually think we should not
I know
have
where you're
something
going,
else.
and I'm.
Because I think
Via
there's,
ports or via a separate repo that also has GPL contamination in it?
the current, well, one current proposal is actually to have a separate repo that you can do an overlay checkout to get a source connect3 true.
Yeah, I don't, we should fix external toolchain support to totally work. Because
So
if we
I
do-
maintain
if we do that, we will never get external toolchain support totally working.
So here's one caveat I have. I maintain KGDB and for GB7 outside of tree, which means we don't really have, in any official source, we do not really have proper version control history for that anymore. And in our experience, we don't get to use stock toolchains unmodified. And especially GPL toolchains, it is harder to get stuff upstream. And if we want to do something, we have a viable option that we can maintain where we can have perhaps a GPL-v3 GCC that works well with libc++ as its STL runtime that we want to maintain. Or we have point out instances, especially in some of our other architectures that don't get to use Clang currently at the moment, where you need to make changes that need to require coordinated changes in the toolchain and in either the kernel or userland bits, like in the libc runtime. That's harder to do if everything is important.
As an example, the issue with external toolchain that we got very recently is I keep updating the GCC, for example, and since recently it requires some modification of the runtime, and the external toolchain I use compare RT as a runtime and not FreeBSD. And so if we build with some flags like underscore optimize, something like that, you end up with a symbol that we don't have yet in our base system. That's something we'll keep having on that with the external toolchain.
We'll have that with the coordinated repo as well.
Yeah.
You could run a diff between the upstream and the whatever, but I'm all for keeping good history, but I want to make sure that external tool chains work and that we can create a port that has the same stuff from that, or a package that has the same stuff in that. And I don't want it to just take the quick shortcut of, oh, we have the repo, we can overlay it, everything's good, and keep the continuing mess that we have.
We know that
that's my main.
Well, so then my other option, so I think you should, if you do that, then take Clang out of base system too.
Ha! I'm not sure that is necessary. I think that's a non sequitur.
So I think it equally applies as a non sequitur in the other direction.
No.
Anyway, yeah, we
You
can
want
move
it
on.
interactive. You want it interactive. This is officially interactive.
You want interactive and feedback. I'm giving you
We
my
can just,
feedback.
this is still something to
You know,
discuss. It's not.
so if you want to set it up, great. I'm not going to oppose that. If you want to have an overlay, great. But I don't want that to come at the expense of the external
Well,
toolchain.
there are
That's the
some
only
tool
point I'm
chains.
trying to make.
Well, actually, I want to
If
say
the
that I agree
external
that
toolchain
because,
is 100% working, then, you know.
well, and we can see someone like the guy working on getting GCC 5.2 to work with the external toolchain for PowerPC, and it's still going. And he's working hard at it, but it also does not just work out of the box.
True.
Okay.
But we're talking about goals for 12, right?
Yeah, we're talking goals for 12, and we have some. Yeah.
Let's not just talk about goals for 12. We're talking about future goals. External tool changes goals, but we need 12, we need 13, we need to do it.
Oh yeah, no, and in particular.
Shipping the GPL free compiler in base, whether we do it in 12 or 13 or 14, is a goal we need to get to.
Agreed.
So let's put them up as goals and move forward.
Okay.
So there's a very big difference between having Clang in base and having a GPL-v3 GCC in base, and the difference is GPL-v3.
So to be clear, if we did this, I wouldn't ship GPL-v3 in a release unless it was an architecture that did not support Clang.
There's also a lot more work that you would have to do in order to make GCC 5
imagine if Make Tinderbox was actually using a newer GCC on non-plain architecture so that people were forced to fix it as part of their Tinderbox build.
We already do that using the external toolchain. We have
Right.
a CI that builds with GCC 5.3. And of course, yes, we have disabled some warnings so that it builds, but it triggers quite often some failures. The failures I was speaking about for the compiler RTU is a failure triggered by this. So we already have a CI that use external toolchain for that.
But
build already contained.
do we respond by turning off warnings because we're not going to make developers do this because they can't easily reproduce it as easily as, well, they can't reproduce it the way it's using their own workflow of running Make Tinderbox before they do a tree-wide sweep.
Yes, I don't expect people to fix as long as they can see.
If we have packages available for MD64,
We have.
or, yeah, I know, I mean, because of all the stuff you've done, then 99% of that stuff goes away. When I get a Tinderbox warning, I install the latest GCC and build with that, and it's very easy. I don't always not break things, because I don't, that's not part of my workflow, but when I see they're broken, it's very easy for me to go fix it, and that's, in my mind, a good balance between me always doing it, which adds another date on my commit process, which I'm not gonna do, or, fixing it within a couple hours after it breaks, one time in 20 or something, that to me is a good trade-off. That's why we have continuous integration, so that we can expand the set of things that we're doing, and we should put more things into that.
So I have a question, which is, in terms of 12.0 goals.
Well, and so I do actually want to, well, I do want to talk about goals, and I actually do want to constrain it a bit to what we can do in the next 2.5 years.
Yeah,
So
no,
we get some
my
limit
point
on
is,
time.
we have put two goals on the board.
Yes, we should, and we'll probably talk about the toolchains in much more depth on developers. Just wanted to raise it.
Really? On developers, you think there'll be an in-depth discussion?
Yes. I mostly wanted to put it on the radar, but I want to kill GCC 421, let's put it that way.
Yes.
I want that to be gone, so. All right.
And VNutils. VNutils. Kill the rest of VNutils as well.
Kill the rest of what?
VNutils.
As we can, if we have 5 more placements, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We need to kill
but like,
We still have a problem with we still don't have a good linker.
well, it's coming, LZ is coming, like, this is part of that story, right?
Right.
It's been a long time coming.
Yes.
Wait till Saturday's talk.
You're gonna submit on Saturday, isn't that after the freeze?
Not quite. All right.
Not for sure.
All right, so non-toolchain things. For 12, Angie.
We brought up with Gavin before, but basically replace init with something.
Something.
System D.
Like or launch D.
Someone had to do it.
Service manager.
Something besides rc.d.
Yeah.
Real services.
So those are two different things. Replacing rc.d with something else and replacing a init with something else are two
True.
different things.
You can conflate them into one thing, it does both.
I'll put them down.
You're not gonna
Then we're in
require.
a system D world.
Too, but basically there's some work that's being done by Kip and other folks on launch D and a number of other things.
Yeah, 'cause
That really, we're like almost 10 years behind.
And also, if you do have a bright idea to write another one,
don't.
If you have some really good ideas, read about all of the other ideas first and explain to me in detail why yours are better.
Because they're not.
Exactly.
Wait,
Hopefully
wait.
by the time you've been forced to write that down, you'll understand.
Actually, well, never mind. Never mind. Let's not go there. Let's keep putting bullets.
Let's get George Stone.
Actually, I'm going the right direction. It's coffee.
Maybe instead of saying replace rc.d, replace startup and shutdown.
I think we know what RCW is.
We need a system management framework that isn't necessarily the system management framework.
Yes. We lease this machine back from the people who sold it to us, so it doesn't come under capital accounts. It's the machine that goes ping.
It goes ping.
Yes.
What about rationalizing more config file formats with UCL and better machine readable tooling?
Machine readable tooling I would like to put down for multiple reasons, so let's do that.
That's its own item.
That's why it has a dash. I have a system. Because that goes both for the thing that you were just saying, and then I want us to be putting a lot more machine readable output into things. So, like stuff we've been doing in dtrace in our own work.
I think so, yeah.
input output.
Linux so aptly provided. It's not a single tool was ever conducted without the problem.
Break a few eggs.
If people are more careful, it can be done without breaking it.
We broke W.
I didn't break Foxstack.
12 is meant to introduce bugs.
Establish this.
Actually, you want to finish it?
And QStat still hasn't been fixed. You have to hit Q return or to get out of GStat.
GStat.
But not just libxo, but also things like libnb everywhere in every tool, so that when we have two processes communicating, we no longer convert from binary into something and then parse back into a binary form, right? It's just control interaction with libnb based, that sort of thing.
Yes.
We actually have a GSox 2 that working on libnb areas like that. So hopefully it's useful.
We'll go to Andrew, and then Andrew's got his hand up.
CPU static.
Define.
I think he just wants more of it.
More Numo all the time.
Oh, I didn't know if it was about Big Little or if it was about
Yeah, do you,
Numa or.
There's Numa, there's Big Little, there's you name it.
so one of the makes some sub things. By the way, we need a proper, we also need a proper, basically, we need better NUMA interfaces for a bunch of I/O.
Yes.
Well, yes. The problem is the game system has to speak.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm betting I'll keep going this way. We'll do like a scan, a C-scan.
So I have a more general version of which I have a specific example. The general version is moving a lot of our management tools into libraries.
Yes.
The specific examples are things like ifconfig.
Yeah.
PMC stat. Who wants to write lib PMC stat?
The intent being that I feel that libxo is solving a genuine problem, but I feel it's solving the wrong way. If we actually made our tools libraries, then the actual glue between tools could be done at that level rather than having all of this exo whatever in places that make it really hard for certain companies to integrate certain changes.
No, actually, I agree. But to me, the classic case is PCI conf, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well,
what I would want is I would want something that spit out.
All those kind of tools where we write these command line utilities to manage things within the system, which means that if I then want to go manage that, I have to go write a daemon that scripts a userland tool and all that kind of stuff, where I could be making a library call. And so
Yes.
if we change our approach to those things to be writing libnvme control, then it was wrapped in a very simple thing. We could even possibly write generate something for that.
That's a bit of a narrow focus though, because it's
You
more
see
than
the
that.
point.
Yeah.
The point of libxo is not for programs within the box to talk to each other, it is for the box to talk to outside the box.
Yep. And I'd like to do that by libraries too. I'd like to
Yeah, exactly.
These are not
if I have a
expensive.
REST API that manages my box, why do I need to then shell out to a tool to do something?
No, the thing you're talking to is a web browser. And you can write the whole thing in JavaScript in your web browser.
Look,
Web browser.
Benno, you started it, and this is where it winds up. So it's your own bad fault. The road to hell is paved with JavaScript.
No.
So regardless of, I mean, I think both things are, they're orthogonal and both are
I agree that
useful.
libxo has usefulness.
It's
I
one
don't
component
think
of the
your
solution.
usefulness is the same as my usefulness.
No, it's actually simply one component of the solution.
Yeah.
libxo is wonderful for,
Yeah, it's only one.
we've been using this, John and myself and other people working on this other project have been using this to do things like spit out from cadets.
Yeah.
Spit out from dtrace in this cadets project.
Yeah.
Right, it runs here too. So now we actually get things we don't have to run through sed and awk.
Yeah.
I mean, I love sed and awk.
Yeah.
I've loved them since before I was born, it turns out, because they were written then.
Yeah.
But we would like, someone in the dtrace class yesterday said, so how would I take the output of dtrace and put it into another tool? And I'm like, well, turns out you sort of can't, but there's this GitHub repo over here, and good luck. And that's, so libxo is the output, and then there's the things like libnb to make things talk to each other. The overall goal of libraryization
Yes.
Libification.
of
We call it librarification.
librarification, yes, I've been librarified. Librarified. Anyway, the librarification of things like the system management tools would be a good first step. Like if
It also means that if you are writing or developing an appliance of some kind and you have an interface managing that, you can have the management stuff baked into
Yeah.
your platform API.
Yep, totally true. And then it also, by the way, makes testing of things easier, right? So how do you write a test suite that does networking stuff? I mean, some of us have actually done that, and it sucks. Because it's like, oh, I have to parse the output of all these random tools that were written by different people at different times to generate different types of output with different formats. That is not fun. That is not why I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it so I could actually figure out if our network stack didn't suck.
With that library, making everything a library.
Yeah.
The next step beyond that is things like ifconfig and netstat.
Exactly where I like to
dynamically
stop.
load those things. Because having to have it pre-compiled with having all these different protocols support is kind of a pain, especially for the stuff that I'll talk about in the transport side about network stack and module and being able to have different network stacks. Those libs are very tied to what is implemented in the network stack.
Yep.
If you want to have different ones, you want to be able to dynamically load
Yeah,
those things.
you would call, people who are not kernel developers call those personalities.
Yes.
You load the personality of the application that you're dealing with. I realize, like you, none of us have personalities. But other people, like marketing people, would call that personality.
That's because they have 2 martinis when they start work.
I wish I had started with martinis instead of coffee.
You see George loading his personality right now.
It only gets better as the day goes on.
Warner, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, one of the things I'd like to see in 12 is back pressure up the I/O stack.
Yes. In all sides of I/O, by the way.
Right.
Different I/O stacks.
The current hack that Dylan put in for running buffs works great for one disk, but when your systems have 30, 40, 60 disks, one of those disks can starve everybody else, and then life sucks.
Right, you have the same thing with multiple NICs.
Huh?
But most systems have that.
And no computer needs more than 640K.
12 is about the laptop, right? So.
Yeah.
George,
Hey,
also for network.
hey, Mike, can I
Yeah,
have
but IO's
a storage
I'll-
system I can throw at him?
Yes,
Okay.
we have lots of extra.
Here. For all I/O. High pressure. Like I took a math class once, yes.
Wait, what did he just say? I didn't hear.
He wanted to say, he said as well as networks, and when I said I/O, I meant all of the things that talk to other things.
Right, and that's, so that's gonna need cooperation with the low-level stuff, the high-level stuff.
NICs and MBuffs and the block system and the file system guy has his hand up.
Remember,
Anyway.
do think of things that we can get done in the next few years.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah.
That actually is
I'd
doable.
still like to see
That's doable.
64-bit inodes in the interface. Didn't get it in 11, maybe we'll get it in 12.
I know 64.
Politics of it.
What's the no.
Yeah.
Forget I started to even say
Your
anything.
struct stack, that's the problem.
Let's go.
That's just the beginning of the problems. All
This is
Pathline have problems too. And there's no way.
That's actually,
not Pathline?
same thing.
Yes.
That's all part of, because if we're going to destroy all applications, we're going to do it once.
The fix exists in that branch.
Yeah, that's included in on the 64 stuff, that makes sense.
Brooks hasn't spoken yet. Let's let Brooks
I
speak.
have no idea who's going to do this, but either X32 or colocated.
Oh, you said you're the one who claimed I-386, so I will step this way. And you can work that one out.
X36, but I think X32 might work.
Fairly soon, by the end of the decade.
We will put a man on the moon and do X-32.
We need to stop shipping times 32 times.
That's true, but the problem is Intel is still shipping 32
So
dollars.
So we have to break the ABI. We must break the ABI in a way that's compatible with everyone else.
So X32 is an 8064 API. It's like that's N32. You're using, that's not what that
Let's
is.
just call the item I-386.
Yeah, but I think T64, if you want to do that,
So
yeah, that's.
someone needs to do that.
So you want something else that's I-386
I36 64 is, or I36 T64 is I36 to the 64-bit time T.
Well, there's a lot of other things you might want to.
And since it's like struct stat, when you're going to break it, you might as well break everything else.
Garbage collect. Garbage collect. SPRA and all that sort of stuff like that.
Andrew has his hand up, and then I'll come down to you. Oh, power management.
Somebody wants to manage power.
Yes.
Eric McCorkle would like to see temper-resistant features like secure EFI with options for per machine platform.
you said was the top one?
Tamper resistant.
Tamper resistant features.
So suspended disk period, we're gonna need first before we can have a secure one. There's a bit of a prerequisite there.
Security is actually a once suspended disk works, should do that.
Someone else? Okay. Yes.
SDIO.
SDIO.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that?
Please define.
SDIO is the SD interface for
Native IO for
Wi-
SD cards.
Wi-Fi.
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Yep. Yes. Jonathan, then what? Structured, oh, I think that goes along with that, but it specifically we can put down structured symbolic.
I think it's a syslog record format.
Yeah, record format is syslog. And then Warner.
Support for UEFI boot manager, which
UEFI
includes giving and
variables.
setting variables.
E5
things like
runtime
that.
services and yada yada.
Huh?
E5 runtime services, yada yada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yada yada.
Yeah.
So, I created 64-bit times across the board. That's what it is.
Oh, 64-bit time T everywhere? It's just a request.
Can you do it in 2 years?
My is, I thought we did that except for I386.
Yeah, that might be the only thing left.
What about ARM?
ARM is 64-bit. MIPS is 64-bit.
RPC?
RPC 32?
So you just have to do it. You're the last man standing, so voila.
You can do that in 11.
You can do it right now.
It's like a tier 2 architecture.
Break
Yeah,
all things. Yes.
Replacing NTPD by NTimeD?
Okay.
Finally?
Yeah.
Paul Henning is cheering somewhere.
Yep.
But he's probably asleep.
He's actually probably sighing about the fact that you have to finish NTimeD first, right?
Is it better spelled excited report?
What?
We'll replace it with something. I mean, NTimeD would come in.
Overhaul of the crypto code, more uniform API.
So you're talking about OCF or?
OCF needs an overhaul too.
Well, I don't know if that's what he's asking.
It's Eric McCorkle that's asking, probably dealing with, open crypto and live crypto.
That's OCF.
Alan Jude and had kind of some interesting stuff.
OCF needs a lot.
It's not a special. I just rototailed OCF to make it. I didn't make it any better.
Yeah, well,
I just broke it into small pieces.
Steve.
I have a couple of things. One is for a random number generator, better support for some of the ones that actually have capability of saying I failed, or that I don't have enough to give you right now. Because right now it's pretty much I ask you for random bits and you better give me some, or I'm just gonna keep asking.
Or I'll ask again.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing is watchdogs. So because we are.
You mean random number watchdogs or?
Our watchdog is kind of pretty. Watchdog support is kind of poor.
Okay.
So there are some watchdogs that are multi-level even in the hardware.
Yeah.
And we don't really support that very well.
Okay.
I can, even IPMI can give it an error before it actually decides to reset you.
I saw Ryan had his hand up, and then I'll down this way.
I fear bringing this up, but we built Giant. I was so sad writing SRIB having to lock Giant.
I was actually thinking about new bus locking this morning, which is kind of one of the bigger things, sad reasons. We're close. I almost killed the old call code timeout, untimeout. They're almost dead, and I'm quite frozen.
Do we call that the
It's like
Jack
3
project?
things left using them.
John,
One of them is K-fail. So the Iceland people, if you would test the K-fail patch to make it stop using timeout,
I
untimeout.
forgot about that.
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
I like how Mark's like, I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not with these people. I can neither confirm it or deny. Yes.
I'd like to see more frequent but smaller major releases, so we don't have a giant chalkboard full of stuff every 3 years.
It should be
Yeah, I'm not even putting that on the board, sorry. But you can talk to the man up there behind the coat rack. And we're done.
I mean, if you would employ a few people who are dedicated full-time to release engineering, that may be feasible.
I don't, yeah, Warner, and then Warner, then Randall, then we're gonna go this little triangle here, Drew.
Support for the new 3D crosspoint and mid-level
NVDIM.
tiers where we need a higher IOPS rate than the IO stack has dealt with.
Unfortunately, Jim is not here.
So,
But I know he's working on some level of
so
it.
he's working on the driver for that, but not the general infrastructure that we need in the kernel.
Well, it depends on what you do. You want a file system that's an NVDIM file, a PNG file system.
So, this is just in general to support devices that are operating closer to memory speeds rather than traditional SSD and disk speeds.
Okay. I mean, it's on board.
It's more, there's more to it than just, oh, we have a block layer driver. It needs infrastructure work to cope because we've got a lot of overhead we need to look at and optimize out.
Randall.
So we have this little feature that we've written 2 papers about, Scott and 9 other people, called TLS send file.
Okay.
So it allows you to do the encryption part of both TLS in the kernel, and what that allows you to do then is send file on a TLS socket. We are more than willing to contribute to that if this project's interested.
So maybe we would want it, Drew.
Getting rid of the global PBOK block and show send file.
Yes.
We currently have a patch which makes it backed by UMA.
PBUF lock, right?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's like that static pre-allocated full.
Yeah, with one lock and.
Yes, of course.
Pound, 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 die, gag.
All right, so I have one, actually. There's a couple of bullet points. A framework for having a journal log thing of errors. So, and that logs, you can log things like disk errors, you can log machine checks. Yeah, kind of a fault management thing.
It's not only logging, it's for me, it's not logging is important, but also handling it's actually do something about the disk errors.
Well, I'm thinking, I mean, so to me, there's different components and it's over time, but one, at least be able to save the darn things and not lose them across here, but it would be one step. And be able to, it will grow over time, but that's one, at the moment we don't even do that. We also need PCI AR, which is a PCI error reporting.
Oh, PCIER. We've only talked about that for the last 5 years. By the way, no one's put up GPIO. Even though we have some GPIO support, we probably need to improve the GPIO support.
Or,
It would be nice if we could cross-build FreeBSD on Mac.
Yeah,
I love to. I think works for a company that doesn't have like a lot of FreeBSD machines around, but I have a lot of like Linux clusters. It'd be nice if we could build one.
Yeah, I tried doing that. Unfortunately, we would have to change a few libraries.
How much did that run from the external tool chain?
No, this is more like having to have entry and a few other utilities that aren't available on a bunch of operating systems and just bootstrapping those tools. Because we don't install some of the MD5 libraries and other stuff to the standard spot.
Yeah, it would be expanding with legacy quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem.
Simon, then Brooks.
So to cross build on most like Linux and so on, you basically have to accept a number of if defs and crap like that into the codex. And that's pretty much all it takes. I mean, FSD already cross builds on pretty much anything. We don't currently build FreeBSD head on Linux, but we build ancient Junos on Linux and so on. That's really all there is to it. Once you have external tool chain.
I would say that's actually something we could put a bit of effort into and have a bit of a project. We could probably do it. We should probably start at a future than something, then off to distant future to really look at it. There are things like mountains and tree actually.
Cambridge.
Is a solve. Yeah, is in fact a solved problem. I mean, GSOC students last year wrote a political
discussing it in August.
There's a bunch of small things, it's like 20 tools that need to be either evicted or ported.
One, on the same bullet point, you can put a portable libkdm. So then you can build both KGB, like a native KGB OS and a Linux that can debug both the import. And then and some of the should add kernel support in LDB, and also we need LDB features and fixes for other architectures in general. LDB, KLDB should write down.
Latest.
Andrew.
Go ahead.
Oh.
We're actually quite close, but people continue to go down to and I'm thinking so it's tier 1.
Say it again.
Some sort of ARM v6, ARM and ARM64, some of those should be tier 1.
VOP deallocate.
And also more support for spouse things like copy and move.
Yeah, I think so.
As the office to release some space from.
Do you need an explicit, do you need a system call to go along with that?
No, well, I've got like implementation which has got some.
I guess, could you have an allocate flag that is actually deallocated?
Yeah, we use that, but we need another flag, so it's
I need to have more flag.
yeah. Flash is already there, but there are some really good.
So, it is now 10:30. Why don't we?
John?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask something before you dismiss something.
Okay. Pause. It's now 10:30. We're gonna break for 30 minutes. Then from 11 to 12, we have, it's listed as the vendor summit. We're actually going to carve it up into a couple of things. I will want to do, typically the vendor summit we have, need, want. And we're going, given that we've kind of done some of that here with 12, talking already, we'll do a truncated version of that for the first half hour between 11 and 11:30. At 11:30, I'm going to turn it over to Deb and the core team. You're part of the core team.
No. Still.
Yeah. For a
Yeah.
few
Sorry,
days,
Jeff.
for a few days.
And we're going to have a little update, foundation update, and we're going to have a core team kind of Q&A panel where you get to torture them. So.
Which I'm going to MC, so you really want to be here for that.
All right. So, and then lastly, before turning to Dan. So after lunch, we're going to attempt a photo if the weather is cooperative. I don't know if we can find a place to do it. And then after the photo, we're going to do our working groups in the afternoon, as we did yesterday. However, there's one, I've got kind of left the slot open for this room for the afternoon, but there's not a specific working group. Instead, I hope that some of the things we've talked about, especially for 12, prompt some interest in some folks in the room. And if you want to get together and talk about, thinking about how to work on some of these things for 12, you can do that here in this room in the afternoon. So it's a place set aside for kind of more impromptu discussions. You can just go grab someone, go to the corner of the room, and that's kind of what the purpose of this room will be in the afternoon. All right?
Right.
Yes, Brian.
Who wants to talk about the cross-build support?
I just want it. I want to stop talking about it.
Phil has to do it.
This is something I've been working on somewhat, and I'd love to talk to people about it later in the afternoon.
Okay, and also what we'll do, I think, right after we resume in this room, we can start with doing that. You know, I want this topic and everyone else into a corner.
Sounds good.
Okay? All right, return over to Dan.
Before you all leave, there's a closing party on Saturday night after the auction. Who wants to go there and hasn't already obtained a ticket to get in or asked me for a ticket to get in?
What do you mean?
Is that on registration?
If we
Yes,
register.
you may have signed up for registration, but during registration, if you didn't get a ticket then, or you haven't subsequently told me that you want to go, put up your hand. And you want to go. Basically, you want to go, but you haven't done anything about it yet. Sorry?
Is it different from paying for it as part of registration? You have a physical. What if you haven't registered?
What is your definition?
This is why on my business cards I have cat herder. Okay, let me.
You're talking about the $30 ticket.
The $30
Second?
ticket. Yeah.
Second?
If you don't have a
You
$30
heard
ticket,
cats?
put up your hand
I
if you
didn't
want
know.
one. 1, 2, 3.
One at a time.
Hey! If you registered for it,
Thank you. Is it a physical ticket or just the purchase that we did?
Okay. You will have purchased something during registration. When you go to pick up your registration pack, you'll get a silicone wristband. That's your ticket in, okay? So you may not have your physical ticket, but you bought it. So if you haven't done anything about buying, put up your hand if you want one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The reason I'm asking is I want to make sure there's food for you. All right?
That's good food. It's a nice place. I like food. All right, go have your break. 11.
I wrote something like 4 years ago. He told me that I wasn't. Yes, I want
to you 2 emails about changing the, because you are author of MFC, right? Email called MFC. Yes, because when you are doing the comments, right, you can add MFC and then you will get the email, right? And I email you idea of doing the MFC with. Do you remember something about that? Ah, okay, okay. Because you know, I don't have access to the infrastructure, but I would love to help with that and make it. Because the problem that I recognize is that if you are doing like 2 commits, right, and one is breaking something, and you want to mark that this should be MFC with something, right, then you should be able to add some idea of those commits. Okay, okay. Mari. Okay. Okay, okay. Thanks. Thanks. See you later.
Diane, I put the website on the wiki. Okay.
Yeah, I put one crappy photo.
Yes.
Yeah, I put one crappy one up there just to get things going. But
You want me to remove it? Remove the first picture?
oh, I don't. Oh, no, I'll leave it. It's fine. It's taken with my iPad.
So if you want to take your seats, now it's 11 o'clock. We'll get started again. I control the horizontal, I control the vertical, or at least the microphone. I'm not going to be sorry. We're not doing that.
That's cool to get back to work.
Yeah, something like that. So, as John pointed out, we're going to do a somewhat abbreviated bit of have, need, want. Since I would expect that all of the people who had needs or wants expressed them for 12, we're going to mostly just go through haves for the next 30 minutes. So we can figure out the things that people have developed in-house. People have developed in-house that they're willing to commit or willing to get someone else to commit. So we're going to do the have part of the vendor summit thing. For those, I mean, how many people here have never been to a FreeBSD vendor summit? Wow. Okay, so let me back up slightly, as opposed to assuming you know everything I'm talking about. So the FreeBSD vendor summits are where we get together. Generally at something like BSDCan, we already have people who work at companies who use FreeBSD in their products, and then we have people who are working purely on the operating system, sometimes not for work, sometimes for work. But the idea is that we get all of us together in a room and we talk about the bits of software that have been built on FreeBSD that haven't been integrated into the tree yet, but which people would be willing to integrate into the tree if only they had time or someone external who they could just hand a repo to so that they could put some of these things in. That's the have list. If you look on the FreeBSD wiki and you look for vendor summit, you'll see the notes from past summits. So what we'll do is we'll usually have 3 sections. Have, which is, you know, we have this thing, we don't, it's not part of our secret sauce. We'd love to see it in FreeBSD so we could reduce our diff. And then there's need and want, and those are the lists of, you know, that's the wish list of, oh, I really wish we had, you know, better sensor support, or it'd be great if we could do this thing, which is a way of the vendors who integrate using FreeBSD getting out to the rest of the community the things that would be really great features to, you know, make their product and possibly all the products better. So what we're going to do today, because we've just gone through the 12 discussion, is just talk about some things that different people have. So we do this by a show of hands. I played Vanna earlier, and John is going to be Vanna now, for those of you who've never watched Wheel of Fortune. So who wants to start off with things that they have that want integrated?
Just one thing first, George. There was something I didn't bring up during the 12 discussion because I didn't think that it was necessarily
But it's never going to go in. So go ahead.
applicable to everybody, but it might be something vendors are interested in, which is
Intel.
SGX.
Okay, I guess that's a need.
Well, it's not an E. So that's their secure guard extensions. It's kind of like a software HSM and what we're looking at.
Do you have a?
I have another one, really quick. And
I love how I've organized this so well. It's going brilliantly. What's your one?
SMR, host-aware SMR.
So, like file system?
Yeah. The shingled recording where the host manages the free pools.
John doesn't like shingled recording. I don't know what's going on there.
I know. I don't like it either, but we can get more space if somebody gives this to us, but we're not.
All right, so Colin has his hand up, and I'll go across.
Anybody have wants so we can kill that and move to half?
This is a want, but.
All right, we're gonna do all three. It turns out. Let's do the wants first. What do you want, Colin?
Well, it's not a vendor wanting something from FreeBSD. It's FreeBSD wanting something from a vendor. I wish a vendor would find a laptop and certify everything on this laptop works in FreeBSD, so that as a FreeBSD developer, I can buy a laptop and know that I can use FreeBSD to do other things and not worry about the video not working or the sleep not working.
Viable laptop. Yeah. By the way, if every one of us bought one of those, no one would do it. But I do like the idea. Andrew.
It's not really system level want, more userland.
It's fine. Userland. We know about Userland.
There are things about the Cisco interface.
Really?
So better support for things like OpenStack and Ceph.
Ceph somebody's actually, Brent is not here, he'll be here tomorrow, but I don't expect to work on that.
I'm going across the room. Yes.
So, we're in a position where we're kind of considering FreeBSD, and one of the things that we're looking at is some of the areas where there's gaps from our current platform, and we would love to see something like MDB with its D commands and walkers for debugging, specifically kernel debugging.
Okay. MDB features.
Yeah, I understand.
How about just MDB?
Just MDB.
Somebody want to port MDB?
He does.
Drew will port MDB for
I don't
you.
want to do it. I want to convince
someone else to do it.
I want to convince someone else to do it with money.
Okay.
What MDB can do that KGDB cannot do, and KGDB can speak.
MDB is more like DB, because with GDB you can go get a cup of coffee while you type PS. With MDB, everything's instant, and the walkers are built with the kernel. It completely understands the kernel data structure.
MDB was built by kernel developers. GDB was built by.
Yeah. Well,
oh, sorry. Now GDB is built by kernel developers. But once upon a time.
I think you should think of MDB more like, in terms of how it's used, more like DDB than like KGDB. It's not a remote thing you connect to. It is something you can use to interact. My understanding is it's more like DDB.
Yeah, but I've been using MDB a lot in some boxes at work, and when I switched to FreeBSD, I scripted the equivalent of what we did with MDB through KGDB and the Python interface.
Okay.
Matt.
We're not necessarily looking for like, it has to do exactly what MDB does, or it has to be used in this particular way. It's more the tools that are part of MDB, like, all the D commands and walkers that make debugging much easier, like having those available in GDB or KGDB or LLDB or SICK, any of those things would be a viable solution.
Just making sure the features translate.
In particular for production environments where you aren't going to have the source code living on the customer system.
Yep. Okay. I was going this way.
I guess better support for non-defense devices, NAND and non-defense.
Yep.
Don't work in DVDs.
What was that?
I don't work in DVDs.
So this is a have or a want?
Yeah, this is very much a want.
We'll get to haves eventually, I guess. Who else still has a want?
Try to exhaust in the next 5 minutes.
A vendor want is building from Linux.
We have that. That's in 12, the cross build support. Yeah. We know you want that. All right. So, Sean has one.
Yeah, I want stem cell images so that we can have like what I mean by that is either
you want to, it's,
I want like an init, like, you know,
Yeah, I think I
bootstrap
understand.
installer create, you know.
Basically an installer, almost a template.
Yeah, of sorts. Like the Azure recent, Azure does this, or just did this, where you have like this stem cell image which you can go and clone.
Write down stem cell
Other
image, we'll figure
providers
it out.
have that.
Okay.
But the project needs something.
Collins AMI builder AMI builder,
Yeah.
but generic.
Okay.
right. Okay, are we done with once?
No.
We're never gonna be done. Because we open the floor to this, we're screwed. Yes?
So I really, it's pretty strange that I'm the only one who needs them, but we need the sensors for work and we need open network. And we would actually like to sponsor that, but we would love to share the costs.
But that was the 12 list.
I'm pretty sure many vendors needs that.
Right.
It would be even better to actually have other vendors to cooperate, so we don't create something that only works for us.
Okay, well, let's presume that everything on the 12 list is on the want list.
Yeah.
If
That was in
we
the
talked
12
about it
list.
last time, in the interest of time, let's
Yeah.
assume that those are things we do want.
You're the last want. No more
Okay,
wants after this.
so I floated this on Dev Summit this morning. A want would be a DHCP V6 client in base.
In base.
Wait a minute, V6 is auto-config, why do you want DHCP? We're done.
What is the
But
second
what I
version 6 you're
have
talking about?
Is the modifications to network.server, so that you can use that client if you have it.
So does, whatever we're using. What was that?
Those should go in, the changes in the RZ stuff should just go in.
Right, well, that's a have, we're not gonna have
Ooh, what's that have? We got our first tab.
New list.
New board.
No, because y'all can have lots of things to have, so I'm gonna need to fix your half words.
Yeah. Wow, you have a lot more faith than I do.
You assume we're done with the once, John, that's not a good.
Oh, you are done
We
with
are
your
done with
wants.
the
I like when both John and I say that, you're really in trouble. All right, so why don't we start with things people have, and I'll start on the right-hand side. If anyone has something that they want to talk about putting into the system that is not currently there. If we have a null have list, I
Well,
mean, you really.
TLS sense file y'all mentioned earlier, so I'm going to put that on the list.
Okay. Yes.
I have an RC.D replacement, initially built on relaunch.D, or launch.D is the model, now kind of redesigning it to add some Solaris SMF-like capabilities, but it's something I want to get into the base systems.
What is it called besides that?
Job.D.
Job.D.
Yeah, so I'm giving you a talk on it tomorrow, but if anybody's interested.
Is that job or Job?
Job. Depends how much pain you have to, how much pain it causes you.
Exactly.
Should we list all of the init and RC.D replacements that people have before?
I don't know if we have that much more.
Other halves.
So we should.
So is this TLS send only a send file or is basically TLS in the kernel?
It's TLS in the kernel.
Well, but I think it's only tied into, it's not, I don't know if it's a generic interface.
It's not a generic send receive.
Yeah,
It's
it's just send file.
it's closely tied to send file, transmit only. All the negotiation of connections is done in user space.
But it's only one direction?
It's only transmit.
Send?
There's nothing stopping someone from writing the receive path, but it was not of value to us. So we received so little, we let the application space do the decryption for received data. But on the send path, it's very important to us, and so we created it for the send path only. And that was a suggestion by Mr. Watson to simplify it for us.
Oh, and also, there is no such thing as a receive file, right?
No, there's not.
Some
So-
vendors have something similar to that.
Yeah.
Great, but
What maybe does, if you want a receive file, this at least gets you closer to that. TLS bits.
Generic send and receive.
I think you'd have to start with what exists, and you would.
But this is what's
you
have,
just-
they have,
Yeah.
they have it.
And we're willing to give it.
So yes,
Yes.
it's on the list.
Other half.
Other halves. Ed?
Live on wine from LLVM instead of GCC stuff.
And that we have, right? Somewhere. Ish. It'll be in 12-ish. Matt?
Delphix has a whole bunch of CFS changes that we will be working on upstreaming, but I also wanted to highlight, there's CFS encryption
So you might want to talk to that gentleman on the far side. He knows something about encryption. The one who's ducking. Yes?
Is that encryption via future file?
Yeah. We have a bunch of groggy hacks that let you get inode 64 support in while preserving a measure of backwards compatibility with 32-bit inodes. They would need to be validated because they work for us, whether they work for everyone is a whole other question.
I'd rather just
Basically,
do
we
a-
shim out struct stat, struct around, and then we have a bunch of syscall shims that get around the issues, and then a bunch of libc stuff that makes them work.
Do you deal with namespace collisions? Because things like pass endurance and privacy let through the
No, we
namespace
don't.
and things like that.
So
In our
in
case,
we
like gets the new version of pass all around the tree, and that's where I ran into last time.
I'm not sure whether we deal with that. Really, this is really just so that we can run some measure of unmodified FreeBSD binary on 1FS.
Actually, we have two different structures for Durant, don't we?
Yes, we have two different structures for Durant, and if you're using the old one, then you get the old one, and so on and so forth. But yes, we have something that could be taken and turned into something useful.
We actually have the inode 64 project.
Yeah.
Well, this stuff that was done for Iceland was actually based off the inode 64 project. It was continued on by Matthew Fleming.
Yeah, we've got the compact stuff so that you can actually.
And write it down and we'll figure out,
Yeah.
someone who understands file systems will figure out how to make those two work together.
Someone who's willing to do the work in the FreeBSD tree, come talk to us and we'll give you the tips that we've got.
Okay.
And-
So
and-
it's
and
like
you can
inode
run like
64
quickly before
compat,
you go.
is what I would say. That seems compatish.
We also have the actual N64 bits.
Yeah. Yes,
So this is not precisely a half, because we haven't done the work yet, but the work.
will have, you will have.
It's a will have, if FreeBSD wants to do registration of cryptographic ciphers dynamically instead of having a list of defines that's precompiled in, so that we can support kernel level modules for new ciphers and stuff like that.
Okay, and are those changes going into like the Open Crypto framework?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be within OCF.
Another thing that is a have/want. So we have.
I have a want.
I want to have, yes.
We have ZFS device removal,
Mhm.
but it only works for non-redundant tools, so it doesn't work on RAID Z. So what we want is either people to say, we really, really want this, and we want it in ZFS, even though it's incompatible with this other feature, which is like something that we've tried to avoid. Or we want people to say, we really, really want it, and we really, really want it for RAID Z, so we will help implement the RAID Z support.
Okay, but the have is removable devices
For non-RAID.
for non-RAID Z. And then Davide is next.
CPC provider for these things?
CPC?
Yeah, the performance concept.
You actually did that?
No, I'm not
Okay, yes, that's a have. You're welcome to send me the patch. No, CP. Don't make me hurt you. Yes.
Got a energy aware scheduler, but that has a dependency on some power management framework with it. Cool.
Yeah, well, we would take that. Power order scheduler, because we know who wrote that, and we trust him. So yes, that would be good.
I don't know.
But you work with him. He just comes to meetings, he seems okay. Other halves. Yes.
We have a kernel debugging and testing framework, and it lets you do some interesting things. One is you basically can get a DDB-like shell in interspace without pausing your system. Another, and call kernel functions and stuff. Another piece of it is that there's a C, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
We believe you.
It's really cool, and that's sort of, be careful what you do.
It's like KGV minus W.
Or dtrace with destructive mode.
And it also has a C API, which lets you populate more complex data structures and buffs. You can do things like create an inbuff that has a certain structure and change a certain structure, and then call a random
Yeah, we want that.
function with that.
Yeah, we definitely, we at least want the library bits of it that we could integrate with either that command line or something else, because that would be super useful just generally, for testing and things like that.
More stuff.
More habs.
Well, we
What
still
have you people been doing for the last year?
Working on web apparently.
Yeah, we can dispatch, it's pretty small, but yeah, to disable SMT from the bootloader.
Oh, yes. Yeah, put
Oh,
that
so
down.
Not just hyperthreading, old hyperthreading, but new hyperthreading.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes. We want that because there are people who are too dumb to use the files.
So there are actual use cases where SMT is useful.
Yeah, well, the SMT use case I have right now is someone I know specifically who fails every time to turn off SMT, so that's why I wanted it in the bootloader.
Yeah, we can dispatch, so it does just a little bit of low level bits, so I can cover it.
It should be really small.
Yes.
We have IPv6 improvements to ES and MP, and there's also a trap, ES and MP trap implementation of this sort of that needs to be reviewed.
Okay.
It's an SMB trap IPv6.
Philip volunteers to review it.
Sorry?
Is the trap bits, is that just IPv6 support for trap or something else?
It's
for that?
actually in general, because I have to go look over again, but basically the engineer that was working on it, tried to get the same functionality as SNMP trap and SNMP, and it didn't work.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone talk about the Intel video drivers?
Intel.
Intel video drivers?
Is that something you have?
Yes.
This stuff is in progress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Stuff, yeah.
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 So that's part of the viable laptop.
Well,
Actually, we have some performance improvement for the KVM.
Okay. Wait, say that again. What's for libKVM? Oh, this is the work you're doing.
Performance improvement for
Yeah.
kernel core file.
Kernel core file improvements, performance improvements. Ah, yes.
Rate limit support, we're gonna talk about it tomorrow.
Okay, rate limit on,
It's for TCP Unity and the side to the infrastructure to offload it to the hardware.
Okay.
So it means maybe adding some sort of lower precious.
so this is network rate limit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Per socket rate limit?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Have you talked to the nice man over there who just looked at you? You should probably talk to Navdeep as well. He's been doing some pacing work.
Yeah, we had some discussions.
Okay, so you have talked. Other apps. Yes.
Yeah, we plan to all for SIOA development, and then that will involve some changes maybe in color, like the PCI and interrupt, so we will see anybody still want to work with us together to fast it.
Say that again slower, or I'm gonna move closer because I'm going deaf.
Okay, our plan is to take off SIOA development on Hyperway.
Oh, got it, yes.
Yeah, and that part of work was so we are changing the design material such as PCI and interrupt.
Mhm.
So we would actually anybody who knows that part of well to work with us together.
Okay. So this is more interrupt rework and bits for specifically for Hyper-V.
Well, if we wanted to extend then what any whichever team I'm asking.
Okay. So it's virtualization. Yeah. There you go. Power virtualized PCI stuff. Thank you. Other apps. Yes.
I'm working on just-in-time compiler for beverage packaging for Army 7.
Other apps. All right. I think we should stop here. Oh wait. See when I say stop. Encrypted crash notes, that sounds good. The crash notes we can't read anyway. All right, well, let's, thank you very much for all those happy things. I'll take pictures. Okay. We didn't put people's names next to those, John. Good. Actually, I know some of those too, so just try. This is Scott. The person who's in Socket Relay Limiting. I just spell that?
ODED.
Oh, it did. Okay, yeah. This one. Who said kernel profile? This was Rustling. And this is BGB. The most recent 4 I can remember.
The RCD and DHCP v6 bits.
Oh, it was over here.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. This. Yeah, it actually matters more for the haves.
Yeah, very well to have.
The have-nots, we don't care who you are, but the haves we care about.
DHCPC was.
Oh, that was .NET.
That's not it?
Yeah.
That was like.
964
There's
is.
no votes, but I saw that.
I ban out. Okay, so next up we're going to have a brief discussion. Hold on. We're going to have a brief set of comments from the FreeBSD Foundation, who are some of the people who funded the project and the conference. So I know Deb wanted to come down and pop up some slides, so let's get that going.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
And then John will fix the screen. And do we have a second mic? I do have control. I don't like telling people what to do. Ooh. Come on down. You're the next contestant. I am skinnier than Drew Carey. I have. Yeah, I have done both. The mic is off. It's usually supposed to be.
At some point, you just can't.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
It's a long way around.
So if I see her. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because otherwise, otherwise I just can't. Okay, otherwise I just. boards, he's gonna lead a panel on the boards with the core team, so I know everyone's gonna be, just, ask your questions to those guys. So, we're the FreeBSD Developer. Who are we? So we're a public charity based in the US. We're actually based out of Boulder, California.
California?
Taking over the world! Okay, start over.
It's
I'm
on tape.
from California originally.
It's on tape anyway.
We're a team of committed people. We're passionate about what we do. And we're small. So there's only a few of us that we tell you about who we are. So we were founded in 2000 by Justin Gibbs, who's right here. Actually stand up. So everyone can stand up.
He really runs the show since I did stand up.
And he's actually based out of Boulder, Colorado. So.
Oh, the other bulldogs.
The other one. And we have a volunteer board of directors. Actually, most of them are here. I'd like everyone to stand up. And I'm doing this so you can recognize the faces of them. And the only one who's missing right now is Robert Watson. We have a staff of 6 people, and so we have Ann Dickinson. I'm going to ask each person to stand up and for the same reason. She's our marketing director. We have Ed Mast, who's our director of project development. We have, so Caustic isn't here, but I'm sure most people know who Caustic is. That's for everyone. Glenn Barber, you may not know who he is.
But he looks like George.
Yeah.
Wait, who's who? And he is actually based in Colorado now, so it's very exciting to have him local. And we actually have an office now, and in Boulder, and we have Sabina Percarpia, who is not here, and she is our administrative assistant, and she manages the office. We are financially stable, open book company. We post our financials on our website. So you can go to our website and see our quarterly financial reports, as well as our year-end and our budget too. We post that. So what do? We fund development work, and that's internal and external. So we do have software engineers on staff, and so they do delve into the code. And we also have outside projects that we do fund. We won't go. So one project that we're doing right now is porting FreeBSD to support the ARM64 architecture, and can't think of other projects we're doing right now, but it's probably we actively recruit. So we go to conferences and we have literature that we can hand out to encourage people to join the project. We support the FreeBSD infrastructure, so that's hardware, computer servers that we are located. I think maybe we have 6 facilities now that are hosting. Like we have like 5 or 6 around America.
5 physical sites.
5 physical sites. We do FreeBSD advocacy, and this is promoting FreeBSD at conferences and social media is around the world. We sponsor conferences like this one and other BSD related conferences, as well as like Open CFS and Grace Hopper Women in Technology, or I'm sorry, that's a Women Computing Conference. And we attend conferences, so actually most of us are here right now. But this is just one of many conferences that we attend. And we try to go to conferences that are not BSD related. And so that'd be like Scale and OSCON. And the whole purpose for us to be there is to help promote FreeBSD. We employ the lead release engineer. initiative that we really want to grow and support. And so that includes providing course material or supporting people who are providing course material from graduate level in universities down to middle school level, as well as boot camps and workshops. And so we're working on that. And we support the project with legal support, or we provide the project with legal support, and so that will include if there's licenses or contracts that need to be signed by a legal entity, then we, since we are a legal corporation, we can do that on behalf of the project. And lastly, we publish the FreeBSD journal, and so if you're not subscribing, I would love to ask you to please do. It's a professionally produced magazine. It's has an editorial board of like a volunteer editorial board of maybe 10 people, and they had a meeting this week, and it was late, and I'll tell you, those folks are really passionate about what they do, and they do it on their own time, and so anyway, it's a very high quality magazine, so please subscribe. So we're fully funded by your donations, and so this is our graph since the beginning, and you'll see, I don't have a pointer, but that nice spike, and which made the graph a little wonky, but in a really positive way, I think. And then where we, okay. And then, let's see here, so this is where we're at. Well, what the dotted line is where we want to be, and so I believe, yeah, so the solid line is where we're at right now. We've raised about 216,000. Our goal is $1.25 million for this year, and we've spent close to, I believe, about 250,000 at this point. So with that, and our budget is also the same, and that's why the two lines merge. And so we're small. You saw most of our team. And we can't support everything that we want to support. And so we need more resources, which includes people and money in order to support that. So what the feedback's telling us is that what we're doing is right, which is great. And but what the financial feedback is this isn't scalable, and we really need money in order to continue doing what we're doing, so we need your help. So this is what you can do to help us. You can ask your company for a donation. You can help us set up a meeting at your company, and so what we will do is we'll come visit and talk about, it depends on the level of knowledge of your company, but we'll go from even the basic of explaining what the project is, how it's organized, who we are, to very technical conversations too. And so that's part of how we facilitate a collaboration between companies and the project. And you help us with messaging to help convince your company why they should donate. So you can help tell us why your company uses FreeBSD, why they like FreeBSD, and they can help us craft our messaging too. And also company testimonials help quite a bit, and we post those on our website. We publish them in our newsletter, and it shows, it's a great way to promote your company, but also show other companies how other companies are using FreeBSD and being successful. And then you can write an article for the journal, so it's a great way to become an author. It's a great way to write about what work you're doing, and becoming an expert in your field, or if you are an expert, just providing that knowledge to other people. And then lastly, what I'm going to leave it at is, so we sent out a community survey. I hope everyone is aware of that, and we've received maybe 1,000, over 1,000 responses. We published it last Friday, and it was amazing, the responses we got right away. And so if you need the link, I probably should put it here, but we'll provide it to you. And so anyway, we are here for the week. We are one of the sponsors for not only the Developer Summit, but also for the conference. That will be run the next 2 days, and we'll have a table. And so the purpose of the table is for you folks to find us and to stop by and ask us questions and tell us what you would like to see us do to support you people who are here. And also to, while you're there, just give us a donation too. We have cool swag. So I'm gonna leave it at that. And so George is going to go ahead and run the panel, or moderate the panel report.
Thank you very much. No, I'm gonna take the mic.
Okay.
Since moderate means I get to talk to the mic. Because God knows you want that. So is that, John, have you seen, or Dan, have you seen our AV guy recently? Oh, hello. Can we have a hand mic as well?
Right now?
No. I'm gonna call, well then I have to do this like, here, speak into this is bizarre. Anyway, if you have a second mic, I would love one. If you don't have a second mic, I will make do. People who are on core, raise your hand, and if you don't, I will come find you and point you out. All right, come on down. There are no Glebs here. Gleb, you're on core, come here. Who else is?
Let's be a warning to the next people. George does this.
Yes. Hey, look, you know, there's 14 people running. I might not get elected. I might get elected. Okay, so great. So whose idea was it? It was not my idea. Anyway, so the idea was to.
You emailed me.
I did not email you.
Yes, you did. Actually, Matt McSee emailed me.
There you go. Where's Matt? Where's our? Yeah, this is our secretary. He's trying to get out of being down. Come on. Come on down. You're the last contestant on The Price is Wrong. So one of the reasons, I guess, I'm going to make this up as I go along. One of the reasons to have a core panel or a core discussion this time, we should have had chairs, but I'm sorry, was so that people in the community could actually ask questions without us having to go back and forth on mailing lists. And you know, over the last 2 years of core has been a fun and just sort of a completely quiet time in the community. That core has had no things to deal with, so we thought people could ask questions if they had them of core, or I don't want to invite feedback. I'll just say that you can ask questions. So core is here to answer your questions about what we do or what we haven't done. Who wants to start? Wow. Okay, you're all done.
What is core doing about it?
What is core doing about it?
What else?
Yeah, it's okay. Good. Start off with Paul.
Okay, so it will be a long question, but so
Thank you.
for BSD to be relevant in the future, I guess, there are four main things we have to focus on. So first of all, we have to do FreeBSD more user-friendly, and actually try to enforce this user-friendliness somehow, right? So as we discuss to make the configuration files more general and stuff like that, we should actually, I think, enforce that for all the new tools that we develop on FreeBSD. We should force people to actually use our libraries or whatever, right? Another thing is that we definitely should work with other vendors. So I love this interview Microsoft, and then the Community Foundation does that. I also think that we have to emphasize somehow competitive advantages of FreeBSD and actually take really care of them. So for example, we had ZFS for a long time. ZFS which you couldn't even run configure through our installer, which is really not my fault, but
Who imported CFS?
I did mine.
Okay.
But just so you know, we have ZFS running, and no way to install it for regular user who wants to get to FreeBSD, and he cannot even. Now when we hire new developers, they are forced to use FreeBSD on their laptops, and I see the pain they have trying to do that, right? So many obstacles. And I also think that we also should go to
You're absolutely correct. The interesting problem is you're smack bang in the middle of the what actually is core thing, and over the years core has evolved to something that's not exactly the leadership flag waving type thing, and is more of an enabler, and has traditionally sort of it has evolved to basically to help and bless and give people support people who want to do that rather than actually doing it themselves. It's an interesting problem. Yes, somebody should do that, but for a volunteer project, who's actually going to do that?
Well, I think that the court actually should take some responsibility to try to enforce at least some of the
Yeah. I run FreeBSD dog food on everything that I can, with the exception of my work laptop, which I officially say I'm not allowed to, but I actually don't know how.
Anyone else want to make a comment? All right, Kevin.
So I mean, I actually got into FreeBSD exactly through university, because I ended up having to run FreeBSD on a server and just went from there, which is why I'm very much involved in the Summer of Code program, because I really do see the value in getting people at the university involved in FreeBSD. I try hard to encourage people to do Summer Code. We had real trouble this year getting sort of project suggestions, but I would encourage anyone who wants to see us push more at the university to push further with Summer Code and suggest projects and mentor people, because I really do see value in that as a way of getting students involved.
Raise your hand and I'll wander around with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo that. You're absolutely correct, that we need to foster a culture where we do those sorts of things. Core is not, as a body, going to write the ZFS support or ZFS support in the installer, but we definitely need to set the sort of expectation that that's the way this community works, and that ZFS is a supported and is part of what makes FreeBSD, and set the expectation that we want it to be included in the installer, we want it to be a first-class citizen, and when folks show up who want to work on it, when Ellen, folks at the installer, facilitate and celebrate those sorts of things.
And I mean, education, for instance, I guess I'm kind of.
I just want to. So you're asking for core in the future to be more hands-on, arm twisting, flag waving, and coercing people into finishing things like. Enable people to finish things like that. Is that what you're asking? Because we've had mixed messages in the past where people have been very upset that core gets involved in things that they feel that is better left to the volunteers. But
no, don't take me wrong, but there is a big collision between core team and foundation, right? And I think that the core team actually should be responsible for trying to see those strategic decisions we have to make, and maybe core team should talk to the foundation. For example, we have this great feature we should emphasize, but to do that we actually need to have installer software. We need to create some kind of images to do it, and maybe foundation or some other foundation agrees with that. But core team for me it's really should be more than it is now. And for example, for universities, here locally we are doing research which people contact and are responsible to universities. And I think that core team also should do something like that. It's not foundation anymore, but core team actually should find right people, right universities, right faculties.
So as a response to that specifically, so if you look at teachbsd.org, created by Robert and myself, who are both on the foundation and on the core, that is something that we have taken up. I wouldn't say I do it with the core of the foundation hats specifically, nor does Robert, but that is something that we've taken very seriously and that we actually are working on.
Foundation is looking actively for companies to incorporate activities, and maybe core should work actively on reaching those people. Because of course, having resources is very
Yep. But, and we are doing that actively with the university universities. So I've recruited several US universities to teach with FreeBSD in the last year. And we've been creating the material, and the foundation has actually supported Robert's and my work, specifically my work, on creating the material. So there is something going on there within core as well. But definitely point well taken. I saw Sean and Scott with hands up. Sean, go first. You got your hand up again.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one of the things that was interesting for me, as my evolution of watching the project is to watch the core team change from leadership being in a role of basically project management effectively and to stewardship. But is it what you're looking for is closer to like project leadership, which is maybe not necessarily what the core team does. And just want to know how that's different between management and leadership, and those are two distinct functions, and assuming that we're going to both be at the whiteboard, may or may not be the architectural.
But I would love to know that we have some consistent strategy going forward. That it's not just some random people just doing their stuff, and there is really no plan for all
So what Peter said politely, I will say more directly. Because that's what I do. That's why I have the mic. So when core has been more active in terms of trying to steer the project, and we never tell people what to do besides shut up, which sometimes we have to tell people to do. That's sort of the policing thing. But anytime core has tried to act in the capacity, specifically you're talking about a strategic vision of what does FreeBSD look like in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, as opposed to the cooperative thing we just did with John and myself, there is significant pushback from significant chunks of the community. Yes, it would. I think it would be good for, personally, not as core. Personally, I think it would be good for core to do more facilitation like that, so that we can have an agreed structure. But the idea of a more top-down-ish core never has worked.
But I think that for example, the core team was shouting at me now, the core team is silent fully, and I think that we should try to go somewhere in the middle. Core team
Gone too far on the passive front, and perhaps should step back a little bit more to a little bit more active role.
I didn't recognize the tools in the core have limited tools, right? A bunch of volunteers, we cannot convince them to do it. You can see some, you should have some instruction going forward that actually different resources, like foundation, like universities, like some, etc. to try to steer the program in some way.
I don't, for the most part, disagree that would be good, but I've never seen it be very effective. Uh-oh, Benno, who is currently running for core. By the way, are you running for core? Oh, you should. One ball guy each.
I'm not that
stupid.
With that.
Benno, who is
the first person to sign up.
Yeah.
But what?
Were you drunk?
Were you drunk when you signed up?
Shut up.
Drunk hour.
Itty bitty living space, yes, Benno?
So, what I would suggest if you want a different approach out of core than the one you're currently getting is take advantage of the fact that we are in an election cycle. It's the third election cycle that I'm totally involved in Australia and the US. But look at the candidates that are up there, read their statements, and email them and say, here are my concerns. How would you address these? It is a participatory democracy in this case, so, you know, participate.
Yeah. Warner. Unless someone, I don't think anyone's going to respond to that, right? Okay.
So along similar lines, one of the things that core should be doing, perhaps, in my opinion, is providing oversight to make sure that various entities that are acting in the name of the project are acting in an appropriate way.
Yes?
I'm trying to sneak up on this, but...
Just say it, we've only got 5 minutes left.
Okay, so is core overseeing the activities of the foundation to make sure that the foundation is getting at least feedback from core where they think the resources should be placed? Dancing around the trademark issue.
Well, that's a specific subset
That's a
of the
specific
actual-
subset, I'm trying to ask it generically and in a positive way.
Well, there's three of us on the board and on core. Does any of the two of you want to respond to this? You're the nice one. Here, Ed, you're the nice one, you responded. Sorry.
It's a bit of a tough question because there's certainly overlap between core and foundation, and folks that are both on core and elected to the foundation sort of have two hats to wear and
Right.
have to weigh both of those things very carefully. I would say that in my experience, it has not been a explicit role to have core guidance to the foundation. Is implicit through folks that wear both hats. It is something that absolutely core should provide input from the community, the broad community, to the foundation.
So let me ask
Yeah,
a quick follow-up, which would be, do you think that the core team has provided sufficient explicit input, and does that need to become more explicit over time, I guess?
I'm gonna amplify John.
So someone who was on core last time who is not a foundation person, very much last time, the foundation would come to core and say, what do you want the future direction of stuff to be? And core was kind of like, we're not sure. So in my experience, to the extent that there was fault in this, I would say the fault is in core, not the foundation.
Thank you.
I can actually make a quick comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder, my question here is, how do we make this better?
Yeah.
Because
Election
there was
cycle
function
right
for a
now,
while.
contact the candidates, find out where they
so
stand.
There's an important point that I think that is made. I'm not sure that many folks previously to core have explicitly followed that as a role they should do.
Exactly.
And so, at least broaching the topic so that it's on the roadmap, it probably already buys you a lot of that. But yeah,
Right, that's why I was
thinking of it in
picking up
terms
that.
of that, I don't know that previously there's been that view of that
Right.
relationship in that way. And certainly the foundation needs core to be active, because they do want direction from core. They don't want to be in the position of setting project policy, but through the vacuum, they still want, they have to find something to do.
Well, I know when I was on core, I did a terrible job at that, which is why I'm not running for core again, because was great at conflict resolution and everything else, not so much.
Well, this is also why, I took the mic.
Yeah.
For similar reasons.
So.
George isn't doing conflict resolutions.
I'm actually the quiet background of core. I don't really get involved. I'm also comic relief. So actually, this is kind of a ridiculous way to ask this question, but given the two things that have just come up in the last couple of minutes, straw poll, how many people really think core should be more active in steering the project and understand what that means? Raise your hand. Wow, you people are so dumb. I mean, seriously, that's what people want. Email us and say you want more of that, because we can certainly act as more of a conduit for that part of the management of the project. I want to respond very briefly to the core foundation dual hat problem. So I am paranoid, it turns out. So at least personally for me, in the core role versus the foundation role, I've tried to put a very big wall between the two, right? So that the things I'm doing in the foundation, like I have to talk to lawyers on the foundation. It's like, oh, bring up the trademark issue. Guess who gets on the phone with the lawyer besides Deb and a couple of other people? It's me, right? So that kind of thing where you're taking legal advice from someone who is giving you real legal advice, and that, agreeing with a bunch of people on core who we will all, if you look at the core archives, a lot of mail starts with, I am not a lawyer, right? So you have this problem where we're trying to help guide volunteers, which is really hard, as anyone who's ever been on core knows. And then core is trying to sort of run a 501c3 that has to adhere to certain rules, and trademark has real legal meaning, right? And so we have to do things like that. So core might say we really care about this thing, and the foundation might be like, well, do you care this much? Or do you care this many dollars? Or do you care this many dollars? Or things like that. There's sort of two different narratives in play. So yes, we probably should have better communication between the two explicitly, especially if 3 of us or 4 of us are gonna be on both, depending on who wins the election. But also realize that the roles are very different, right? Helping work with volunteers is very different than being fiduciarily responsible to a group of people under, like, US law. Angie, you have 12 seconds.
Would it make more sense for core to be viewed more as technical leadership, whereas the foundation is more of business leadership, kind of a Western business style?
So that was actually proposed, I think even before I had my commitment, that there be a technical advisory boardy kind of thing.
There was one.
And that went very badly, so let's not try that again.
Okay,
It hasn't
I
worked in
was
the past.
just thinking because it sounds like Pavel at least was looking for more technical leadership as opposed to business leadership and conflict resolution.
Well, one of the things is the FreeBSD project is very much an informal thing. It doesn't really sort of exist sort of beyond our imagination. So the only real entity within the project that has any kind of moral authority to rubber stamp somebody say, okay, go and do this in our name or on our behalf is core. And delegation is probably about the only thing that core can actually do outside of its area of expertise. So if you don't have people on core who are interested or capable of doing technical leadership, then the only people who can actually bless and rubber stamp a working group or something like that is core. So talk to your candidates.
And the other thing I would sort of add to that, anybody else want to make a comment before I keep talking? Good. The other thing I would add to that is that I find myself often in the position on core where, I don't have the idea, but someone comes to me and they feel they need permission, right? So if you feel you need permission, come to core and we will simply mostly say yes, unless, there are certain things we say no to. But, there's a lot of people in the community who are like, oh, I probably shouldn't do this because I have to ask a responsible adult. So if you want a rubber stamp or you want someone to back you up, and you feel that core would be helpful in that, then please ask us, because we will do that for you if that helps you. Yes?
I would comment as a former core member, when you're looking at the slate, look for people who are interested in areas you are interested in, because one of the roles that core has, as typically as an individual member with some blessing or not, is to sort of cheerlead for an area and, organize a working group in a dev summit. Just provide some focus, maybe not do the work. So like on the tool chain, a lot of the tool chain stuff I'm moving and playing, I did a lot of cheerleading and not a lot of work. I maintained the boards, other people did all the hard stuff. But that role is, I think, pretty critical of getting us there. So look for that. If you want desktop, look for people who are interested in desktops.
One of whom is running.
Yeah. Think about people who you think act in that role.
We need to, we can just not eat lunch, but.
Okay, I have been hearing is that we are working with a bunch of volunteers. You cannot tell them what to do, that's what we know that. And show me another project with so much experience as freebies. We know that open source projects are different than running companies, right? So we should build on that experience. For example, of course you cannot tell people what to do, but I remember, for example, Robert Watson is, of course, for me was the ideal core member, right? But what he did, he didn't come to me and tell me add installer support, right? But he told me, look, ZFS is such a competitive advantage, right? That we should really leverage that, and people cannot even install freebies with ZFS. So I strongly consider actually adding ZFS support to SysInst as well. But what I'm saying, he cannot tell me what to do, but he could really motivate me, right? And he could really actually see the problem. Look how much traction Open Solaris got at some point by having those key features like ZFS, trace, zones, right? Those three main features expose Open Solaris so widely. So it's really important for core to see such things and use the tools they have. Only the tools they have, right? Which is not telling people what to do, but to try to somehow.
So, as someone who has been, is this being recorded? As someone who has been very effectively convinced by Robert to do work, what you are looking for in core members are other core members who can convince many other people to do work, because that's what that job is, right? And there's a reason that I started, for instance, the Intel call. Well, that was because Scott yelled at me. I really didn't want to talk to Intel. But they're nice people. The transport call and the dtrace calls are so that we have that kind of flag waving. Why do we get people together in the community who care about a topic, like drivers, or the transport stuff, or the dtrace stuff, and now Ed with graphic stuff. Those are the kinds of people who are going to, like Brooke said, I'm not going to do all the TCP code. Right? Most of the TCP code has been done by people sitting on this side of the room who've been involved in the conversation. So what you want to do when you elect people to core is elect other people who can act in the way that Robert did with you, or that perhaps I have done, or Ed has done, or other people on the core have done to move things forward. I mean, everyone on the core team has moved some segment of FreeBSD forward that they're interested in. And yeah, the thing is to pick people who are running now who are interested in the things you think are important, because those are the things that will continue to get traction. And that's not just you, that's for the entire audience. Any last comments?
Thank you.
I love that thank you was the quietest thing I've heard. All right, thank you all for participating. On the mic, oh, sorry. It's off. Come on down and eat.
All right. Okay, just briefly.
Where's the vegetarian?
I'm coming. If you would be patient, I would get to it. This stack is the vegetarian. The first stack in the list. The salads are over here, so if you don't want salads, the line will move a little bit quicker. It's on the schedule, I believe at 1:15 or 1:30, we're going to meet to attempt a group photo. So don't wander off too far.
What's the group photo? When is the group photo?
I think it's on the schedule, I think it's 1:15. So for the first round, let's stick to one sandwich a person, since I asked for more sandwiches, but it looks like that request did not get honored.
Basically,
Oui, c'est froid.
No,
RFS is probably slow enough that it wouldn't really utilize it that well. That's my guess. On SSC, yeah, the devices themselves. Yeah, that should really be focused. Yeah. It's going to be more too. Still looking at the RTD clock. I don't think I can get it before that. Yeah, I have a patch which fixes it, but I introduced an LOR, so like running through a lot. It's hard to fix. Like I have to substantially patch That's one of those things that I'm deferring everything to a lot of data. There's no error. General, like a lot of things are done and you receive very 2.5 years ago.
But I don't trust you.
I think it's the beginning of 2014. Yeah, that's well. All these covariates, like it's like 10 seconds, the system are just single commit. And if there's conflict, I have to resolve it. If there's result failure, I have to fix it. If there's something complicated, but 3,000 or big white issues, it's something that causes I found my kids, or I think, no offense, I think I've told you about this before, like, hitting Vino limits because I had a lot of large repositories. So it's just like the words instead of Vino to my system is very high. Colocated has an extra Vino for everything that's been covered. So it's like twice the utilization. It's actually really very noticeable. But operations keep all the information. Yeah,
in our situation, we said I think
it's kind of stupid. I don't really worry about food and all that stuff. They don't actually change the I'll bet. No.
I don't know. More just from reading the seeing it. It would be one of 15 MSIX problems over 2 years. I don't even know what it exempts.
It tries to make sure that you don't have every allocated Vino's dimensions file those will have associated copies. I'm not sure how it's but you can look for like the DNL or a use brand.
We've been running
it has lots of files on it. That means
once I realized that there wasn't something going into FreeBSD.
Like, I don't know how to fix that. Yeah. This is my suspicion.
Yeah, I have to actually want to regain with like that comment straight from our
I think that's part of the reason my
Yeah, exactly. What the code actually does is so incredibly simple.
One more set of patches.
Not as
for Alex review. System 6. Email me like last week or something. And I know cost once that's in, I do a call and test it. And I'm to this policy such that I'll be surprised if there's any regression with respect to what I do. That's it. I have all these patches that go cache. And that simplifies the allocator a lot. For CPU, agile, holding you and
definitely needed. Like I was put to go to this trying to figure it out.
patch returns here it's not kind of like, but I think I have no idea what's on this. I think they're emulation is just very impressive. I was basically saying that's what got us from 20 units to 50 units. And then there's another page data scaling that's needed. So yeah, so right now every time you allocate a page, you go to this function called page outlook, which takes a while. It tries to, in some cases, it'll try to allocate to a super page reservation or it'll go into a buddy allocator, but it takes a long every time. In a workload like one of my Intel driver would actually on like my randomly writing into the same page. Look up in a buddy allocator. It was writing into that bar randomly. You don't hold it for more than. I'd be surprised if it's more than like a few hundred. Even that, like everybody. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was. It was a lot of. Okay, I was gonna say I'm not sure. I think it probably wasn't in the case. Their bar. I can certainly do that. Really big. I guess because you can have a huge number of. I'll send you the patch I sent to it's in a Git branch. And like I have a bunch of branches on GitHub. This one is a dedicated bar. The bar is just for you should just be able to merge it in. Our register is actually much smaller than the virtual device it is in the wizard. And they were accessing a bunch of physical registers. Like a offset thing with way out of the most memory that allocated like process. Apparently it was harmless. What they'll try to do is I fixed that they'll try to create super page reservations. Right? So when you allocate from those, the caching attitude, right? It's based on what statistics registers that don't exist. Like they just don't handle reservations. That's like a file system. It's cut and pasted. We don't care about the cut and paste. The games for a workload like Netflix or any kind of file system. They all their rights and read fields. So I can put like a rage checker on it so I can catch all of those. I have to look. I can definitely measure it. I haven't played on it. Well, the thing that's Jeff has been saying to me like over and over is basically anytime you try to optimize for one workload, like I didn't actually stop it, right? So it's really about identifying the important. It took me a long time to really kind of figure out how to time it. I have a bunch of just benchmarks that I use as stress tests and things like that. Yeah, Alan and Cossack will be happy. Well, I don't think it's a good idea. Somebody's going to probably be burned by it, right? And it might be somebody commenting on it. It's not like, yeah, that wasn't going to go very long. That's what I was telling Scott yesterday, but just because they changed it, there was something you could target. But we actually have enough data to make drivers for all the technical laptops. He said like NBA specs. I saw, yeah, a couple optimizations. Yeah.
That probably takes a lot of major fixed Well, I mean, from a project's perspective, if Intel's not doing it's hard to cover anyone else.
Maybe not like a long
So like plain stat or like stat, whatever, stat.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the one that takes a, actually, yeah, I guess let's take a path. If you have like a date, you can like basically say on before this build.
I started looking through and see if there's any other, like, make a lot of these tiny little changes. If there's any other ones that are relevant, but I do have an old build, but you know, a bunch of them are like 4 BS. I was trying to decide today if it was live slave no baseline. Because we have BSD64. We have basically that track on these kinds of preempted and for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, just performance testing.
It's not like it's not obvious that it gets fine. Like we get watchdog cannons.
I think a lot of it's just infrastructure. We need some dedicated hardware.
It'll
that's what the first
it'll get that. It'll
that's one of the yeah.
It'll get preempted. So it goes in the first CPU.
I think you just invited everyone picking some BSDCan like IRC channel.
Just like a little process. Like sometimes it's enough to keep that guy descheduled permanently. And it's because for BSD,
I'd very much like that. Like just very rudimentary. Yeah, it's more the collection part of it. Like we need to figure out
actually we have a patch
what workloads. Like just come up with like you know overall like how long does that take? Like we graph that all the time.
Because
see if you can find ways.
So right. So what happens is it's just a race to see who grabs from the specific source. So, and obviously a bunch of the things that are idle are actually
kernel is a different.
So what happens is there's a couple, just like 1 or 2 CPUs, including, and it's the one that this guy's capable of. So whenever the interrupt thread wants to run,
with building the kernel, like you actually get like more bottlenecks, like just process range, super power, super fast, responding call. When you're building Clang, it actually takes a few seconds to reach the
thread in the run engine that says, can this thread run on any other CPU? So, but not the thread that's trying, not the thread that wins, the thread that's lower priority. And that guy's pinned, so he can't run on any other CPU. So yeah, so like, so it'll just, it won't wake up any other CPUs, it'll stay with just the CPUs running, so you don't have any CPUs, and they're just, they get completely overwhelmed.
Come up with something like
just because the 2 guys.
We'll go along with it, like, because otherwise we're just discussing, right? Like, no one's going to do the work to actually like, bisect.
Yeah, so it's like,
stroke of that and just say, like,
we try to put in parts of kind of things, but I'm not sure that you has the same constraints, because the way it does its pick CPU. It looks like it picks idle CPUs regardless of what it is. So I mean, yeah, I'm looking this morning, it happens very rarely.
was kind of a weird thing. I mean, when you're looking, it's like the system almost idle. You know, I got two CPUs, 2 of them are running. They're at 100%. But yeah, I really don't want to wait. Yeah, going back to the cache, I can certainly send you caches to see how much that helps. I don't think it'll be as significant as Netflix, but I'm sure it'll help. So that happens like twice. I would first ask how many CPUs you have. What it does though is that's where you have the checks to say, well, can this run on it? Wake up an eligible CPU. Somehow, I don't know what it needs to do there, right? So what we put in is just a thing that I don't find that hard to do. Our higher priority thread is pretty free up to scan the back, like a make dash J. If there's I do dash J like 8. I guess not. If there's then I haven't tried it. Even if you're high priority, you don't immediately connect. Our cluster called Pig 1, which apparently has like a terabyte of memory. You just send the API and you end up running on actually the higher priority thread is not actually instead of immediately what do you have to do? I'm not sure that's being preempted in the first place. I think I picked off the CPU maybe for no other reason. We may still get stuck off. I do not know any of that. I didn't know that. Yeah. So I think my code will say that preempted needs to somehow be generic. Just like if I see when you schedule and you see something, I want to do. Just the way it was structured. I didn't want to make the change. I thought this was in practice probably get I was going to happen again. Oh well, that doesn't that's another might help with certain I don't know. I don't know how to run first test. I've asked a few times. Like it's like interpret I'm sure, like, in general, you just think I understand after. I think the caching is a good idea, but we need a solution for reservations, like the supervision. I guess that's the list of the walk. I don't think it really has to. We can probably hash the blocks the same as we do with case lock. We're still going to 36 case locks. Each page is locked using a hash. Attached, like you can look at the highest tenant logs at the end. Three cases, like number 1 to like number 5 or something. And then number 2 is like play matrix and then gives you more right. And it's like selecting so much. Someone like one day will come up and tell me to work on this thing on InfiniBand because, we need that and nobody else does that. Just come out periodically No, we use copy overwriting, like all the control. Yeah, so the file system only knows CIPs, and if you talk to the password, it's always hard cache to resolve I know, I like basically arm a cop, where it's a set of I fixed a lot of bugs in the SDP code, which I can push upstairs too. It's been fun. It's such a small code base, but it's like very performant. There's a lot of state machines, like because the connection management is part of the core command stack, right? So it interacts with the protocol in interesting ways. There's the over which has its own state machine, socket, state machine, connection. They all interact with the
We're all over it. So yeah, no, have you guys officially? I know you guys have drivers because they have don't worry,
No way.
Really? Why there's a
Some of the API for trying to get a common, and that's the yeah, Randall's doing the software releasing FreeBSD. Yeah, no, he actually was testing. You know, that's just packaging both sides, right? So he's tested 6, 10, but he's got it all wrapped up in his yeah, he's been doing a lot of so it'll make for a conversation.
I would have to see that. You have that here.
Just a second. Thank you. If anyone wants to help with registration bag stuffing, meet down here. We're leaving in about 2 minutes. We're going up to DMS 4156, something like that is in the schedule. And if you help out, I'll make sure you get stuff at the well because we're going there for food and beverages right afterwards.
Well, are we doing that?
But wait till after the photo.
Yes.
After the photo.
When is the photo?
No.
It's not on my schedule. You go for the photo and then drop the photo. Oh wait, no, it's supposed to be.
It's common because today the PCI and every question.
Is David Maxwell here?
He was. He's got
I have.
Get ready to take the photo. As soon as
so we can get it. So right now we 100% of ourselves. We're all on the limited right around 80. Because right now we have more MDB drives. The negative consuming 16 we have left over. So that we So,
This won't take very long if we all listen and cooperate. All right. Okay, so we're all going to go take a picture. David has graciously agreed to handle taking, well, he will take a photo. Other folks are also welcome to take photos if you wish. David and Ed will lead the way to where we're going. Let me see if I can describe it. If you walk out across the street towards the bus stop on Laurier, just so I pronounced that correctly, you know there's a crosswalk that has a stoplight or a stoplight at it when you come out of the res. You're used to that. If you get to that crosswalk and you turn left, and there's an open quad, like a grass court area, and there's a theater building associated with the university that has a big staircase facing the quad. We're going to be on that staircase to the theater building. All right? If you don't know where that is, wait for someone else who does to go in front of you and then follow them, and there'll be a big long line. It's not very far. You can leave your bags and stuff here. So
you can leave your bags.
Well, two things. First, I'd like to thank Andrew, who actually manages our AV both for here at the BSDCan for many years. And Andrew has graciously agreed to stay in the room to try your bags and stay here will not vanish before you return. All right?
He's going to take all the things.
Let's go.
It's a rather interesting issue that I'll show you.
Yeah, so really not
Right. Sorry.
Okay, so I need, yeah. So, but you're just.
Picture.
I'll keep getting.
I'd love a picture. Thank you, John.
Of Foster's?
No beer, thank you.
Sorry. Picture won't wait. Come on. Wait, what? Sorry. Arun. Picture. What? Your slides can wait. What are you talking about?
say, don't worry about it.
Yeah, talk about it when I get back.
All right, we'll see you today.
Yep, you too, Steve.
the webinar. How was it?
The ACM like software is terrible though. It's like the audio is a little long, a little bit laggy.
It was terrible, yeah.
The presentation itself is pretty
It was the video. Like when we were doing whatever it's called, the run through. There's like 10 seconds worth of lag between every slide.
It's like kind of depressing because ACM is, you know, it's education.
Yeah.
You can have a better stuff.
Yeah, we're working on it. Hopefully the new president will help usher in a new age. Let's see. Then George was actually about to step down from the practitioners board.
Really?
But I convinced him against it. We don't really have the problem is the practitioners board, what does it consist of, right? It consists of primarily C-levels or academics. We're all busy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if this is applicative, but applicative takes up quite a bit. And then like Ben Free, right? Like what does Ben have time for?
He's a CIO.
Yeah. Of Google. Yeah. So what we're doing now is bringing in more practitioners that have cycles to actually, contribute and push things.
Yeah, that's cool.
Would you want to get involved?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I really like you actually.
So this would be the practitioners board.
Yeah.
So it does have a close relationship with the Q.
Yeah.
So you have the Q editorial board on the practitioners board.
Yeah.
Practitioners board is a bit more general.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think the stuff you guys do.
Have you seen that lately?
Yeah, I really like the talks there. So I wanted to go this year, but I was like traveling 4 weeks in a row, so I decided to stay. And I kind of like it, so it's like.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, no, the programs are like really good actually.
Yeah. Everybody likes them all. Yeah, it turned out really well. I mean, so I do currency multi-core stuff. The beauty of that is I'm extremely agnostic. So I know Linux kernel people, collaborating with FreeBSD kernel people. And then I primarily, fortunately, I have the pleasure of working in user space.
Yeah.
And yeah, the point of the community is to bring systems people together regardless of the platform. In the Linux kernel world, even Paul is amazing, there's a lot of good currency stuff, but he is a little bit pigeonholed to the Linux kernel. Like Andy Clean, David Lowe, they know barely anything outside of Linux kernel.
Yeah, so it's kind of good. So it's, I forget what song. Back in the day, I remember Usenix, like, you used to have a strat instead of different, like, BSD Linux.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So I'm hoping Inclusive would be maybe the place where more of that happens.
Exactly. That's super cool.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to the videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the program too. A lot of really interesting ones. On the user lens side too. I mean, I'm personally interested in what kernels on the user lens.
Yeah. I mean, go with the user land kernel space, there's systems, applications.
Yeah, that's true.
Application's going to revamp. It's going to be more about that gradient into kernel space and stuff. Yeah.
So definitely do it again next year.
Let's see. I think it's very likely. We lost money this year.
Oh, really?
The ACM did no marketing whatsoever for applicative. And like, so okay, I'll bring in majority of the sponsorship money. I'll do the systems crash. Right? And then focus on the market. Like we're neck year's we don't have a social media outreach. Yeah, like 2 weeks before the conference, it's supposed to be
Это что, конференция? Не, это для, типа для, если ты провайдер телефонии.
Trying very hard to be involved in it. Well, I kind of volunteered to fix the installer for it when it's ready. And so knowing what's going on would be quite helpful.
So no chance I can get you to volunteer to fix PF?
Volunteer for what?
Fix PF.
No.
I heard a yes.
No.
Everybody heard it, right? Alan's maintaining PF now.
What's the problem with PF? What do you?
Everything.
There are no problems with PF. Alan's going to fix all of them.
Oh, great.
Yes?
So the thing is,
Or you beat either way, but. Oh yeah, it doesn't have nice failure recovery, sorry. But if you can install, if you're doing an install, you don't have the ability to email me right now. But a list of steps to get to that error again. That's not a big deal. I'm not going to be able to work on it for the next 2 hours, so whenever.
Do you have the wiki up at the moment?
The what?
The wiki.
Yes.
Can you tell me which session is in here?
I think it's general liking.
Okay, and then the teaching one is
11:30.
11:30 in the transfer one?
11:40.
Okay, so I'm supposed to be in both. That should be fascinating.
Good question.
Am I holding out? What?
Am I holding out for you? No. You mentioned that there was some work going on to have a simulation format for V-Trace stuff.
Yep.
And you mentioned that there might be a GitHub. Is there, can I look that up?
I have it here.
Okay.
You can also look up, there's an organization called Cadets.
Okay.
There's a FreeBSD created.
Okay, I'll check that. All right, I might be able to accomplish what I want just by doing CSV, but I'd rather JSON. Okay, good. All right, thanks.
Cool.
That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't matter. It's probably going to be quiet. I did the whole next piece.
What are you solving?
There was some building. Failed to find the right
Did you point them to the right?
That's acceptable, but. Exactly. Only accept the best.
I'm here.
There's a whiskey bar that we know to frequent.
The good thing about Jack Daniels never makes me it doesn't taste much. But it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So it's enjoyed that trade.
The thing with Jim Beam and Johnny Walker is
yeah, Jim Beam is horrible.
If you're not in a group yet, you want to go to a group. We'll probably started about 10 minutes ago. Or if you want, in this room in particular, if there's some topic, especially from this morning, you want to find some folks to talk about, grab some folks and go talk. That's kind of the goal of this room.
Bourbon casks, and I don't get it. No. Oh. No, really is a connoisseur himself. And yeah, and he has a similar disdain to most mass-produced American whiskeys that I have. So if he agrees with me, I feel that he speaks with some authority.
there anyone here who really wants MPTCP? We'll start with that. Okay. Is there anyone here who's willing to help a college student get his thesis done? Remember, you were college students once too, by the way. So what's going to happen then is Nigel's going to submit his stuff, and if no one picks it up quickly enough, probably George will start harassing someone for doing it. But it is important that we review this. Even if our customers aren't asking for it now, it's one of the new TCP standards that is getting to be more common. It's getting to be more widely known. People seem to care about it. In some places, people seem to care about this. It's because we have the reference TCP stack. We should probably have an implementation of it in our stack, and we should probably have a good implementation of it. So it's going to be important that someone review Nigel's stuff when he's done. Okay. All right. Anything else on MPTCP? Okay. Wait. Anything else?
Oh, no.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Let's see, next thing is packet pacing. Navdeep, Hans, Randall, any of you want to talk about packet pacing?
I have a slide that I probably can show it.
We have an adapter.
We have an adapter for a Mac?
Yeah, right here.
HDMI?
VGA, but it'll
Yeah, that'll work.
Just in theory, they'll plug into the system.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Is that Thunderbolt, I hope?
Yep.
Okay. As long as it's Thunderbolt, we're good.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Let's find that.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so I have two slides.
It's nice when technology works.
Okay, so basically, I have implemented in rack pacing. So rack has the module that will eventually show up in head, has pacing, tail loss probe, rack itself, and partial rate reduction.
So there is a slot for you to talk about rack and
Yeah,
PLL.
I know.
So you want to combine all that?
No,
Okay.
we can talk about it more. So basically, the idea behind the software pacing, we went hardware pacing eventually from some vendors, hopefully, and I want it in the standard form. I want both vendors or all vendors that do it give me an API and TCP that I can use, and I don't have to. All I have to care about is does the interface have pacing, and then I should have to be able to have the same interface for all. So vendors, please get it. But as far as for software pacing, my goal was to try to develop something that would be minimal and hopefully give us enough performance and not kill us in TSO-wise. A lot of you turn off TSO when you do this. So what I've done is created, there's for each CPU a thread is created under a pacing process, and it has a little array of 256 slots. Each slot represents a millisecond from now. The thread has a current slot that it's working on, and anytime a TCP comes in, first of all, if it's on the pacing wheel, he's thrown out, and the whole TCP itself gets put on the pacing wheel. Okay, you would go ahead and allow the person to send, or the TCP to send. He sends n bytes, and then based on the largest congestion window and the lowest RTT seen, that's the drain rate. Okay, and that gives me a rate per millisecond, so I can calculate out. Okay, he's going to drain this length bytes that I've sent in n milliseconds. Okay, and that gives me how many slots to go up on the wheel and where I want to put myself. And I actually reduced it a little bit by a syscontrollable factor of 25% right now, just because these timers are sloppy. I mean, anytime the timer goes off, it might be doing 1 millisecond slot, he might be doing 2 or 3 millisecond slot, just because the timers are kind of sloppy. And that's okay. I mean, it's built into it. If the calculation, what I find also in my running with this, is if the calculation works out that it's 0, the slot is 0, it means I don't have to pace this stuff. And what he'll actually do is loop back around if Cinelot's on, come back, and he totals the length even more until he either has to pace or his connection's so fast, we're just running by the ACK clock only. And I see that a lot, about half my flows get that. So it's kind of a simple way to do pacing. I have a limit that on the send that you do to say, okay, no more than any n MSS segments can be sent at one time. And if you have that, he'll force you to pace at the end of sending that MS segment. Yeah.
Question is only sending every millisecond a problem, or is it basically mitigated by the number of cores? By that I mean, could there be a case where the network can send faster than you can?
And in slot 0 when you're just running by the clock. That's it. What happens is, well, if you calculate, here's my congestion window. Here's my round trip time. 1 millisecond round trip time. I've sent my congestion window is 100K, so I can send 100K in a millisecond. Here's 65K to go. What's the next slot? None. So I'm done, and you certainly loop back around. So what ends up happening is when the network connection is so fast, then the ACK clock drives it all, and slots are 0. I mean, which I didn't plan it that way. It just kind of worked out. And I went, oh, that's kind of nice, and it really does.
It's nice when that happens.
Yeah, it's nice when that happens. Wow, okay, that's good, because then I'm not pacing as much. And as far as these guys are sloppy. I mean, oftentimes they run three ticks worth all at once. Yeah.
Did you set that system control to have the timers be accurate? Because by default, they have some, allowed to have some deviation.
I'm using well, Lawrence changed our TCP stack to use the more
SBT?
Yeah, the SBT type timer. And I use that same timer on these pacers.
Okay, so.
It's within a millisecond or so, but it depends on when the thing got started. And you come up halfway through the millisecond and put something in. Well, it's going to be 2 milliseconds for you anyway, right? Because
you mean tick, right?
Yeah, these things run once a tick, which is for us is a millisecond, right? Because I don't change hertz, but it's once per tick is what they're going to take.
If you would use 10,000 ticks.
It would go fast. Well, actually, I have it set to calculate for a millisecond, but you can change it. I mean, that's possible. But for us, we don't need that because I'm sending 50K out down to TSO. It's going to take, I don't have connection. I'm not doing with multi-gigabit networks. If I was on a multi-gigabit network on a data center, I would have to do this differently. But I send 50K down. It's going to take several milliseconds for that connection to eat that stuff up. So this having a lazy ticking method works pretty well. I mean, I'm still experimenting with it and testing out what values are best. Drew really wants me to have it be towards a higher number to make TSO work better. I don't know if Drew's still here. Up there he is, hiding back there. But I'm playing with, I'm fumbling with between how much CPU resources I eat up because I'm doing more sends versus how small I should limit things to because I pace better. But what I have also found is that because the way this thing works is you end up making sends group together so you get more TSO anyway.
But in your implementation, you go through the TCP stack every time you want to output data, or do you have your own TSO?
Well, Rack is its own stack, and so it has its own TCB, and so a separate TCB that it links into these pacing queues. So the pacer wakes up and all he does is look at his slot and pull every TCB out of there one at a time and call TCP output on it, period. That's all he does.
Right, so you call TCP output for every packet you want to transmit. You don't send a TSP. You don't.
Not for every packet, for every time, for every send opportunity, right? So the pacer wakes up, grabs the TCB and says send, and that may send 100K out.
So it's not necessarily. I mean, it is packet pacing, but it's not necessarily packet pacing.
It's not per packet pacing. It's connecting pacing. I'm trying to pace the connections based on as best I can without having hardware support. So it's not really each packet is paced. I let the hardware TSO drive this stuff out. Now, if you wanted to disable TSO, then you'd get real packet pacing because you'd be sending one packet at a time. Well, of course, send a lot would kick in, and you might send in multiple, loop around multiple times, and then calculate out your slot, and then so you'd be pacing multiple packets at once. But and that's based on that syscontrol will say how much I'm allowed out at once. I can set that to 1 MSS, and now I'll pace 1 MSS, and you'll do true packet pacing. But I'm not interested in that. It would kill me performance-wise, because I can't stand to have my TSO completely drop off. So until I have a hardware solution that is uniform across multiple vendors, this is what I got to do.
So a quick question, Hans. What is the improved timers thing that you're talking about?
the SPT?
I don't remember the
There's
name.
a flag on the timer that you say how precise it is. It's a precision thing you put in the timer. I need a precise timer, I can use sloppier timer. And you,
I mean,
it's in
why-
the call out code itself.
Okay,
It's,
why-
it's just, it's in the API, the call out code.
So it's available in head?
Yeah, it's a built out, it's in.
Just to answer your question, it's term.timecounter.allowed deviation. The syscontroller, you should set it to 0 if you don't want callouts to deviate.
Yeah, and I don't care in my case, because it's meant to be a sloppy pacing. It's not meant to be.
Right. But in general, so then, does that mean it uses more CPU to do the correct things? In terms of time?
Yeah, the call out would use more CPU if you have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's, yeah, you pay for precision.
Yeah, anytime you do more precise, you cost you money.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, for hardware-based implementations, so per socket pacing is desirable, but I'm looking for a superset of features.
Okay.
And that would need interfaces and hooks in the kernel. For example, if you want to pace a socket, a set sock op is the obvious interface, right? You have a pacing option in that. But hardware can pace arbitrary flows. It doesn't care. It just cares that this is the tag and this is the rule or traffic class that the tag is subject to. So I think it would be nice to have hooks in packet filters or whatever is on the transmit side.
Okay.
And be able to kind of program, much like firewall rules, that if the destination is this for tuple or anything that can be expressed as a rule, then I'd like it to be associated with this traffic class.
So are you talking about doing that in software or in hardware?
No, this is hardware. But these are the kind of interfaces and hooks we need in the kernel to make it generally useful.
Okay. So you're basically suggesting to the hardware vendors what they should support and then how it should be implemented in that hardware?
Kind of. This is the way I can support it on the hardware that I do.
So your current support is you give a cookie into the send that tells which queue it goes into, if you will.
It's not a queue.
It's not a queue. It's what pacing level it's going to go at.
Exactly. So there are a fixed number of pacing rules that you can program. That this connection should drain at this rate, and then you can bind an arbitrary number of
connections into that rule.
To that rule. All of them. So yeah, the hardware supports another mode where you can do aggregate pacing. For example, if you start a web server and you say all the sockets accepted from this in aggregate should be subject to, let's say, 1 gigabit per second. So that kind of stuff. So we need a way to express all these from our generic tools. I think this will need at least one 32-bit field in MF. So that is where we need kind of to discuss the implementation.
So your solution, hardware solution, does it mean that the hardware knows about the IP address, port numbers?
No, not necessarily.
Probably becomes a very technical question. So you need some kind of cookie down to the hardware queues, so the hardware knows how to process the packets. Does that mean you put all the packets on the same queue with a cookie, and then the hardware will distribute the packets into separate queues for the different rates?
No, there are only a fixed number of queues, 4 or 8 or whatever, and the hardware does processes the queue out of order. It can do that. Internally, it orders based on these cookies, which happen to be associated with a specific connection, but it doesn't have to do that.
I understand. So it might be we have small API world because I'm kind of representing Malnox, and we're thinking a little bit different about it.
I think you're doing a per queue kind of basic, right?
We make one queue for every TCP stream that meets the rate limiting.
Right. I think we can hide that inside. So if your driver wants to do it that way, that's perfectly fine. But in my case, I don't have to have a queue per connection. I just create a fixed number of queues, and the hardware processes the queue out of order. So the tricky part for me is to manage the flow control between the driver and the hardware.
And figure out how to tag the packets correctly.
Right. So for that, I think implementation-wise, we need a field in the MF. That this
I'd
is the
prefer,
model.
I'd prefer not to grow the unbuff. I mean, that's what I like about their solution is they can just use the existing flow ID because they steer it to a queue.
Right, but that means, for example, if you are processing 30,000 connections, you have 30,000.
Right.
So in this case, it's just 4 queues that can handle all of that. But then I do need a proper flow ID in order to do distribution between the queues.
I'm trying to think if there's something you could subvert that already exists.
So I was thinking of RX IFP, but it's a pretty ugly hack because the RX IFP is not used on transmit.
Right. Well, we can make it into a union and it wouldn't be quite so
Yeah,
hard.
kind of, sort of. But I mean, that's one option. Ideally, we should have a first-class QoS cookie in and of itself. I mean, that's my opinion. And it should be independent from the flow ID because they are generally different things.
Yeah.
And
My only objection is to growing the unbuff. If you can do it without growing the unbuff, I'm happy camper.
Right. But in time for 11, can we not add a couple of spares to MBUF? We keep
No,
having
no,
these
no,
discussions.
no. Because right now, it's close to, right now, it basically straddles 3 cache lines. And internally in Netflix, I've done everything I can to push all the common stuff that we care about down to 2 cache lines. And the more stuff you add at the front, the further stuff at the back gets pushed out, especially like the X free stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So then, is it okay to use the RX IFP for?
RSS with packet tracing.
How does it coexist? Transmit also.
Yes, so how we do it, for non-packet tracing traffic, we have the usual, and that use RSS hash tags.
Right.
So, and for packet tracing, we added our own hash tag that is specific, meaning that the flow ID is now indexing in a packet-based array.
So in that model, the flow ID means the queue number essentially.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So our model is different. We have a fixed number of queues, 4 or 8 transmit queues, set up for this special packet tracing feature. These are different than the NIC queues, but I still want the ability to be able to distribute traffic on all those 4 queues. For that, I use the RSS hash. Then I need the QoS cookie in addition to that to demultiplex, multiplex various connections inside the same.
So I think you guys can both coexist if you find some bits,
Exactly.
whether it's, what you suggested or something else.
Right, but
and then they can use the same thing. When the TX flow, the TX QoS bit or whatever it is we call it in the unbuff is valid, then they can look at the opaque hash value that they need, which is going to be stored wherever we store it in the what's currently the RX IFP.
So what would the kernel do for a flow-based connection, for example? Will it set the hash? Because that would depend on what the underlying hardware is, right? Will it switch to the MQID for its flow ID, or will it do the QoS?
Well, so right now they switch. Right now they override the flow ID, right?
Right.
So instead of overriding the flow ID, they can use your mechanism. And so when something gets down into the driver to be transmitted that has the right bit set, so rather than using the flow ID to select their transmit queue, they instead use the the IFP or whatever.
Okay, that works. So with that model, flow ID stays the way it is, and additional field is effectively the QoS cookie that means different things to different drivers.
Right, an opaque QoS cookie.
Right. So as long as the flow ID stays the same, then that works.
Yeah,
Now, the
so-
problem is when we have a Mellanox NIC and a CXGB in the same host, and the connection migrates.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Nation will require these policies and rules to be stored in the global namespace. I have seen patches from Mark, and they allocate a cookie for each policy. Is that correct? For each flow?
Yes, that's another topic where you have the kind of unit management or queue management numbers, because a flow can move from one network card to another network card.
Right.
And then you need to kind of destroy the queue and create a new queue. And right now, in our test, we use IO controls on the IFP to do these things. And that can also be proxied through lag and VLAN.
So why not have a set of operations specific to TXQoS and just have one pointer to these in, let's say, struct IFP?
Yeah, if it becomes a very much used feature, it might be an idea, but the reason for doing this way was to make it backwards compatible. So we can patch 10, we can patch it to 11, we don't have to change the struct IFNet for this feature.
This is why I suggested one pointer to a set of functions, so your footprint in the IFNet structure remains stable. And you are free to kind of expand this if you do the structure in a particular fashion.
Yeah, I don't feel I'm qualified to kind of say this is really the right way or wrong way to do it. I think it needs more discussion. IO controls are not that slow given that you don't have so many to switch among. And,
but this thing is more, let's say, dtrace friendly and things like that.
Yeah, plus both yes and no. You could add dtrace scopes in our controls too if you make the handler a function. But yeah, it's a bit more fast. So, but again, it's changing stuff big time, maybe.
Right.
So
Navdeep, I'm sorry, what's your proposal? An ops, so some ops pointers and?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
just one pointer to a group of ops that's somewhere else. So these are specific to TXQoS. So all of us are free to kind of change this, but the footprint in IFNet remains just one pointer. So that means the KBI is stable.
Do we anticipate things coming and going very much? So you have to worry about references and things like that?
That depends. So for example, you have to manage the life cycle of the queue, right?
yeah, so we depend on a destroy event. So as we release queue, so but just a comment back to you. If you're using the queue number in the flow ID with your hardware, could you then store this hash, RSS hash in a table that you look up? For example, if you support 65,000 different connections, and then you would need a table in your soft scene of 65,000 entries. And then one time only compute this hash instead of per packet.
That's how do I size the table? I mean, I don't know what workload this is.
Well, probably you need a tunable syscontrol. So you set it at boot time, it supports this maximum, this number of connections.
Hans, I think it would be easier for you to adapt to his method than for him to adapt to yours. I think it would be more efficient as well. In aggregate, it would be, you asking him to do that would be less efficient because he would probably take a cache miss when he's looking things up in his table, especially if the cache lines are shared between CPUs. So I would really say that it would be better to go his way, to share the infrastructure and use a QoS cookie.
So So that means we need a hardware solution to convert the QoS cookie into.
No.
QNOM.
The QoS cookie is your QNOM.
Right.
For you, the QoS cookie
Instead
is your
of looking
QNOM.
at the flow ID, just look at the RxIFP or whatever field we decide to.
If there's the bit set that says the QoS cookie is valid, all you do is is in your select queue, rather than looking at the RSS hash, the flow ID, you have a flow ID, you look instead at the QoS cookie and use it as a QNOM.
Yeah, and this way, I mean, QoS tends to be very hardware specific as to what you can do, so.
Yeah, then it's
having the
flexible.
operation.
You can have how many you want, you can have
Yeah.
this done, do something different.
It's far easier for you to do that than for him to do the tables.
So what it seems to me like what's needed here is some mechanism to specify that this particular connection or this packet is treated in the foo way, let's say. So it's class foo. And then there has to be another mechanism to say, okay, class foo means you put this cookie on there for that hardware. And then that hardware has to do the right thing with it. And what I think that you guys and anyone else who cares needs to get together on is what is this mechanism in the middle? So what is the mechanism whereby you specify the classes that you're going to
I want 100 megabits, please give me the cookie I need to put in my inbox from now on, please, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. What's
Right.
that? What's that?
So if you have that middleware somewhere, because my TCP Connect asks that, I guess I want 100K on this. So I ask you for a 100K cookie, you give it back, and now I save that in my connection, and I always stamp my things with that cookie.
That's exactly
And you
what
can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And that will work perfectly.
And there's potentially a little more complexity there, like when the connection migrates from card to card, you might need to release and require and stuff.
We also need a flag telling us that this method is available on this card, right? So if I'm going out a IGE, I'm not gonna find it. If I go out yours.
So if you use that spare field in IFNet, you'll already know. If it's not null, that means the IFNet is capable of TXQoS and it populated.
Oh, so it's a function pointer inside the IFNet, is what you're.
It's a pointer to a set of function pointers.
Okay.
So if this main pointer is null, you know already that this.
Yeah, okay, that works.
So that's potentially just a tiny bit oversimplifying it because QoS is so hardware specific, there's a specific feature you want may not be supported on the card.
But you can follow the pointer and find out whether the function you get your
One
rate.
of the functions you'll have is allocation, that you allocate a policy in the link. So that's when it can say you not support it or whatever if it doesn't support the kind you are.
Is there anybody from any other NIC vendors that would like to chime in, like Intel or QLogic?
So my question is, how many AC classes do you support? Description on the hardware.
I don't know.
Each hardware vendor is gonna have specific,
Yeah.
So
I mean-
16 classes,
you're 16,
but you can bind an arbitrary number of connections
to each of the classes, yeah.
And each class can work in aggregate mode. So if there are 5 connections bound, it will subject all of them to that policy or individually.
Yeah, I think we have a bit more classes we can support, but it is changing. The newer hardware, it's changed it. I didn't check that, but for the older hardware, we have something resembling a float, a software float, you can call it, as a remainder and exponent, and you have some combinations that you can set for the rate.
Sorry, when you guys are talking about QoS, are you literally meaning QoS, or do you also need pacing?
I think they're talking about pacing, not
Pacing,
QoS.
yeah.
QoS is something different. In my router, it's.
Pacing's a subset of QoS.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
But QoS is the right thing to think about because it's the more complex problem, and if you
Exactly.
cater that, you easily
I'd like
cater.
to be able to plug in software-based stuff also under this.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to set the DSCP bits and,
Right.
whatever other bits you would set.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we probably count as a NIC vendor, but
Not really.
Well, yeah, they just come with really big things attached to them.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll gladly sell you a $1 million NIC.
Yeah.
There you go.
It'll do 3 terabits per interface or whatever. Per line card, whatever.
Yeah.
Could you please repeat how you map from given and above that function, right? How does it map to a particular piece of it? Can you describe?
So when you set flow pacing, you call an allocation function in the IFNet itself, which gives you an opaque cookie that corresponds to the policy that you request.
So that's pretty much what we have done, right?
Yes, yes.
Sort of, except.
Okay, and then, except that the way you interpret it is different.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, we're not gonna solve this here, obviously, but.
I think we almost have.
Do we at least have the parameters that you can go?
Can we get someone to document, who would volunteer to document the procedure and then get both NIC vendors that are, or all NIC vendors that were willing to participate?
I think you started a thread, right? A few months back.
There is a patch in Fabricator from VAR.
Yeah,
Flow pacing.
there is, D3687.
Right, so I can post a modified implementation there.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then maybe we can, all the vendors and the users can comment on it. That would be good.
And one last observation is, in order to work properly, this needs proper back pressure in the network stack. We don't have that. So if
Does
the-
it flip that now? Does it flip the stuff? That was obviously stream.
So it's not limited inside it. For example, if TCP sends a packet down the stack, IF transmit doesn't have room, so it returns buffs or whatever.
Right.
So what happens at this point?
Well, I can tell you what happens right now. The congestion was dumped to 1 MTU.
Right.
And it pretends a timeout has occurred.
Right. So which is not the optimal thing because.
Yeah.
It's a
That's the understatement of the day.
So we need a way to return per flow ID congestion or some value to indicate that I have these many bytes worth of space left for you, or I'm this percentage busy, something so TCP output or whatever can modulate itself, that I should stay quiet for this period of time, which is not the same as the retransmit time.
Yeah. We need to slow down, please.
Exactly.
Say red. Or most keep the information through red.
Right.
Well, red is dead, but yeah, okay.
That's different probably with the Mellanox implementation because we have per stream rings, you get, buffs when the ring is full. So then the TCP stack knows I don't send that
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, I will get I'll clamp the 1 MTU, which is not less desirable, and I would like to change that anyway. And make it more of a, start a retry timer in about, 30 milliseconds or something.
Yes. Yes. So even there you would benefit if your per queue thingy also returned modulation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't doubt about that you can avoid that.
So, well, maybe the implementation can return how much space is left. Right?
So like, F3 now?
Matt Macy has this.
Oh, yes.
That's why I think you were asking what it was and whether it did. So Matt Macy has been working on this. So we should see what he's got.
I looked at it and it looked incomplete to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's done,
Right.
but he was definitely working on it.
So I think his patch was that, let's say in this case we return buffs, right? He was queuing those packets so that you can replay them. So
Yeah,
that was my idea.
So
That he was working on that, but I don't know, I haven't looked at the latest patch and.
Yeah, but having something more elegant, like when I send it down, somehow I get back how much queue space is left.
Yes.
So that way, if it drops to 0, I can know the next send I'm gonna be in trouble. So
Yes.
maybe I need to defer sending, start a small timer and come back later.
You could have your slot arrangement on top of this thing, and you could get a return value that says, put me in this slot. Or
Yeah, oh, yeah,
something
yeah.
that you could translate.
On the software pacing side, I could use that return from TCP, somehow from TCP output possibly, to actually say, move this guy to another slot and pace him further out.
Right.
Yeah, that would be very easy, but, yeah.
But it's not only about packets, so maybe you need both packets and bytes. So this comes to mind some issues about GSO. That if you put a GSO packet, you maybe have 64 kilobytes going down in a single packet. So the hardware might have limitations. The GSO packet needs more DMA descriptors than a single packet. So maybe you need both number of packets you can output and number of bytes available.
Or why couldn't you just consider the number of packets, the number of MSS size segments that can be sent down. And
What's,
so if I
what's
send
an
you
MSS?
64,
What's an MSS to the NIC?
if you're doing TSO, you have to have that.
But if the queue is sharing multiple connections, all connections could have different MSS.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's already set in a TSO request. So the stack hands you the MSS size also.
Right, you can say how many MSS for that connection, I guess, but not if it's not a TSO or. Right.
Yeah.
And if you're sharing multiple connections, then.
Well, I mean, you could always just return how many bytes are available to be sent down, because the TCP stack can translate that very easily by a divide into how many packets I can send. I mean, I'd rather have only one return. I don't want two returns. It makes it much easier. So if you just say, here's how many bytes can you fit into my queues, and we have that's.
Then there's the extreme case that Hans pointed out, which is if you send out a 1 byte MBUF,
yeah,
and he's only got 1,000 descriptors, then it's only 1K, right? So.
Yeah, but how do you juggle it in the TCP side? I mean, first of all, TCP is prone to send MSS size segments. I mean, the silly Windows syndrome will prevent you from sending anything but a MSS size segment.
So what I used to do in my drivers is when I was within one TSO of stopping the queue, it seems like that's a good place to stop.
Yeah, sure.
Because if you're within one, whatever your driver can handle as far as the biggest TSO of stopping the queue, then give the TCP a signal saying stop.
Right.
And that would be it.
That would be easy.
The no more.
Please no more. Please give me more later.
In fact, I think that's exactly what Linux does.
That's a reasonable approach, and that way I just please stop for a while, so I gap you and try again later.
But how do you know when to wake up? You just automatically try again, or does the driver have to?
You could start a timer, and most likely an ACK's going to show up anyway. If you've got outstanding data, you're going to get an ACK.
You remember, these queues can be shared by more than one guy, right?
Sure.
The next, so we're time limited.
Yes.
And we spent more than our 15 minutes on that one.
Yeah.
Just imagine how much time we spent with this part of this conference.
Yeah, I know.
One last thing. So now if you are going to update the review, right? But you're saying that all that can't work without deciding pacing first. As in type pressure.
Yes, but back pressure can be tackled as the second step.
Okay.
It doesn't have to wait for that.
Okay.
So I'll sit with Hans and see if we can come up with.
Yeah, let's talk afterwards.
Yeah.
So we can move on.
We'll take everyone's time.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So the next thing on the list is RFC 6675 support. That's it's something we want to do.
Yes.
It's congestion control improvements, basically. Kieran has a patch to do. He's done a little bit of it. He has a patch to do a little bit more. There's still a lot left to do.
Yes. So you want to talk about what's left? Is it? It's more on the SAG side.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that's left is redoing the SAC scoreboard so that you can calculate on a per segment basis how many times, how many acts you've gotten back that haven't acted that particular segment, so you know when to resend that particular segment. So it lets us be a little smarter about sending back, sending back SACs. And so that's the, I think the biggest thing that's left is a bunch of scoreboard work to make the retransmission of polls work better. Yeah, I mean, I think in summary, I think that's the big piece that's still missing after Kieran. So that is both extremely simple and extremely hard.
Yeah.
It's simple to do it accurately. It's hard to do it accurately and quickly. Anything else related to that? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna re-juggle things. And Randall, do you want to talk about rack and PRR?
Sure, sure, I can say a few words on that.
Okay. Do you use the adapter again? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yes, I have one slide, only one.
It's okay.
And if it doesn't crash, I can show you rack working.
Cool.
It's literally, that's one of our caches doing 29 gigabits of rack right now.
Wow.
Paste rack with TLP and, okay, so, where did I put my PowerPoint? Hello. Actually, no. Okay, so, basically, what rack is, if you haven't wonder, is this draft chung TCPM rack. Okay, the idea is these duplicate act counts to throw them all away. Basically, you no longer do duplicate act counting. One thing you have to do is you have to track every send you do, okay, and by what time you sent it. I actually track the last three retransmissions. Okay. Anytime a SAC passes by a segment, that's marked. Basically, that is now eligible for rack. Okay, and when it's eligible for rack, that means you take the last known RTT time that was acknowledged, when it just went by, and you look at that plus a reordering interval plus 1 millisecond. And if it's longer than that, you retransmit. If it's not longer than that, you set a small timer, and then the timer goes off, you go ahead and retransmit it. Okay. That's pretty a nutshell simple what the algorithm is. And so what it does is you generally, if I can show you some time sequence graphs where you see all the time, usually right at the SAC the first SAC coming in or slightly thereafter, you retransmit, not 3 strokes in. So your retransmission is much, much faster. Okay? That's the one piece of it. The other thing is tail loss probe. And I didn't realize I had to do this until I got into it and found out after talking to the author that I need tail loss probe. So what tail loss probe does is when you have nothing going on, you don't have any, you're not in recovery, there's nothing on your scoreboard, on the last segment, you start a timer. After two round trip time, 2 SF smooth round trip times, if that timer goes off, you either send one new segment of data, if you have it, or you send the last segment that you sent. The idea is to try to elicit a SAC to come back to tell you, okay, here's the things you're missing, and or maybe you lost the act. There's some complexity to that, but you've got to worry about if the last segment was the thing that was lost, and you lost all the acts coming back, that last segment that you retransmitted just filled the hole, and now you get an act and everything's good. Okay, in that case, you need to take a congestion hit and drop your congestion window in half in theory. And that's all part of tail loss probe, and I have that implemented. And then finally, PRR is RFC 6937, and what the idea of that is when you go into recovery, how the current stack works in FreeBSD is you retransmit the one packet that you had the 3D back on, and now you wait a half window of data until you drop down, and then now you start sending data again, the retransmissions or new packets. What PRR says is no. Okay, when this occurs, then about every other act you send out, according to this formula, a packet of data, whether it might be a retransmission or it might be new data, to try to keep your act clock alive, so that when you come out of recovery, your act clock is alive and away you go. And so I have implemented all that and I'm still testing and tweaking and tuning, and Hiram is helping me a little bit and making his machine crash too. So that's what rack is. It will show up probably in head within 6 months. I'll put it, it'll be a TCP of our stacks. It will just be another stack that's in there, and that'll be something you will be able to select to. It rewrites the scoreboard completely. You don't need RFC 6675 because the scoreboard, I don't even use the scoreboard. The scoreboard is just ignored that is in the TCP. I have my own scoreboard I do. And it works fairly well. I mean, it seems to be, our QoE is a little better. The pacing helps too, that's tied into this, which is why I did it. That's about it. Any questions?
Let's say that 1 millisecond swap you talked about in the first bit.
Yeah, that's in the rack wrap. Okay, so there are two, and there's actually another, the reordering interval is, you have the round trip time, the last round trip time, not the smooth round trip time, just using more. 1 millisecond plus a reordering interval. The reordering interval is 1 millisecond unless you detect the reordering. Then it's 1/4 of the last round trip time. So you may wait longer than 3 strikes if there's not enough time has passed, or and especially if there's reordering going on.
The reason I ask is because we're just looking at microsecond latency networks.
Okay.
And anytime I hear X milliseconds delays in TCP, that just means I have to go fix it. Now maybe I just don't run Rock at all, but
Right. This
actually sounds pretty cool because we actually really need this.
If you were willing to go get a finer grain timer,
yes,
we have a 1 millisecond timer. We have a 1 millisecond timer in the system basically right now. And if we have a finer grain timer, you could do more. I mean, the rack wrap explicitly says this will work better with a finer grain timer, but 1 millisecond is all that's required to make this work. Okay, but it's not meant to be in a data center. This is talking about on the big bag internet and
all of TCP is designed for the internet.
Yeah, of course it is. Well, that's what it was designed for, right? I mean, Postel built it for the internet, not for a data center that didn't exist at the time in 1984. So that was, you gotta look at TCPRC is 1984. That's when I bought my 64K of memory for my Atari, and I got it full. That was.
That's when I was born.
I wasn't even born.
Well,
you were lucky you had an Atari 800.
Yeah, well.
So at the detriment of a bit of efficiency loss, couldn't you just fall back and say, if I receive 3 loopbacks, don't wait the timer?
You can do that. I believe that Janab told me that Quick is doing that. He does both the Duke County and the thing. However, I've actually found that I have never yet, I put a bunch of tracing in. I can collect via the tracing time sequence graphs, and I can look at the plotting of it and what's going on. I have never yet seen it not retransmit before the 3 strikes.
I'm just thinking about his concern where, it might be something.
Well, his concern is in a data center.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been looking on the big bad internet, and I have never seen it. Almost always with the first SAC or slightly thereafter that comes in, we retransmit. Right. Unless there's reordering, and then we don't want to retransmit. In fact, chances are when on the 3rd strike, you don't want to retransmit if there's reordering in the network, because what's happened is reordering has occurred, and now all you're doing is a false retransmission, which is something you cannot tell from our stack. You see unneeded retransmissions. That's only if the timer goes off, we retransmit, and then before a half RTT later, we see that we got an ACK for it, we say, oh, that was unneeded retransmission. You never know how much SACT information or DUPACT information has been retransmitted that. RAC actually tells you this. I can actually look at that, and I can see exactly how much has been retransmitted and was ACK. Oh, wait, that was sent here with this timestamp, and I recorded that. Oh, yeah, I retransmitted it too soon.
Are you exporting that as part of your
I have probably easiest to, we can just go right over here and we can go and look. Yeah. These are my controls for rack. And the counter arrived, SAC dupes is something different, but bad FRs and bad FR bytes and bad FRs are the times I've retransmitted, and I realize for sure it's not. The SAC version, the SAC dupes and SAC bytes, is because SAC, which we don't support, if you are allowed in SAC to do a DSAC, which you SAC before, and so that's detecting that and just tabulating counters. But the two things can overlap, right? Because I'll recognize it's a bad fast retransmit, and sometimes just because of the way Microsoft does things, they ACK first and then they send the SAC DSAC later. So I don't detect it. I may not detect it at that because they SAC the current thing and not so. Yeah. But so those sets of numbers overlap, but they're not the same. So and also the other thing is the SAC dupes include the tail loss probes. You see the tail loss probe counts up there. Retrans failed. Okay, that's where I retransmitted it twice, and tail loss probe says after 2 retransmissions of the same thing, you give up and let the T3 timer go off. So that's happened 60 times here. But the TLP retrans, that can also be the SAC dupes because you expect that. And in fact, if I send a tail loss probe, I expect it to be dupe-backed either with SAC dupes or with recognizing I retransmitted the wrong thing. In fact, I don't even put it in my counter because I know if this is a tail loss probe, I expect to get an ACK back saying, no, I already got it, dummy. At least that's what I hope for, because that way I get a SAC back showing me all the other things I'm missing. So, that's it. Anything else?
Maybe esoteric, but for various reasons, I've looked at the qubit RFC along with the FreeBSD implementation and Linux implementation, and there's a lot of the FreeBSD implementation is pretty much a straight read of the RFC.
Sure.
The Linux implementation is absolutely not.
Yeah. I'm so surprised. Enhan rewrote that implementation, I think. His group at NC State. I guess Enhan Reed at NC State. And I believe he was the one that actually did the module for Linux. So I would think that probably the Linux version is more accurate.
Right. Well, so my question really is, that was a very disturbing experience. How are the rack RFCs compared to the rack implementations that are not FreeBSD?
I have not looked at Linux, but that's the only other implementation. I did not follow the rack RFC precisely because it would have killed me this-wise. What it calls you to do is keep this timer, and the time I know it's this. Go through my whole list of things I've sent over and over again. So I keep things.
And the reason is because code was being written at Google.
Yeah.
And then the draft was getting written.
So there probably is still a bit of a disconnect between
right.
the RFC
And probably it might be falling closely to Linux code.
I've talked to Chung, and he says that there are some differences. He will document them in the next rev of the draft, but they're minor. There's hardly anything different. So I think it's pretty well. It's pretty clear what you're doing. I mean, when you replace a new background counter, there's no kind of hidden things to it. The biggest problem I had is I did not realize, because his draft currently implies that this replaces tail loss probes. He says, oh yeah, I can detect tail loss probes. Not all the time. And so I got halfway into it and I was thinking, oh yeah, this replaces tail loss probes. I don't have to worry about this. And then it's not working and things, and then I finally, after some email correspondence with him, I realized, oh okay, so I gotta have TLP, which expanded my little job to include TLP. So, anything else? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the point on the agenda where we talk about anything else congestion control related. So what else congestion control related do we have to talk about?
Sure, I can talk about it.
Sure, go ahead.
Aaron would like me to talk about the ATCB test stuff I'm working on.
Sure, go ahead.
So for those of you not familiar with the problem, say you have a cluster of nodes. A request arrives at one node and it's going to farm off that request to a number of other nodes over a high-speed backend network, say a 40 gig network. They're all going to receive this request for work at about the same time, take about the same amount of time to process it, and all respond simultaneously. So you have n times 40 gigs of direct data going to a single node, which can only handle 40 gigs on its physical link. So the switch drops. TCP sees the drops, oh my god, we're congested, back off, nobody talks, everyone wakes up again, retransmits, it goes really bad really quickly. Yes. So Matt Macy and I have been working at Isilon on in-cats mitigation techniques. There's a lot of stuff, but basically it comes down to retransmit faster. So we need your RTT. You need to be able to calculate an RTT that's more in the lines of tens of microseconds because that's how fast the network is, as opposed to hundreds of milliseconds, which is where my complaining was coming about earlier. So that's what I've been working on, trying to get it in. It won't be in for 11, obviously, but certainly for 12. I'm going to be having this done this summer.
So what are you planning on using to get the microsecond precision?
So yeah, right now Matt's got something that's playing around with the TS. So Matt has something that eventually it does. It calls into like not event timers, but the other timers, the actual timers. Well, no, like what's the timer framework we're getting? Current time of day, not current time of day, just current time.
basically, that's expensive, so he tries to rate limit through how many times he'll call it locally, but ultimately that is a source of truth.
Okay.
Between your own machines where you don't have to deal with QoS and a bunch of other junk, is it not better to use latency increases to detect if it was tail drop or actual loss instead of just retransmitting fast?
You mean if the latency is too high?
Well, if the latency didn't rise, it was probably tail loss. Right?
So the problem is you're in the current implementation, you can't your granularity is 100 microseconds. Sorry, 100 milliseconds. That is an order of several orders of magnitude too long for my network. Like I think I need to respond to this request in a couple of
I just know we've been playing with CDG and trying to wrangle it and do things like this because we have a lot of similar issues.
Right.
So what CC are we using congestion control?
Currently we're using the default list for testing. We are probably going to be looking at TCP, like all the switch vendors were saying we should be using that. For us in our concept, we found that it was hurting performance, but that may just be a problem in the implementation or something, or where we didn't have the switches configured right. So we're going to revisit that.
You implemented TCP?
Someone else has it.
It's in the tree.
There's a mod TCP.
Yeah, because that depends on ECN.
ECN, yes.
Yep.
So one of the things that I think I've seen on really low latency links, which is kind of interesting, is that you can end up with, so you send a bunch of data. It gets to the other side acts the data. And even if it's only acting after every packet, because you're sending so much data so quickly, when the sender gets back the acts, it gets back, it is a queue of acts 20 deep. And it processes 3 of them, and it decides it needs to retransmit, even though it already has the act for what it's retransmitting in its queue already.
So I had to confirm this, but I think I've seen a TCP now, but it looks like LRO is actually squishing the acts together.
Okay. Yeah, yes, it will.
Right, so I think we avoid that problem.
In our implementation, I think Lawrence added in segments, it gets counted by LRO, and then Hiram discovered, and it gets passed up, so that way we can take that into account and implement our congestion by the proper amount, by the number of acts that really came in.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, LRO dropped TCN bits, which TCP didn't like very much. Packet batching would be wonderful. Unfortunately, you just have to change every function in the entire network stack to get it.
Well, there's a reason it hasn't happened yet. Right?
But I just heard that deep on here.
Somebody does back pressure for me.
So about that, Matt was talking about removing some, improving in-tree timers in the way we count timers in TCP. Is that something you guys are playing with?
So we need a much higher resolution block for the TCP timestamp option. Is that what he was talking about?
He wants to tie it to the TSC.
Right, essentially at the base level, we have the TSC. So we want to. The RFC basically say in order to not wrap it too fast, you can't go any faster than 59 point something nanoseconds. So we've got something around that range. But that's what we have to figure out to make sure that we're not reading the clock too often and hurting performance by reading the clock per packet when it's up.
Okay. We have, looks like 6 minutes, 7 minutes till the break. We didn't finish the back pressure conversation earlier, I think. Is there anything more we need to talk about with relation to back pressure? I mean, it seems to me like the big question is what is this semantic to tell the upstream layers that there's back pressure that's needed.
So we stop our pacing.
So the big problem is that the upper layers don't really have a notion of the queue.
Right.
Because the drivers get to select the queue.
Right.
And because of that, the upstream layers just sort of have a worm's eye view of things. All they know is that they tried to send something and maybe it didn't work. So that makes things a lot harder.
Yeah, and they also don't necessarily know what's related, and so they don't
Right.
know that these 4 sessions are all.
Exactly.
Yeah. So how do we fix that?
So I thought there was a proposal at one point that instead of simply blocking, we were gonna feed back the amount of space remaining as a way of doing back pressure.
We just talked about that.
We talked about that earlier.
Okay, so why didn't you decide on that before I walked into the room?
Because we wanted you
Well,
to
they were
comment.
waiting for you to come so they could give the action item to you.
Exactly. George, you'll handle that.
I think there was some disagreement about exactly what, or not disagreement, just discussion about exactly what that is. Is it a number of bytes? Is it a number of packets?
Packets and bytes.
Packets and bytes. And I think the related item to that is that the upper layer may need to know what else is impacted by that. Because it's one thing to know that for this particular session, I only have 1,500 more bytes, but if that's going to impact every other session, that may be useful information.
Yeah, but
that's much
how
more
do you,
complicated.
I don't know how you get that over without really bad locking and nastiness that come, because I'm at a session level, I have the INPCB locked. How am I gonna tell all the other connections that, oh gosh, this interface, if you have it, is screwed?
Given that TCP is string-based, I mean, bytes would be the obvious thing to return.
Right.
UDP, sure you can talk about packets, but packets don't mean anything to TCP.
Yeah, more.
When you're at the upper levels.
The thing that doesn't quite make sense with this back pressure thing is, you don't have an isolated amount of available buffer space per session. There's presumably.
Right, exactly.
For everyone
That's
using
what
it, yes.
Right,
Yeah, that's
so
what I was
how does the car decide to allocate extra space to which?
Well,
streams?
doesn't all the route has a pointer to the IFP, now we have a route cache. Can the IFP maintain how much space is left?
But that's what I'm
But
I'm wondering
you'd
is
have to expose you'd have to reduce the freedom of the drivers to hang themselves with their own cubes. Because in order for the upper layers to know if there's space, they're gonna know what queue they're dealing with. There could be one queue that's being pounded on that's full and
Sure.
17 others that are totally empty.
Yeah, so in theory, with the QoS stuff we talked about earlier, in theory, you're already adding APIs to drivers. If there's some way that we can, with good performance,
Yes.
use that data to map sessions to queues, that would potentially give you some of give you some way of tying it together. The question is going to be the performance on that. How do you do that at scale?
But if you're talking about back pressure, and again, just harping on TCP for a sec, when your send window is closed, so I can't send any data, that's the signal to the whoever's sending packets that, I've got back pressure. And
Yeah.
he just
Persist
needs to,
timer,
yeah, and it's per flow. So he may have 100 other destinations that he can send packets to, but for that particular flow, he can't send to that thing because the window's closed.
Yeah, I think the question here is not about the window being closed, it's what if the NIC itself runs out of buffer space?
Yeah,
And
I know,
there's-
but the whole point of back pressure is that it has to work at what the definition of, I need signal back pressure is different at each level up the stack. So there's no, you can't just say, we're going to return this or we're going to do that, because what you need to do and where you need to do it varies the further up the stack you go.
So Randall,
Yeah.
if you were about to send something, and you had something to check, what would you? And it said, "Hey, we're full." What would you do? You would not send. You would reschedule it somehow, right?
I'd reschedule a timer, probably. Either a timer, or I would, if I have this pacing thing in rack, I would just reschedule myself on the pacing wheel one block.
So
block up.
when you're about to send, you've already got the flow ID for the connection.
I've
right?
got the flow ID and I have the link I want to send.
So one of the things that, Linux does something which I think is better than what we do. Linux actually manages the queue, at a layer above the drivers. And so one of the things that makes Linux makes the drivers do is, if they want to do queue management differently, they provide a netdev op to select the queue. So it's just a function pointer that the stack calls when it wants to know what queue to send the packet on. So we could do the same thing and say, you know, if you want to have a back pressure, you provide an IFNet pointer to a select queue, and then that will let you know what queue it's going to go out on and if it has any space.
Well, wouldn't I know the queue all ahead of time? I cache the queue because I want to keep it on the same queue always.
You cache the flow ID.
The flow ID.
But you don't know how the driver's going to map the flow ID to a queue.
Oh, he might change it.
Which the flow ID is a 32-bit number. The queue space is small, and the way you want to map the flow IDs to queues is going to differ depending on like how many RSS hash buckets you have and all
Sure,
stuff
but
like that.
if I take and have a flow ID and just query this function and
Yeah, you
returns
give
how many bytes.
you give the function of flow ID and say, is there any space in this queue?
Yeah. Here's my flow ID. How much space do I have? And if it comes back 0, I just reschedule myself. If it comes back that covers the length I have, then I send.
Right.
It seems chatty.
Well, when there's
How much overhead? That's my next question. Is how much overhead is this
nice,
call?
It would be nice if. See, the nice thing about I hate to advocate Linux, but the nice thing about Linux is that this happens like much lower, so that same queue can be directly called. The transmit routine can be directly called with that queue, right? It comes back from the select queue, but yeah, it's going to be extra work. It's going to be an extra function call.
Yeah, but just the question is how much overhead is that function call? If it's crossing a PCI bus to get a query back and forth, bad mojo.
No, it's.
But if it's looking at following a pointer, or looking at a number that's already been maintained by the driver, yeah.
It's a few cache misses to go from the IFP to the soft C or wherever the driver keeps the.
Which is going to have to happen anyway when I call IP output.
Right.
So you're going to pay those cache misses if you sent anyway.
Depends how deep, how big the cache is, and what's between TCP and
Sure.
Ethernet, right?
Right.
But I think that's the only sane way to do it without without really doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Right.
Why in this model are we only talking about getting an answer from trying to submit something to a hardware queue and saying it's full, and then saying, oh, there'll be some mechanism through which the request will get rescheduled? Isn't it the hardware that's aware when the full condition is resolved, or could be aware?
Yes.
So why not explore behavior where you say, I want to submit this thing, and here's the callback you invoke when the condition is clear, so that the reschedule is tied to the hardware event that resolves the condition. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
And then you build things up using that kind of event-driven mechanism, as opposed to essentially saying every upper layer protocol will build its own poll for clear.
But how does that, if you do that, so I say, here, call this callback when you've got room, and then I do it for the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I'm not actually back crashing, I'm just piling up a bunch of calls that need to be made.
Aren't we just delaying the problem?
Yeah,
It's like
you just
you're
pushing-
jumping and waking up again.
Yeah.
Well, you know from when you do the submit, you get information that says the submit to C, right?
Yeah,
But then
if you're here's a callback. If you get a response from that call that tells you immediately that, yeah, it'll happen momentarily, or it's not going to happen for a while, so don't bother giving me any more.
Yeah, if it makes sense for your protocol to just take the full information and carry on that way, then fine. But if the behavior is, well, I need to know when there's space so I can start resubmitting things and do a queue drain restart thing or whatever, then you have the callback to.
Yeah, it's the guy who's producing the data who somehow needs to find out that his data's going nowhere.
And so the implementation of callback depends on what the upper level protocol is. I mean, we're talking about a queue interface at the hardware driver, right? But we keep thinking about terms of TCP. I mean, one basis of my thought process here is probably behoove us to think about a mechanism that serves other things besides TCP pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, we also have this other dimension too, where we have multiple potential TCP stacks operating the system. Each stack has some sort of flows. Right. If all of these things are sort of polling for queue full, or this submission told me there's only X number of bytes left, but you got multiple consumers getting that same or similar report, and then internally rescheduling things and saying, oh, we're all going to come back thunder and herd style and try and resubmit things at some bunch of timer expiration in the future.
Yeah, the talking about the callbacks though, what I hear is another layer of queuing.
Yeah.
And at that point, I wonder if it's not just worth queuing the packet and sending back something saying, okay, I queued this one, but don't send me anymore because I'm not gonna take it. Because then you really need the callback. And functionally, it's pretty similar because you've got a second layer of queuing. But do we really want a second layer of queuing? I think that's the.
But if that second layer of queuing is limited to a single write or a single packet, it's not that bad.
A single packet per session.
Yeah.
Times however many sessions.
Yeah, because if you get any kind of knack, then you just stop.
Yeah, I mean, just Randall just said 45,000 sessions. That could be 45,000 packets, potentially 64K each. So
You
potentially.
presumably got all that memory consumed already.
We have a little bit of memory.
If you can handle that many concurrent connections, you're probably doing okay on your average.
I mean, you're talking about, at this point, we're already talking about the kernel's being given the data, so the kernel's already got it. So you've already got the memory problem. It's a question of how do you communicate to the next layer that, you know, like, okay, that's enough for now.
Okay, it's time for a break. So you can all mull over this while you're having your cookies and your coffee and stuff. And we can come back and talk about it more afterwards. 3:30, I think it's 3:30. Resume.
Yeah.
Just somewhat safe to leave our stuff?
Yes, so don't be the last person to leave the room so that people can leave their things here. Just make sure you're not the last person to leave.
Stay away.
That's important. And then we do like an RPC call back in this. Right, no, they're all the nodes are.
Right, and feed it into TCP trace that gives you an exploit. Or, with my tracing buffer, which you have on the Costco, you get trace and it pulls out the buffer of the that has all the, it has the send unacknowledged, it has the, you know, all the And this is before this RAC has some cheating things. I had a bug that I discovered and being a QE there. So, if you look in the key code, there's a TCP recovery, there's a partial recovery and recovery by exactly. And inside the time, why aren't we doing that recovery here in question mark? Can I make yeah, why are we doing it there? So I said, oh, who's there? And then all of a sudden, I saw but what it is okay, the reason that it's that way and the case recovery is after all the that process is because it makes this possible to raise yourself. Right. But if you exit recovery up here, at least that's recovery thing. Yep. Now you exit recovery, and then you say, oh, here's an act for 50K.
Intel, yes.
And up goes your congestion. Yeah. So and then I said, oh, I kept seeing these little, right after recovery, I'd see this gigantic spike go ascending. So I went, okay, well, you know, I can fix that, I'll move it down. I moved it down, and my QE dropped. Now my retransmissions went way down, but my QE dropped. And so I went, so I have a syscontrol option to have it either here or here. And if I have it up here, I have another syscontrol option to limit the number of segments it does. So if I put it at 6, I get more retransmissions, my error rate's higher. Yeah. But my QE's better. So if I cheat a little bit, I get, well, because the guy's recovering. I mean, and if you think about it from a video perspective, the guy's in recovery. Right. If his buffer's running low, he desperately needs more data. So if I jazz him and send 6 more packets or 10 more packets, all of a sudden, he's better. Yeah. He's less likely to have a buffer. Right. But if I don't jazz him, and now we just slowly build back up.
Yeah. You really need to, in your case, you really need to get some data quickly.
Cheating might be worth it, but limited cheating, I have too much cheating where my error rate goes way up. Now, I have it now, what's running on 69, which you saw there, is without any cheating. And because I have never tested it, I forgot, I was trying to test pacing and I realized I'm doing with the cheating, and that I know causes more retransmissions. So because I was seeing, and I down about 1%. This is with having a maximum of 40 segments. Okay. And it's been running for an hour now maybe. So let's see what our retransmission rate is. And Drew taught me this, you never use the number of packets. Because otherwise you'll get fooled by TSO. But I never realized it. So I'm at 0.12% error. Our machine only runs 1.5%. So with the peaks, then I'm seeing 40 segments at a time. So Drew is very happy. And wherever he is, he's very happy because my pacing doesn't eliminate TSO, and yet I can get my error rate down to almost nothing, which is really cool. But the question is the QOE going to be happy? The last time I had this without my cheating, the QOE is not as happy because I speed up my retransmissions, but maybe that's not enough to solve the problem. And the other thing, in fact, I have another option that I haven't tried yet. Mike and I were just talking about this at breakfast. Is why is it 50% reduction?
What do you mean?
Why do we have a 50% reduction when we have a fast retransmission? I think this is going to pull it out of the air magic numbers, right?
Whenever you see half, that represents maximum search is what you're supposed to do.
Pardon?
That's whenever I see half, that represents maximum search is what I was supposed to be doing. In other words, pull a number of thin air. Because you can't explain how to pull a different number of thin air, so you go to the
So here's how I can explain to you. Here's what I'm going to try. But I got to try it in my lab first to make sure this is fun things. We put this transport lab up for that type of stuff. Basically, if I have only one loss during recovery, go down 10%. If you have 2 losses, go down 20%. If you have 3 losses, go down 30%. If you have 4 losses, go down 40%. 5 or more, do your half. And so that way, if you have, what I see a lot of my flows have is a random loss. And that can be explained by a Wi-Fi at home, right, at the very end.
Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Lots of things.
Yeah. Not necessarily congestion. But when I see lots of loss, most likely it's congestion, right? So if you...
Or consistent loss.
Yeah. So, anyway.
And even just a lot of loss, you get treated.
because.
Yeah,
what-
that's not necessarily the case.
But see, that's what
Things
I thought
are
the same
trending.
thing, because.
Especially your stuff, I don't think he's doing flows that live for 2 hours, you might be doing flow lists for 2 hours.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I have a herd of elephants, I don't have any mice. But what he claims is that most likely when you see reordering that's not network related, is because the Wi-Fi sends a bunch of data, then it retransmits this and sends to others as well, and it retransmits this and finally gets it through. And so now you get a reordering of it.
Right.
And once you have Wi-Fi, you're gonna always see it.
That's not necessarily the only reason, I mean, there's lots of reasons to get rid of it,
But-
and some of them are transient.
And so I actually have a way I can say, set a timer, it's been 60 seconds since I've seen reordering, then reordering's gone away. And that's what I started with, but then when he said, well, it's minutes, so I can do it just like he says, and then I can always change my syscontrol and see, because the reordering slows down the time I can take from the retransmit, because now I'm gonna wait longer, and even longer maybe than 3 strokes if reordering's occurring.
Yeah.
But you actually might want to if there's reordering going on recently.
Right, if there is, but if,
It's
again,
good.
it could have been a long time, and it's not an issue.
Yeah, see, that's my thought was, after 60 seconds, it's so long ago that, that was going to.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
So,
I mean, you could always keep a heuristic of saying,
how many times I've had reordering occur, and, and if it's once every hour, forget it. If it's, every 10 minutes I have reordering, well, then I probably have reordering, predominant reordering connection. But in fact, I was even thinking for the pacing, I could actually do, if I see more loss, shut down your size of how much you pace out. Because right now I'm pacing 40 segments, which is close to 64K, right? And if that's too much, you'd have more loss occurring. So then maybe on that connection, if it's less than the overall loss of the system, then, or more than the overall loss of the system, reduce your maximum sense on a per TCP basis. That's what I thought about it. Because then you could have it auto-tune itself to the right pacing level for whatever the flow is. It's interesting.
yeah, like I said, it sounds like it's interesting stuff.
It's cool. I think having fun. I mean, it's got a lot of crashes.
Yeah.
Because the interesting thing is I had it all working, and then I put it on a live machine, and then boom, crash. Oh, crap! What's that? Well, in fact,
That's the truth test already.
yeah, exactly. Well, it's all these edge cases, right? So I actually ended up building because I have this logging that I can say, in fact, it's running right now. It will collect 5 slowly randomly and get the TCP log that I created, which I can do exploit with, right? So that's great. However, if the machine crashes, I might not be tracing anything. So what the rack code currently has, it has a 256 entry circular buffer of logging events, and it logs in and out. So actually, when it crashes, I can go to the one that crashed and see what it's been doing.
That's actually really good. I was gonna say, I have the TCP, I have the collector code that cache some segments, but if you have the same data that are already parsed,
Well, I mean, that's the problem, is that, which one of these 20,000 coding you have crash your machine? And if you have that, even with the 100K buffer, which is what I have for I'm gonna trace this in TCP. Actually, I have a way to do a sock off and say, trace me, and it will trace you. Right? But the problem is, that's probably not the one that crashed your machine.
Right.
And so I just keep it, and I can turn it off, so it's just not there at all. I'll eventually rip it all out, but it's really handy right now.
Oh, yeah.
And KDB scripts are nice, so I can say, display that please.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what we did. And I actually have a user space version of the rack stuff, so I can send in sends and sacks, and I can see what the structures are supposed to look like, which I can then take the KGP output, plumb it into that, see what it, make sure there's nothing wrong with that. But that's all working. So I haven't had that die in a while. Until I mess with something. But, yeah. So what are you doing, John?
Juniper?
Yeah.
I was supposed to be switching to testing Linux.
Oh, you guys want to Linux? Really? Wow, that's a big step. Enjoying Cisco on Linux.
It's
The reason that Cisco did not go to FreeBSD, they switched, because Juniper.
No,
That's the big excuse that they use.
well, we're still going to have FreeBSD around for quite a while, I think. platform is running Linux. Supposedly that's the project.
I know nothing about this. I don't look at Linux code and, don't look at rat code in Linux. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm
You're GPL fluid, yeah, that's why I've tried to avoid that in a lot of cases.
I've never looked at the Linux code at all. Just because, I looked at the draft that he wrote, that's public knowledge, and I'm not gonna, he said, well, have you looked at this? I said, no, I won't look at that.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's not something I want to do. We have more close to me, that's, she said,
I'm also supposed to be implementing off on FreeBSD for TCP off is.
Oh, off, oh, yes, I know what that is.
Yeah, that's, because we have such long connections.
So you're
yeah. Hoping that once I get it implemented, that I can then get some figure for buffer standards extension, auto negotiate keys. So you want to have negotiate keys, or you want to use pre-share keys.
Right. Okay, so I got two.
Oh, I was just listening.
You were being.
Well, I found the patch we were talking about earlier. It's on.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's in the bug report.
Yeah, so I'm refreshing that and I have. It's just there's still an IP issue, I think, left over even with all the TCP left. That seems to be in the description that's kind of glaring.
Well, we can look at that. I think the IP61 is done.
Oh, is that fixed separately?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the IP61, whether it was right or wrong, the fix is in there and has been in there.
Okay, was that fixed with coalescing?
What's that?
Was it fixed with?
It was fixed by coalescing.
Oh, maybe, okay, so maybe it's.
Yeah. So, yeah, the IP61, which was the really ridiculous one, is fixed.
Okay.
The IP1, I think the IP1
That's a lot milder.
it was generally okay. It wasn't as bad. No, yeah, the IP61 the multiplier was crazy. The IP1 was
Yeah, so just I think I'm almost
that's all TBD how you implement the case.
So that's an issue with moving to a module. So the existing layering violations, there's a couple pages of lists here. The socket ioctl groups, there's route and interface ones. There's actually ioctls where you pass in, there's like a character that's passed as part of the ioctl that says which group you're going to go to, and then you have ioctl that are under that group, and they call back into the network stack and call network stack functions. Jails have a lot of protocol specific stuff in them. The fib, the set fib stuff knows about the some of the things on the network stack side, and so there was some bits about that. The mount exports, NFS, there's a ton of stuff that knows about the network stack there and really has some layering violations. Prot is there's a PR, CAN, C, IN, PCB, which is under an INDEF INET that shouldn't really be there. The accept filters, it's a minor thing on the accept filters, and it's really a naming convention. They're net.inet.accf. whatever, and there's no real reason for them to be there other than that's where they started. So some of the changes I have and some of the other things is that I moved them, and then just still kept the net.inet.accf node in case there's other people that have code that puts things underneath there. Last one, there are previous ones, layering violations, stuff that has been committed. The SCTP calls used to be on the current side, they're now on the net side. zlib moved from sysnet to libkern with header files and syssys, because it's used all over the place, and you had to point into that for a number of things like some crypto stuff and some other things, which is kind of weird. So what's available with this? This is my GitHub repo. It's hackgadget/FreeBSD.git on GitHub, and the hackgadget/netstack branch is where I've been doing work on it. It's not all the original changes with the original patch from 2013. That's how long I've had this stuff. is there. When it was submitted for review, people looked at it and said, that's way too much stuff, so could you please break it up? And we started doing that, and it was going through Marcel Molinar, and then he got really busy, and then he left Juniper, and now he's busy working elsewhere. And so it kind of it hung around for a while. Almost all the changes are on that GitHub repo, and the rest of them will get there in the next couple of weeks, because I've been really busy with work, but now it's kind of tapering it down a little bit, so I'll have some time. This is what's available there. There's some additions. There's a netstack option. That will probably be, when things get submitted for review, that'll probably be the first thing they'll go through, and people will look and see there'll be if defs all over the place, but it's only a first step to removing those things. And it identifies all the places that really need fixing. So there's actually a patch out there in this location, if you rip off that netstack v2, there's a netstack option patch, a diff there that has all the stuff for adding the if defs. The netstack interface, this is the intention for this is that right now it only currently handles the export lists and also informs the network stack about any socket creation stuff. So if it has to do things like set the fib num based on what's in the process, but it's expected to be the interface between the network stack and the general kernel code. And the why and an IF thing here is the long-term goal is to have multiple network stacks in the kernel at the same time. And so this would be the place that everything would go through to interact between the two sides. And there's a netstack, or there's a generic kernel has the netstack option in it by default. I have a file that has no netstack, so you can actually compile a kernel without netstack in it at all.
Sorry, stupid question.
Yep.
Is this the same modular system that Randall used to create RAC, or
No.
this sounds a lot more comprehensive?
This is the actual network stack itself.
This is the whole, sysnet, netinet, inet6, all that stuff. Yeah. And we have a kernel module that's built. The caveat is that it must be loaded early because of the domain registration stuff, and that's one of my intentions to fix that.
Steve?
Yep.
Just FYI, Dennis's new network stack, if it ever eventuates, will address that. You'll be able to load new protocols at one time.
Yeah, and that's the intention for all this stuff anyways too. So some of the layering violations, the socket IOCTL groups, they're now registered things, and so the network stack itself has all the implementation bits, and it's just a macro. You say, this is the group that I want, and tell me when that happens, just pass it up to me. So it's all handled now with the, well, I guess I think I have that there, but the same with the fibs. So jails, there's a bunch of stuff that moved. They moved into INET and NetINET 6, and names were adjusted appropriately. The fib stuff, well, the SO set fib, there's this PRCL, CTL output. That's the same thing that's done for the IOCTL groups too. Is it all goes through the common routine now, which makes more sense, and make it easier for people to check to see if it's a valid SO set fib call, and to handle setting it on the socket structure. There's a macro to do all this now. And the mount exports, it's using that netstack.if.m interface, and these are the 3 functions that go through that. That's still, it's kind of fledgling. It's a bit of a hack job for that, but it moved, basically all that stuff was kind of just moved, and we call through that, but it needs a lot of cleanup, and that part needs re-architecting. That's probably one of the things where I'd like to get people's feedback on how to do it better for the exports list. The prot stuff, that's CRCANC in INPCB moved to NetINET. The accept filters, just a rename of the sysctl, the root node, right? And we're retaining the old node just in case other people have code that depends on it. What needs to be done? Yeah. Get the current code reviewed and committed, of course. There's a lot of it.
Just a comment on that. Best way forward might be to create reviews on Fabricator.
Yeah, that's some of the stuff has already been there.
Okay, so
and that's where things kind of lagged for a while.
Right.
So just like a lot of things, if I'm hoping that because of this forum here, that people who are interested in it might actually look at the Fabricator things when they come up.
So you have more than one reviews open right now?
There's one right now, and George, that was one that you actually reviewed, but you wanted someone else to comment on.
Committed.
That was what it was. Okay.
Which one is it?
That was the IOCTL group things, and moving some of the prot stuff.
Okay. I will open a web browser again. Take a look.
And then, so the next one will be the netstack option, which, like I said, I already have the diff. I just have to update it update the diff for the latest. I keep my GitHub up to date, so it's just a matter of regenerating it. And then there'll be the other pieces following on behind it. The export list handling, that's the one where I'd really like to get some feedback on if people have ideas on how better to handle the exports list, and because that's a bit of an ugly spot. And the jail code still has a lot of knowledge about IPv4 and IPv6. It would be great to make this jails protocol agnostic and be able to support things other than just IPv4 and IPv6. There's no reason why it shouldn't. And then domain registration, of course, should be allowed at any time, and you should be able to deregister those also in order to dynamically unload modules. And of course, VNet support, I talked about before, expanding the interface to make it so that we can do multiple modules at once. Any other changes that are required for dynamically loading it after the system is booted, and unloading, and then the compact code. The Linux simulator is probably the one that people would be more concerned about out of the compact code than the sys5, R4s, bits, and all that. So here's the wish list. The next thing that I wanted to do after all this stuff gets in is protocol modules, allow you to dynamically load any protocol individually. We want to be able to do that to be able to keep some of our Junos pieces, and we have protocols that aren't implemented necessarily in FreeBSD and would really have to be redesigned in order to be contributed back anyways. But being able to just say, okay, well, FreeBSD has SCTP, you just pull that over. Or we have something that we might be able to contribute, we can just pass it back over. And if someone wanted to just completely redo one protocol, they could just load the one protocol and keep everything else that's already there. And then on-demand loading of protocol modules. This would be similar to what is done for mount for file systems. So if you wanted to ifconfig something and you don't have the inet module loaded, for instance, that it would just load it on demand. So that way you can have a really small system until you actually need the protocol in question. Migrating connections to the new network stack. This is stuff that we had talked about before. This is so you could load a new network stack module. Active connections could be owned by the new module, and then you can unload the previous one. It's a lot of state transition. And then per jail NetStack instances, maybe even per process, if there's any need for that. Some of the thing with the protocol modules, it's listed on here, that require changes to ifconfig, NetStack, or NetStat, and all that stuff to be aware. Yeah.
So the like moving of connections, is it like the old connections are still going to be like valid, or?
That's kind of like the pie in the sky thing. We'd love to be able, you'd love to be able to say, I have a new implementation, I have things in flight, let me put the new one in play. So, and it could be used for things like bug fixes even too.
Yeah, you don't have to like disrupt your client.
Yeah,
Of course,
exactly.
Still, I mean.
So it's just a lot. It's just a matter of freezing your state, transferring it over, and then calling it. It's simple, right? Yeah. Everybody should be doing it. Yeah. So that's all I really had. I kind of ran through quick, but if people have questions or anything, a lot of the what needs to be done is stuff that, and the wish list are things that, if people have interest in helping out, I can point them in the right direction. If you have thoughts on some of these things, if you want to add to the wish list, it's great.
Have you put a fabricator up yet, or are you not ready for that?
There are some pieces up. There's more waiting.
Are you doing network or transport, or depending on what you're changing, like further?
So there are groups in Fabricator, you can add them so more people can see. I added transport yesterday.
Make sure to add Michael Tuxen to anything you do with SCTP, because you understand what you see in the kernel is not really the
Oh, I know. I talked. That's when we started doing. When I started doing this, I had contacted to find out how to test the making it a module, and I found out the whole thing about it's out there and it's processed and then it's brought in.
Actually in Mac OS it is actually a module.
Yeah, and then the whole test suite that's there. I ran through the whole test suite after I did the modularization.
Well, just make sure that it gets back into the main code.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, that was part of the when I did the initial implementation to try to move things. I had some discussions with them about
good.
This is what I'm planning to do. Does it make sense? How do I test it to make sure that I didn't break anything? That type of stuff.
So about things you have right now,
Yep.
how much of that is serving production for you guys right now?
It's been in our image since it's been in our images since 2013 that we're building, but our first releases are 16.1.
Okay.
No, first release was 15.1. Yeah, 15.
Was it 15.1?
Last March or something, right? Last March, was it?
Yeah. Oh, okay, we did ship with 15.1. Okay, 15.1 then. So it's already been shipping. But it's been in production, and we like I said we use both. We use both the FreeBSD network stack and the Junos one. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Drew, do you want to talk about IFLib?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure I know enough about it anymore. It seems like you guys have been dealing more with Macy than I have for much longer. You guys want to talk about it?
We don't. I thought you guys will run it for Ryan.
I can talk to the design and the goals of the project. You guys in Netflix are the guys who really put it through its paces, and you want to talk performance numbers. So IFLib is a project that Matt Macy started up last 6 months or so. The problem he's trying to solve is a lot of the network drivers that we get in FreeBSD are of varying quality, and there are a lot of them. You know, Intel I think is currently trying to maintain 4, and what will happen is a bug fix will go into one of the drivers, not into the other drivers. It might not go into other drivers if there's similar problems in other drivers from other vendors, won't make it there.
But of course they all have similar bugs.
But they all have similar bugs,
They all
and really,
make the same bugs 5 years ago.
yeah, and and they all.
Not you, Deputy.
Yeah. As honestly as present company accepted. But they all try to do basically the same thing. Like the interface, the details of the interface of what bits go where are different, but mostly you have, you know, a receive ring with descriptors, you point them at buffers, and you have a transmit ring that you point at buffers, and then you put stuff like length and LRO and all that. So the basic interface is the same, the details differ. So what Matt did is he's written this IFLib, which is in the kernel, but it really is a library for driver writers, which will do all of the interaction with the kernel for doing things like allocating interrupts and binding interrupts to CPUs, queue management. That's a big thing. So especially on the transmit side, because the receive side, there's not a whole lot, but there's some. All that kind of boilerplate stuff that honestly Intel practically copies and pastes from driver to driver when they write a new one. That we don't really, no one wants that, but just the way that it's currently been done, that's how it's had to happen. So, and then with that, then all the driver actually has to do is provide a small number of callbacks for doing the device specific stuff. Like, here's a descriptor, here are all the parameters that need to go into the descriptor, now you format it correctly for your hardware. And so I think the numbers are something like the Forkfield driver, the IXL, went from several thousand lines to about 500.
And gained about 15% performance.
And it got faster.
For our workload, and for small packets, it gained some hundreds of percent.
Right.
Do you know what the performance gain came from? Because that's pretty
So
crazy.
it's a combination of things. Mostly it's properly locking things, having data structures that don't have that have good cache cache properties.
Okay.
Just basically paying a lot of attention to details.
Right.
And doing that one time so you can replicate
Doing
lots
it
of
in a
times.
single place that every driver takes advantage of, and if we have flank further ones, all the drivers get it.
So in our workload for serving roughly 40,000 connections on the one machine that we have at the Fortville with a standard Intel pre-uplib driver, 2 iFlib, the bandwidth was the same because we can still basically max it out, but we gained about 15% out of the CPU.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. So are we going to try to convert other drivers to this, or is this just for new drivers?
No. So the plan is that the IFLib code has been committed in time for 11.
Right.
No drivers, as I understand it, have been converted yet.
One of the Intels was converted.
Right.
IXL and IXGBE, I believe, are converted, but the default is to use the older code.
So they have so what Intel has done with IXL and IXGB is it's sort of dual mode then. By default in the kernel, it still compiles the old driver, but they have the new IFLib based driver in that you could compile for yourself. The reason they've done this is they weren't able to run it through their full qualification for 11.0. So their plan of record is for 11.1 to switch to IFLib.
Okay.
And the converted drivers are not in the tree, right? Are they?
I thought that they were.
I think only a library part has been committed.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because Scott took care of committing all of it, so I'm not sure how much he pushed. I believe the new Broadcom driver is coming in as an iFlip driver. There was some comment on the review of the Jack Vogel version of the driver that said it was going to be withdrawn and resubmitted as an iFlip driver.
Excellent.
So. So what other drivers do we need to convert? performance improvements out of this?
Probably
Well,
not.
and bug fixes too.
I mean, you guys were interested in BXE. I know that Matt was working with BXE, but I don't know where he is.
He dropped it because he got mad.
He dropped it because he got mad?
He dropped it because he got mad at the driver.
As I understand, basically, he
I
could
tried
not.
to port the driver from FreeBSD to Hackroads, which is a weird research operation we had to work on Google. I understand why he got mad.
Right.
Yeah, he finished most of it, but got annoyed because for a while it wasn't compiling on current and it was crashing with invariance. So that was what's made him stop the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, he couldn't get it work. He couldn't get the native one working under head, which made it really frustrating for him to try that because he obviously wants to test old and new and make sure he's got feature
Oh, so the
parity.
native one didn't work.
Yeah, the native one that was checked in enforcement.
Yeah, and the card itself has the sort of nasty habit of throwing these weird, strange DMA errors when you boot it occasionally, and no one really knows what's going on, and he was running into it too. So
Actually, that's what I was running into when I was trying to port the driver myself.
yeah, so that's a big unknown issue that no one seems to understand. We at Isilon have been dealing with for the last 2 years.
So, just total side note here, what are you doing about the fact that we have a driver in 11.0 that's about to be branched off and stuff, and it doesn't work right?
I mean,
So what are you planning to do about that?
I mean, it's not our driver, so
I know,
it works
but
for us.
Have you filed a bug? Have you
I mean,
reported
David,
it to someone?
It's a bit complicated because it's QLogic's driver, but no one at QLogic wrote the driver, and so yeah, David's there, but it's not David's driver, and David also didn't break it. So it's my understanding that people that are not the FreeBSD committers broke the driver. As of today, I figured out what the problem was that was panicking it on invariance.
Okay.
And that's a simple fix. I don't know what other problems there are lurking there in the actual current version, because ours is like the current version modulo some weird things. So,
I mean, obviously somebody committed it, right? So
Right.
who committed it? Who broke it?
I mean, David technically committed it.
No, I
So-
think that's okay.
What?
Oh, it was before we bought the company. It was already
No, he means the most recent.
The most recent, the thing that
You do have
broke-
SVN logged for a reason.
The thing that broke it
And
was
SVN
if you with invariance on, you would get a panic in buffering because it would see a null buff in there twice. So it was erroneously on-queuing things to the DRBR that were
No,
null.
there's a bug in the DRBR with invariance. So you can't run DRBR with invariance because there's this weird bug where it will erroneously panic because it thinks it sees the same thing twice, but it doesn't really.
No, it properly saw it.
It does, because what happens is the driver releases the mbuff, and it hasn't been pulled off the mbuff queue, the ring.
Right.
And then in the meantime, something else pushes it back down in, and so it sees itself on the ring and it shouldn't. Because what happens is it should be null when you pull it out.
No,
and
in this
then-
case, he's queuing null.
This was an erroneous use of, like, it was on-queuing null, like literally on-queuing a null buffer.
Well, that's wrong.
That's wrong, yeah, so that is incorrect. That is what I fixed today.
Yeah, but
So-
there's another, what he's talking about.
Since he wrote DRBR, he can fix this. So he can tell him to get mad at himself.
Well, yeah, I added a K-assert to buffering that doesn't let you on-queue a null because it breaks the API.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing he was complaining about. I'm not sure why he didn't fix that when he was complaining about it. I suspect he just kind of got mad and stopped.
So to get hopping this back a few levels, we also have an interest in, we may have an interest in getting IGB converted as well.
Okay.
And I think Limelight probably does too.
Yeah, we run a bunch of EM and IGB boards, so. Is there any plans to backward IGB?
Yeah, I think it was designed to be MSC, so.
There's no reason he can't because it's optional.
It's just not needed right now.
Yeah, we have some interest in doing that. because that's what we ship.
Yeah, I-
mostly.
Same here.
Yeah,
Well, I
so,
also-
like, what would probably not happen is when you go all the way back to like 7, which is we still ship a 7 stack with most of our product.
For what it's worth, I did all my testing in Netflix's and Stable Bridge.
Okay. What's the name of that driver again that doesn't work right?
BXE?
BXE?
BXE, yes.
Okay. Yuri, can you please put that as like a big red flag note thing in our notes so that we do something about it?
Yes. For what it's worth, I'm not sure that, I don't actually know how many other people use it besides us.
Yeah, but we should have shipped something that's broken.
So BXE shows up in a bunch of other places. In particular, there's a few embedded boards that seem to have it on board.
Okay.
I've seen it recently. I was surprised.
So I remember BXC, Eric Davis got a commit bit based on that. So I don't know where is he
But
with
then the
Broadcom or-
company got bought and sold, and he got promoted.
It's a bit confusing.
He's in a different box within that group. He's not working on. So Eric used to work for me.
apparently
But he's not. He's here, not here where you.
I'll shoot him an email and at least he can
If
find
you want to
some-
draw the family
Yeah.
tree of how Broadcom evolved in
No.
the past couple of years, you get really confused really fast.
Yeah, family trees aren't supposed to have cycles.
Yeah. At least for a while, like Broadcom wasn't actually making new NICs, but now they are, and they're even calling it the same thing. So that now, like the new Broadcom NIC, which is Jack's driver, is called the Net Extreme C, whereas the BXC card is called the Net Extreme 2. So I don't know how that works because you got QLogic with a Net Extreme and a Broadcom with a Net Extreme. And
But it's a C, come on.
Taking a step back.
so yeah.
So, one note on iFlip.
Yeah.
So, if you don't have 64-bit atomics.
He fixed that.
No, he added a mutex.
Well, yes.
So,
yes, he fixed it.
That's not really a fix. It's going to kill your TX multi-queue performance. So, it doesn't matter for high-end cards, for example, which expect to run in 64-bit environments. But if you are doing some embedded stuff, then watch out for lots of contention on TX.
Because in 64 it uses atomics, and 32 it uses the mutex.
Well,
Yes.
if you don't have a 64-bit, so i386 is okay,
Yeah, because-
unless you're running like a literal 386
Yeah.
and not like a Pentium or something. So you have to be running like an old ARM.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd have to have an
32 is the main
old
one.
32-bit ARM with a PCIe device on it.
Yeah.
Which we figure is a very unusual combination, but it blew up in the Make universe.
Yeah, with a PCI device, it's, 10G or above card.
Right.
Yeah. So it sounds like a very small subset, but we know.
Okay.
So on the subject of drivers, we'll have an interest in the Emulex driver, but we'll either pound on Emulex ourselves or do the work ourselves. So that's OCE.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a big driver for that?
Yes. There's they have this 10 gig card that also does
Fiber channel. So the fiber channel part is not in tree and is kind of odd, but the Ethernet portion is very straightforward and looks right for IF living.
Cool.
All right. We have two more things. First one is George. Do you want to give an update on the route caching /
No. Definitely don't.
It's on our agenda.
So, actually, it's too bad that Melissa Rose isn't here with that video. Or Mike, because those are the two people who could really talk about it. So, I have committed Mike Carroll's most recent changes to that. There is one more patch that he and Alexander, something with a name, are testing. I've talked to Olivia Couchard about doing some benchmarking. But we are going to go forward with the stuff that Mike had done, and then we're going to refine from there. So that stuff is in, and it's in 11. I'm sure there will be more discussion about the design and the layering violations, which I believe may actually still be in my mailbox, but I haven't gotten to it yet. The nice thing is also I've convinced Core to give Mike a commit bin. So I will be mentoring Mike Carroll. I find it fucking hilarious. I just couldn't help that. So, but the status of it is the Mike stuff went in. There's one more optimization to go in. It's going to go in the next few days between now and Monday, and then we're going to work from that design forwards. And that's pretty much it. You know, in my benchmarks of host-to-host and free-host benchmarks, there was no negative effect. So there is probably some more work to be done to make it a little better. And then there's the question of what we do about flow table. Flow through? Groove through. Glad here.
It's right here. It's right here.
Flow table. What do you want to do about flow table and route caching and blah, blah, blah?
So, without flow table, we can get the performance we get in that.
Okay. So which is there something specific in flow table? So flow table, clearly flow table and the route caching stuff has some overlap. Is it just the layer 2 thing in flow table?
You'll get the performance if we get the route cache.
Did you test it?
I haven't tested it, but
the
reason we have the flow table is we don't have the route cache. Once you have the route cache, you don't need the flow table.
Yeah, I agree with all this stuff. Simply, yeah, so this is theoretical ideas which I also share. But just measure and then remove.
Okay. So we need to get the patch into our code base where we have the route cache, and then remove the flow table and make sure we get the same performance. But he's still working on head right now.
It looks like he's working on head right now.
Getting our stuff into head,
so
we can move to head.
The overall goal is, of course, we make sure that it is a complete replacement for the flow table. I believe there are no more blocks to removing flow table if they are one-to-one compatible.
Yeah.
Performance compatible. Okay. So that's the only other change to that. That. So where's Glenn? If Glenn's not in here, I could just tell him that I'll remove him. Just kidding. But that's the goal of that. Okay.
So does that mean that it's okay to stuff IFNet-ish things in PCB now? Because the packet pacing thing we discussed earlier could benefit from this.
So wait, IFNet in INTCB.
Right, which is a layering violation.
Yeah.
But route caching does it, so can I do it too?
Tommy got to have a cookie. Can I have a cookie?
That's where it comes down. This was the way it was done in the revision that Hans pointed out. And I initially objected that it's a layer violation. But if this is acceptable, then that's the easiest approach to take.
So I actually think, so I had taken the conversation between Philip and Mike offline a bit because the last time it went round and round in circles. And I think they have moved the conversation back either into net or commits, but I've been, as you may have noticed, not allowed to use a computer for the last day and a half while I've been dealing with meetings. So I don't know. Mike had a very good point, which I think is a good design point for all of us to consider, which is, you know, if we are super strict about layering, our system will be really slow. There's a word in between.
Yes.
Slow. So judicious use of layering violations such as they are is probably not a bad thing. I think the first thing to consider is if we do something like that and putting in if we put the ifnet, you want to put an ifnet structure in the INPCB.
Yes.
That's probably fine because you probably don't have to worry about a great deal of lock. But if we get to the point of every access causes a lock, then we have to worry about it, right? So it depends on
if you have a route cache, don't you have an IFP pointer in the route cache?
Right, so I'll use the IFP right there and add another IFNet specific cookie in NBCP. So I mean, if it's acceptable to put IFNet things there.
Yeah, I'm never one to worry about layering too much. If you have to violate layering for efficiency.
Right, and that was Mike's comment in the conversation, which may now be in the public conversation. Which, of course, by the way, comes from Van, right? Van's comment is, layers are a wonderful way to think about networking, but they're a really poor way to implement.
Exactly.
So,
okay,
that is not a blanket thing, everybody go at pointers to every
Victory!
I don't know why you're even layer.
Hack it away.
I don't see a reason not to. I mean, it's very obvious the damage we caused by removing the route cache, right? And if we hadn't added flow table, we wouldn't have the performance.
Well, the flow table is a very non-intrusive speed up the stack. The initial implementation did edit quite a lot of lines by key, but then I redid it so that flow table is just a single line in the IP output and a single line in the IP6 output. And it didn't modify any structures in the stack for its sake. So it's kind of sitting inside of the stack, and its internal ugliness doesn't affect the stack.
Correct.
But the route caching is hardwired layering violation of the stack. And that was the reason it was originally removed. It's very easy to add layering violations, but it's very difficult to maintain them later.
And
so now we got PCB's reference in IFNS. This is a big benefit for the TCP server, but for multi-interface router, that's a big problem. So when now interfaces are spawning and going away, we need to deal with the CD somehow. So if the reference is atomic, then creation and removal of the IFNS or creation and removal of the PCBs is now very expensive. So for companies like
Netgate.
Netgate is an example of.
Juniper is not sure.
Yeah, Netgate is an example of implementation that is worried about the number of IFNets, and WhatsApp is an example of those who worry about millions of PCBs. So for the static configuration, when we got interfaces appearing and going away almost never, and when we got PCBs creating at some decent rate and going away at a decent rate, so like regular TCP server like Netflix, that's a win. But for those who create and destroy interfaces at a huge speed, that's a problem. And for those who have a very short-lived sessions like WhatsApp, it's also a problem. So, yeah, there is no conclusion in this in this talk, but I just want so that everyone understands. Yeah, and the problem is the other problem is with the maintenance of layering violations. Later, if the person who edited it goes sabbatical or offline, and some problems emerge, it's very difficult to unentangle these dependencies in both directions. So this all needs to be kept in mind while editing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But to Nadeep's question, I think that particular one does not seem unreasonable. Why is what's currently there not? Why do you need the extra bit? Just wondering.
We discussed some packet pacing thing.
Okay.
So we need to have the IFNet specific cookie in something related to a socket. Yeah.
Good.
Here his notes will make it abundantly clear.
Excellent.
Yes, of course. He has detailed notes on everything that's been said.
No doubt about it.
All right, last topic. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes or less, let's decide, do we need to extend the TCP CB before 11? Or 411?
But it already got a bunch of spare fields.
It already has tons of spares.
Yes.
Not on head, right? With your change?
There's not a lot of spares left at the end. There's
Yeah, they're at the front when they push everything to new cache lines.
Yeah, exactly. There's spares sprinkled throughout it. What it really needs is some really thoughtful reordering, I think, and then group all your spares together again. But I think we need some really thoughtful reordering to get some extra spare bits.
So what kind of ABI guarantees are there for this thing? Did anything touch it directly?
Well, yeah, even Netstat, I think.
Oh yes, it's unfortunate. Somebody nicely copies the whole PCB into something that goes back in the syscontrol for Netstat and other things, which makes it just ugly as hell.
Oh, is there like an X version?
They have an X version, which is the version that copies it. The X version has the structure TCB in it,
right?
Which makes it so Yes, exactly. And no one has bothered to bite the bullet and fix that, because really the proper way to fix that is to go factor out all the things into the XTCD and have something that actually copies it over.
Isn't that what we fixed, where we just copied out, instead of copying the whole damn thing and holding the locks forever? Isn't that, remember what SNMPD was doing on our machines? And
That was the counts. That's different.
It uses more than the counts. Oh yeah, because it wants to know.
We needed to know the number of connections and established, and so we put Gleb put a U64 counter and adds and subtracts.
Yeah, the non-atomic thing.
Yeah.
The non-atomic.
And then that way we can do that without having to cut every TCD in the world and, yeah.
Right, but there's still things in user space that copy out the TCP.
And then unfortunately it's the whole TCB, it's not a copy of the TCB or selected pieces of it, which is what it should be. And I think Robert Watson has a net page someplace that says, here are things that really we should be able to change at will, but we can't. And that's one of them.
So, I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that means that once we release 11.0, we can't go reorder field in it, right?
Actually, we got a very complex mix of defines there.
Right at the end of it.
Huh?
At the end of.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we, I don't, so I guess this was Patrick writing them.
There's some TFO stuff there.
Yeah, so the question is, why do we need to put the spares on the define? So you were
Whatever I did would have been,
you were
I
trying
wanted
to
to
keep,
use some of the spares.
So you were trying to keep the compatibility between
the size is
non
the same.
TFO and TFO kernel, right?
Right, so if you don't build with TFO, you get the same spares you always have. You
I
build
see.
TFO, some of those spares you use TFO.
Sorry, I missed something. Why do we care about the ABI stability of TCP/CD?
Because
it's not clear.
So
because idiot user programs actually get a copy of it.
Yeah, so there's user programs that they actually copy it out of kernel space into user space and then look at it. And
they should be using TCP info for that, right?
No, it's a.
It's in the structure that is copied by TCP. Well, that's the problem. The module to generically get it copies the whole TCP in.
No, I think it's field by field.
No.
Then
The TCP info doesn't direct.
Well, go look at Robert's page that talks about compatibility, and that's one of the ones listed as.
I'm pretty sure
it does.
It's TCP/CB that you have.
Yeah.
It's the control.
I know.
So it's the same thing we looked at yesterday, where we had X version of it and actual pointer.
Yeah, but I think netstat is the only program that reads it, unless someone's written their own. But you're not supposed to.
How performance critical is it? Did you just translate it over when you need to?
Yeah, so I just launched grep to see how many are of them, because the idea to create API structure seems very so that the structs PCB becomes on the kernel structure. So my grep is running.
So the question for today, though, because again the code freeze is just imminently upon us, is do we need, just for safety purposes, do we want to add some extra spares at the end of the current TCP CV, or do we just want to let it ride as it is, and then try to fix things in 12 and reorder things and so forth?
Well, if it is only netstat, then we can fix it before 11.
Are we sure it's not NetSNMP?
SNMPD?
No, NetSNMP in ports. Like if you ever looked at that code, it's awful. And they go on in.
That is so broken. In so many ways.
Yes, it is.
It actually, for a number of things.
Well, actually,
it goes after stuff in DevKmem and ignores the fact that there's per CPU structures that need to be accumulated.
It doesn't surprise me.
It's all matter of.
Well, actually, I already completed this challenge with IFNet. I fixed all the ports that want to know IFNet. So it is possible. We can mark NetSNMP as very important, and there will probably like 5 other very strange small ports with usage close to 0,
right?
Which can be fixed later.
Well, I'd also worry about something like if there's any embedded vendors who are frauding around and stuff like that.
So,
in addition
They will need to
In
fix
addition to
it.
the stairs.
Well, they will need to fix it, but I'm not sure if we have enough time to, like, it sounds like more of a 12 thing than a 12 hours from now thing, that's what I'm saying.
Well, it can be accomplished by 11.
So I think the KPI freeze is 2 weeks from now, so it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
In addition to spares, there are a bunch of things that are U-longs, which were done, you know, in 1985 or some.
Yeah, right.
The U-long was the same as the U-int. Perhaps that we should
Yeah.
change all the ints and U-ints to int32s and U-int32s,
So,
change all the
what-
U-longs to
what we get-
U-int32s.
One of the things that's on my long-running list of projects that, you know, I probably won't get to anytime soon is to really do a thorough cleanup of the TCP code, because there's other places in the actual functions where we use U-longs, and they really should be U-int32 Ts, and that causes strange bugs where you compare a signed long with U-int32T or something like that, you get really strange results.
And I'm just more concerned about the global really.
Yeah, and both are important.
I would like to point out that anyone who wishes to clean up the TCP code must run a spell checker on the code they change. Because the next person who checks in the word 8 incorrectly dies.
So
eight was spelled incorrectly in mbuff.h for 1 or 2 releases. And maybe this doesn't bother everyone, but it fucking bothers me. GIHT or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Doing the button,
What's
like,
your name
God
of
damn it,
fabricator?
don't do that.
Me? Yeah, JTL.
Nope, you're not on there.
Oh, there you are, yes. I have our fix that we talked about. Cool, because I want to get this in.
All right, I'll review it as soon as we're done here.
I just pushed it out. So there you are. Cool.
So what we can do, for 11 export it the old way and export it the new way, and during the lifetime of 11 fix all ports the new way, and don't care about the API stability of the old way. So the people who will be affected will be people who upgrade their system but do not upgrade their ports.
Right.
So that will be a very, very kind of minority. And for 12 we will export it only new way.
Okay. That sounds good. And then Drew, do you already have the tooling in place to analyze? I know you've done a lot of work with the mbuffs, for instance, figuring out how you can cram things into cache lines. Do you already have tooling in place to figure out how we should reorder the TCP
No,
structure?
actually, I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
So this is cstat, netstat, IP filter, TCP drop,
TCP drop.
TRPT. What is TRPT? Translate protocol trace.
Interesting. Never heard of it.
And also libdtrace TCP.d knows it. As far as I understand, it kind of internal tool, and we can break it guide it.
Well, it's not, I don't think it's actually an API problem there. Dtrace actually grabs the type data.
So simply this is cstat, netstat, IP filter, TCP drop, and TRPT, which I don't know which is TRPT.
I don't use this.
So
Never heard of it before.
Where am I looking? PCB? PCB.
Was this like grabbing ports or something?
No, I'm not grabbing source.
Source, the user bin and all that stuff.
Oh, well, that's just shipped along with the kernels too.
Oh yeah, that's fixable.
Why is that even a concern?
Yeah, so this is a small bit that can be fixed fairly easy. And then we will do expran, which will hide TCP/CB and detect the ports.
Oh, sorry, the dtrace thing is where dtrace just grabs the pointer to the TCP/CB, right?
You're right.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't care about this size of it.
Yeah, anyway, it's developer
It's
tools.
all right.
There is no reason to offer API stability.
Yeah.
By the way, the one comment about moving spares around is that you can drastically change the performance of the system by changing where things are accessed. So we probably don't want to change that for 11.
Right.
Because we could drastically change the performance in the next 2 weeks.
But maybe after 11 is gone and we're working on 12, someone can take a magic tool that I know he happens to be real familiar with, that starts with a V and ends with an E, and see what type of cache line hits we're getting on the TCP, PB, and play with that, and then figure out how to reconstruct it with this magic.
It would be nice if we
It's
could
an
run that
Intel tool
automatically.
called B-Tune.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I think certainly currently there's no indication the way it's laid out now, providing any benefit. It's just the risk of
The only
changing
benefit would be
underneath.
accidental benefit,
Yeah, any change for the good or for the better or for the good or the worse
We
would
just
be
do it
all by
by
accident.
accident.
So let's leave it unaccidental and wait till 12 to actually fix it.
At minimum, if we can start tackling some of the U-longs that don't need to be U-longs,
You're right.
that'll cut down the size of it and.
Well, that can also screw you.
What is it?
That could also hurt your performance.
Yeah.
You put things in the same cache line that are being accessed in different threads. Don't touch
Well,
it.
but the TCP/CV, it shouldn't be, it's always locked, right? So it should.
And
Yeah, but you still don't want, if you go from 2 cache lines bouncing to 3 or 4.
It would matter at the tail of the structure, because you have JSON structures used by separate CPUs.
Yeah.
That's good. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, wait until we start doing both.
And analyze thoroughly every change. Okay. Our time is done. Is there anything else you want to talk about while we're all together in one room? Burning questions?
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
You're welcome. Thanks, Ewan, for taking the registrations and doing some of the legwork and taking notes. That will be very voluminous.
And you should do after reading the notes.
Yay! All right, well, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and probably see a lot of you down at the Royal Oak again.
Very much good.
Glad for yourself. Randall. So, what I was thinking about with this whole stack changing thing. Stack changing thing. So what you do is start off with slow stack. I think this is one for fast.
I don't think so. What you
Start
would be
with sort of a slower stack where you assume how many things you're gonna have to and go to stack. And then you can eliminate all of the code in the stack. Deals that don't have that. And then when the session first starts up, you can find out that they don't have staff. You change the stack.
Can I show you how to stack it? Is that what you're
That's mine.
Right, 2 slides?
Yeah.
I'll mail it to you.
Yeah, so that's what
So here is, let me show you what the TCP input looks like in RAC. I would like RAC to say, that's the RAC we take. So we cast on layer, we come in, and this looks very familiar. You see all this code, the ride lock, the pull the options, do all this crap that's common. Then this is where we get different. Okay, so if this is the first time you rack something, the rank R state is 0. It always tries to stay in sync with the TRT state. We go in here and we say, okay, we've got a new rack connection. I actually expanded the thing. Okay, I popped in the rack I keep it this is a special weird thing I have to do. Then I get down here and I say, do I got timestamps? I track how many times I have sat, how many times I timestamps. I say, is SAT permitted? Not. Oh, call rack finale, reference.release, go back to the default function block, reference.acquire, call do segment there and return it. Yep. Okay. And then down here, here's my do segment. If I'm not in the right state, call sec state, which changes the state machine. Yep. If I log it, that's my logging thing. Then I call it substate. Okay. And so like establish looks like this. Okay, this is the fast path. Yep. And if that I call my fast new data or fast hack, which are predecessors of the other. I call calculate the R window. I check to reset if the process resets, if it's send, challenge it, send, challenge act. If it's timestamp thing, I check for drops. I do the little timestamp thing at the end. I then call drop after act for data. I call process act and process data. And all these functions are reused periodically, and you know, each state knows what state it's in, so it only calls the things it needs to call. I completely decompose TCP and put into a complete statement. So it's far more efficient.
I have a license.
Because it's just everything is broken down, and then I have to
Plus you don't have to deal with some of the other things that you eliminated some of the.
Well, if I'm in one
I wonder if it's
People are that's actually pretty good.
well, it did.
I came up with a couple of CPUs. We don't see
The problems we're trying to solve right now.
So I've got send sent state, I've got a send receive, I've got an establish, I've got a close wait, I've got a fin wait one, I've got to do closing, I've got to last act.
This will be a problem
And all the other states don't show up. I've got panic in places. I've already tested that they don't show up. And all these are tailored, all the shit that it doesn't do because I'm not send wait or send. I don't do anything.